Good afternoon once again to our listeners on Parliament Radio 105.5 FM, our viewers on the Parliament channel, and those of you on the World Wide Web, www.ttparliament.org. And a special good afternoon to those of you joining us on our YouTube channel, ParlView. We are just a few seconds away from the resumption of today's sitting of the Senate. Debate is underway on the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Amendment Bill, which was presented by the Minister of Finance, the Honourable Colm Imbert. Speakers on the bill thus far are Opposition Senator Wade Mark and Independent Senator David Small. And so we expect to resume debate when the House returns. Now return to our coverage of the 20th sitting of the House of the Senate in the first session of the 11th Parliament that takes place on Tuesday, June 7th, 2016.
Honourable Senators, I have given leave to Senator Sturge to raise a motion. So we will now proceed with that motion. Senator Sturge.
Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order of the Senate, I seek your leave to raise a matter concerning the privileges of this House. The matter is in respect of statements made on Wednesday, May 25, 2016, at a post-cabinet media briefing by the Prime Minister on the issue of the SSA. These statements were broadcast live on television and reported in the media and broadcast on social media, YouTube. In his statements, the Honourable Prime Minister made damaging, disparaging, and negative reflections and imputations upon a member and or members of this House. The Prime Minister, inter alia, reflected on a member or members of this House and asserted that 1. Independent senators were organizing themselves as a political party in the Parliament to obstruct the government's process. 2. A member or members engaged in unsuccessful, nefarious actions. 3. A member or members were so hell-bent on instructing or fight against the criminal element. 4. Members were ill-informed or persons who are obstructing or being obstructive or downright mischievous or worse, who would like the country to remain without the necessary information to respond effectively to the criminal element. 5. A member was or were fishing for all kinds of issues to raise on this matter. 6. On several occasions, referred to members as obstructionist and or obstructing the government. 7. Accused the opposition of unsuccessfully attempting to obstruct the government and imputed that members' conduct amounted to attempts to distract the government and that members had attempted to mislead the public, and asserted that the opposition was questioning the member to the point of infringing the privilege of the member of the House. Madam President, parliamentary privilege is a hallmark of parliamentary practice, offering protection from interference from whatever source, and safeguarding the freedom, authority, and dignity of the Houses of Parliament. The Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago, the Standing Orders of the Senate, and May's parliamentary practice provide guidance as to the law, practice, and usage with respect to parliamentary privilege. May's on parliamentary privilege also speaks to constructive contempt, as including reflections on the House and upon members, even though the particular individuals are not named or otherwise indicated, and states that constructive contempt also includes molestation. With respect to freedom of speech in debate, Mays explains same at page 222. In addition to cases referred to in Mays, there are cases in our jurisdiction, and one would recall in 2009, Judicot was sanctioned for a publication of a statement concerning a member of the Parliament. Madam President, our very existence here in this chamber is by way of constitutional mandate. While my colleagues on the independent bench may confer on procedural matters, such as committee representation and speaker order in debate, they constitutionally hold no collective conscience. Each independent senator speaks and votes according to his or her own volition. The allegation, therefore, of independent senators organizing themselves as a political party in the parliament to obstruct the government's progress most certainly reflect on the character and conduct of members in such a manner that may bring the Senate into odium and ridicule. The Prime Minister also reflects upon the constitutional presence and conduct of members in this House, and may in itself be a contempt, and that may in itself may be a contempt with respect to the constitutional rule or conduct of members in our parliamentary democracy. The reflections referred to above from Mays, and that in our own jurisdiction, amounting to contempts, are analogous to those made by the Prime Minister, and whether or not the particular members are named or otherwise indicated does not matter. In the context in which the statements were made, it is clear that the conduct of a member and or members of this House was being reflected upon. Indeed, given the question that the Prime Minister was responding to, it is clear that part of his response was in respect of words spoken in the Senate, which therefore had the protection of the privilege of freedom of speech by Senator Shrikissoon. In the premises, the question arises as to whether the Prime Minister's said reflections in his statements made on the 25th May 2016 amount to a breach of the privilege of freedom of speech and or are contempts of this Senate, and I therefore request that this matter be referred to the Committee of Privileges.
Honourable Senators, I will give my ruling on this matter at a later stage of the proceedings. Honourable Acting Attorney General.
Good afternoon, Madam President, members of the Senate. It is indeed always a pleasure to join you all in debate in the Senate, this being the place where I started not so long ago. Coming on the heels of the contribution of Independent Senator Small, his contribution falls on fertile ground when it comes to this government and what we're trying to achieve. And I'd like to start, with your leave, Madam President, to just outline to the right-thinking citizens of Trinidad and Tobago and to the independent minds in this House and in this Senate of the importance of this piece of legislation. This is merely one arm of what this government has set about doing since coming into office in September of last year. It was identified early o'clock as being an important part in the fight against corruption, along with whistleblowing legislation, campaign finance reform, and other measures. The amendments that have found themselves before the Senate, which have already been dealt with in the other place, are found in the report of the Joint Select Committee on Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Amendment Bill 2015. And if I may, Madam President, outline very briefly some of the important parts. First of all, a lot of weather was made about whether this legislation would be proclaimed, and in fact, Senator Mark asked that it be proclaimed by December 2016. I'd like to start by putting on record that the parent legislation, after substantial debate, as he pointed out and reminded me whilst I was a senator, we debated it in the Senate and actually agreed to it. This is the parent legislation, which is Act 1 of 2015. I would like to put on public record that this bill was this act was assented to on the 14th of January 2015. And in fact, all the way up to July 2015, when those in opposition were actually then those in government, there was no proclamation of the act. So it falls to be, at minimum, ironic to hear falling now from the lips of Senator Mark a suggestion that we must move with haste to have this proclaimed. And in fact, what was proclaimed in July 2015 was of absolutely no significance, I say respectfully. So the question that we asked ourselves is, after taking so long to bring a necessary, and I had described it previously as an admirable and a very dynamic piece of legislation and a change to the Central Tenders Board ordinance, why did it take so long, one, to bring it, and then two, it was never proclaimed? And I believe in the few months that we've been in office, we've been unearthing and finding reasons that substantiate the reason why it was not proclaimed, and in fact, not given the life that it should have been given. There are two parts of this legislation that is now before the Senate that have very far-reaching and far-reaching and wide-ranging effects. And I'd like to start by going, as was pointed out by Senator Small, to the parent legislation. There's now a definition of something called bid rigging, and it's found at Section 4. Bid rigging means collusion between persons for the purpose of manipulating the proceedings. And of course, when one turns to Section 60 of the parent legislation, there's an offense involving collusion, which is a bid rigging offense. And it says at 61, a person who A, is involved in or participates in bid rigging, or B, directly or indirectly influences in any manner or attempts to influence in any manner any procurement proceedings in order to obtain an unfair advantage in the award of a procurement contract, commits an offense and is liable to a fine of $5 million and imprisonment for 10 years. So for the first time, Madam President, in Trinidad and Tobago, we have created an express offense, statutory offense, criminal offense of bid rigging. Corruption is a scourge on society, and a scourge especially on the poorer elements of our society. And as Senator Small pointed out, he says when he feels it when he goes to the grocery and he sees persons who are unable to afford what they may need or what they may want in one go at the grocery. Those of us who represent persons of Trinidad and Tobago and constituencies see it all the time when you're walking the constituency and you're interacting with persons, Madam President. And every time I do that, as I did this weekend, and you see those in our society who are less fortunate, and then you're faced with, on the face of it, evidence of elements of bid rigging to the tunes of hundreds of millions of dollars, it does break your heart. And I'm glad that for the first time we're moving, and I say all too late, to have an official express offense of bid rigging in the laws of Trinidad and Tobago. And I question myself, if this act was assented to in January 2015, and the Parliament sat all the way up to, I believe it was June of 2015 or July 2015, why did the former government not proclaim this legislation and in proclamation ensure that Section 60 in particular was proclaimed to make it a criminal offense of bid rigging? Another element that is before us here this evening is to have, for the first time, any disposal of state lands that it would be governed by a procurement process. Of course, procurement processes, Madam President, are done to protect the patrimony, the heritage, the future generations of Trinidad and Tobago. Again, I've heard suggestions from the opposition here this evening that there's a great need to protect the heritage and the future of future generations of Trinidad and Tobago. So one again asks the question, and is right to ask the question, and the right-thinking citizens of Trinidad and Tobago and the independent members of the bench on the other side should ask themselves, well, why would you not want to include protection with respect to the disposal of state lands? Because, of course, state lands are a finite resource. State lands are not the resource of a government, but they're really of every citizen of Trinidad and Tobago. And as we know, and as I said, it being finite, there are limited amounts of state lands that can be disposed of. So why should there be any opposition with respect to the disposal of state lands, which is something that we had raised when we were in opposition, and it was blocked and it wasn't taken on. The suggestion was not, it found no fertile ground. And we come here now today, Madam President, to include it, and to include it as an amendment to the parent legislation to protect that heritage, that patrimony, the future generations of Trinidad and Tobago. So if we focus on bid rigging and we focused on the disposal of state lands, and we question as an independent people and as right-thinking citizens, why shouldn't people want this to be included in our legislation? I'd like to draw a few examples from some of the material that we've managed to uncover, unfortunately, that we're seeing and that has fallen on our laps to look at. And I'll use the example this afternoon, with your leave, Madam President, of some transactions we found and we unearthed, and that is of great concern to us, that will be passed on to the authorities. And it is with respect to the Chaguaramas Development Authority. Madam Speaker, unfortunately, the Chaguaramas Development Authority provides us with some good examples of exactly these two scourges on society. The first one is land grabbing. And there is on record and irrefutable land grabbing took place through the CDA at Chaguaramas in the year 2015, with peppercorn leases being given for very prime parcels of land that fall under the purview and authority of the CDA, Chaguaramas Development Authority. And just as an example to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago and how these state lands were disposed of, we found evidence of peppercorn leases being granted on the 2nd of September 2015, the 6th of September 2015, 22nd of May 2015, 18th of March 2015, 26th of August 2015. Persons would recognize that some of these dates were actually on the weekend before the general election, which was held on the 7th of September, which was a Monday. How could it be right that you're disposing of state lands at peppercorn rates and not at undervalued leases on the 6th of September, which I think the calendar reflects, Madam President, is the Sunday before elections? And we found approvals and leases being granted and executed on Sunday, the 6th of September 2015, with the CDA for very prime parcels of land in very unfavorable terms and what we would deem to be not value for money. Funnily enough, if we go back to the parent legislation, which is the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act, we will see, and I think it was pointed out again by Senator Mark, that for the first time we have a definition in this legislation of value for money. Value for money, Madam President, is defined as includes the value derived from the optimal balance of outcomes and input costs on the basis of the total cost of supply, maintenance, and sustainable use. And what we have uncovered and what has been confirmed by independent valuators is that the leases that were granted, some of these leases to which I've referred, were granted at great undervalues, despite there being on record values from independent valuators at the time. So one must question and one must ask for an explanation as to why this was done. One example that I will give here this evening, Madam President, through you, is that we found a particular instance where there's a lease rental of $1 being paid annually for 1.62 hectare-acres of land for the construction of a car park. So the persons to whom this land was granted by the CDA are only paying the CDA $1 per year for 1.6 hectare-acres of land. It gets worse, Madam President. The agreement goes on to state that the CDA will then pay to the persons to whom this lease has been granted $898,000 a month. So they're paying $1 a year for the land, but now the CDA must pay them almost $2 short of $900,000 a month, not per annum, for a car park that's to be built. When you look at it, and this was a 30-year lease granted, Madam President, 30-year lease at $898,000 a month, multiplied by 12 months for a year, the CDA is now to pay this entity $323,280,000 of taxpayers' money for exchange of a rent that they're paying to the CDA of $1 per year. So for $30 a year, we will pay them as taxpayers $323,280,000 for the return of $30 a year at a financial basis. When $1 a year multiplied by 30 years, $30. When one looks at the assumptions that were used to justify this, and their suggestion that no, you will make the money over time, it's a multi-story car park, the plans down in Chaguaramas, what the plans actually reflect are not supported of these figures. First of all, when you use the square footage, Madam President, you only come up with 742 vehicles being able to fit there. The assumption suggests that it's 1,500 vehicles. So less than half of the number of vehicles they use for their assumption can actually be fitted in the square footage that they expect to build. Of course, when you look at it further, and we've had this quantified by independent valuators, the amount that they estimated and they told the CDA it would cost to build the car park is actually overstated by $55 million. So all of their assumptions are wrong. There's overstatement of the valuations used, overstatement of the assumptions. Taxpayers must now pay $323.2 million over 30 years to these people for a return of $30. And they're telling Chaguaramas Development Authority that don't worry, 1,000 cars or 1,500 cars will park there on a daily basis, and that's how you will make back your money. When we discovered this, Madam Speaker, in our haste and in our effort to ensure that the taxpayers of Trinidad and Tobago were not fleeced or continuing fleece, we immediately instructed that these persons be told that this deal is not on. How could we as a responsible government coming upon these facts, and I speak to the independent bench and the right-thinking citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, when you're faced now with a situation of a peppercorn rent of 30 years at $30, and the CDA, which as you all know, the only revenue the CDA has is from rental, so you're getting a rental of $30 over 30 years, but you're being committed by the CDA to pay $323.2 million in return for a car park that they're saying will be utilized every day of the week to make back your money. Madam President, with the greatest of respect, that is undeniably, unarguably impossible to take place. So what we've said is this cannot proceed, this cannot go on. Madam Speaker, Madam President, unfortunately that is but one of the examples that we found. There are more. But I won't get into the further examples.
Could we, the noise level is rising. Please, could we listen to the Honorable Acting Attorney General in silence?
Thank you very much, Madam President. So this is why we as a government moved immediately to make amendments to the Public Procurement and Disposal of State Lands Act and Disposal of Public Property to include the disposal of state lands within the ambit when it had been resisted by my friends on the other side when they were in government. And I think the answer is a rhetoric one to the Honourable Senator to Senator Wade-Mark when he asks about the proclamation of the legislation. Unfortunately, it fell at deaf ears at a time when it could have saved the taxpayers of Trinidad and Tobago hundreds of millions of dollars, Madam President. The other matter that we found evidence of is with respect to bid rigging. Now, I was being asked a short while ago to explain bid rigging. We heard from Senator Small some of the examples he has experienced through his career, I assume the career in the public service, as well as your interaction whenever there's a procurement process, etc. It saddened me to listen to him and to know that it has only gotten worse, where we found evidence, for example, of what is supposed to be a competitive procurement process, Madam President, where four entities have come forward to enter what should be a competitive tendering process. And we found evidence that 2 out of those 4 entities, when you go behind the corporate veil, are actually owned by the same shareholders and on some occasions have the same directors. So they set it up that it appears as though there are 4 persons competing for whatever is the outcome of the procurement process. But in fact, it is not really 4 separate entities. And when we found instances of 10 contracts to be awarded, and out of the 10 contracts to be awarded, the same 4 entities have competed for all 10 contracts, with coincidentally, facetiously told. And of course, those entities, one of them comes in, as Senator Small has rightly identified, a few dollars or cents short of the engineer's estimate on one occasion. On the next occasion, that same entity is tens of millions of dollars above, and it just continues to go around in this rotational process. And then what we found is when we've now sent in and you talked about the value for money and the value audits, which are being conducted. So I can tell the persons of Trinidad and Tobago, we have a number of value audits taking place when on the face of it, the documentation looks to be contracts that were seriously overinflated. We found on those value audits, we have a great example of one that I give. Less than 1 kilometer of road, rural road, a contract awarded for 900 meters of rural road, Madam President, for $10 million. And of course, now when we send the value auditors in the form of quantity surveyors, engineers, auditors, etc., they're coming back and telling us exactly what we suspected. Pavilions that were paid $8 million paid, only $1.5 million worth of value of work done. So, Madam Speaker, what we propose with this legislation and these amendments here before this Senate is that these are some of the necessary elements that must be put into law and expressly placed in law to ensure that this does not happen again. And I sat here and I listened to some of the attacks on these very simple but effective and useful and necessary. I think Senator Mark wants to say something. You always say Hughes. So, Madam President, what we found is that the instances that we're uncovering, and unfortunately is not limited to Chaguaramas Development Authority alone, call for a very quick implementation of this public procurement legislation, but also unnecessarily so. What is being proposed by the Joint Select Committee, because it is a Joint Select Committee report, and we heard that only one person objected to the content of the report, another one from the opposition unfortunately did not participate, I'm told. What we're being told is that they, as the persons charged by this Parliament with the expertise of coming back to the Senate to say what are the necessary amendments to be made to the Parent Act of Public Procurement, Disposal of Public Property Act, they've come up with these amendments as being the necessary amendments that need to make it an effective new procurement regime. So as we sit here, I want the people of Trinidad and Tobago to understand that all of the hype that was made in 2014 when we debated this, and then it was assented to in early January 2015, and nothing became of the legislation. It is becoming very apparent, and it should become apparent to the independents and become apparent to anybody who's interested in the welfare of the future generations of Trinidad and Tobago, why this legislation was not proclaimed. If I may just touch briefly now, Madam President, on some of the proposed amendments to the Parent Act. What we start off with, as was pointed out by the Honourable Minister of Finance, What we start off with is at section 12, we're adding now to make it a cause for termination, that if a member of office is trading with the government without prior approval of the minister, he or she may be removed, and we define what it is. We mean by trading with the government the government, and it is for the purposes of this section, a member trades with the government if while holding office, he becomes a party to or is a partner in a firm or director or manager of a company which to his knowledge becomes a party to any contract with the government for or on behalf of the public service. I heard the Honourable Minister of Finance say, you never know, this may be a possibility. And again, I sat down crescent in my seat, and I stand here and rise to tell the nation of Trinidad and Tobago, through you, Madam President, that that is in fact a reality. We have found instances where the managing director of a state enterprise set up companies where he is the incorporator, he was initially the director, whilst being the managing director of the state enterprise, and his family now are the directors, and he was the shareholder and director of the state enterprise, and awarding contracts from the state enterprise through the procurement system of the state enterprise to his company that he then says is the family's. That person has now been removed from office. We have another instance, unfortunately, with a statutory body. I saw it reflected in the newspapers over the weekend, where we have the director of a statutory body who is answerable to the Statutory Authorities Commission being a participant, an active participant in incorporating a company. That statutory authority body now awards a contract to the entity that she's incorporated and she's a director of. And to make it worse, after they award the sponsorship contract, her signature and name are then reflected on the approval documents for the checks. If that isn't bad enough, Madam President, she has signed the checks herself for the entity. And when this is reported to the Statutory Authorities Commission, we're still waiting on them to take action, and we hope that they will. The action at this stage being suggested is to just suspend the person and allow a proper audit to take place. So, unfortunately, I rise here today, Madam President, to tell the Honourable Minister of Finance and the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago that this is a necessary amendment and it's not for hypotheticals. There's evidence of it actually taking place. We go on with some of the other proposed amendments, and it's really for the reports to be laid in the House and then to be referred immediately forthwith to a Public Accounts Committee. Of course, it still comes before both houses of the Parliament. And then we go to the challenging of proceedings and the suspension of procurement proceedings. And this is now at a proposal to Section 50 to add in a Section 50 subsection 3, which is suspend procurement proceedings, and if there's been a suspension of procurement proceedings, Madam President, once there's been an outcome of those investigations, it could be lifted and proceed as soon as possible. And then we go to the sections where we're now proposing a Public Procurement Review Board. And without taking up much more time, I think the Honourable Senator David Small articulated very eloquently exactly the reasons why such a review board are necessary in our opinion. We're happy that he supports it, and we know that it is being supported because it is what is right, and every right-thinking citizen would support the idea and the concept of a review board. And if we can just go briefly, Madam President, to the proposed Section 51A, the Public Procurement Review Board, hereafter referred to as the Review Board, is hereby established to review decisions made by the office. So it's a further review process of decisions made by the office in an inexpensive way as opposed to going to the High Court, but it can also be challenged in the High Court. And importantly, this is a specialist body that's being set up. So the Review Board shall comprise a retired judge who shall be chairman, a registered engineer with at least 10 years experience in matters relating to procurement, and a chartered accountant or quantity surveyor with at least 10 years experience in matters relating to procurement. Madam President, through the few examples, the handful of examples I've provided to the Senate here this evening, it can be immediately seen that the review board has been very, very carefully populated by those persons who would do exactly the type of work that's being conducted now. That value for work audit, the review of contract type of work through a retired judge, registered engineer, etc. Importantly, and this was missed out by Senator Mark, is 51C. It is not the minister, and in this case the Honourable Minister of Finance, who appoints the review board. 51C1 says the members of the review board shall be appointed by the President after consultation with the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition for a period of 3 years. So once again, a most unfortunate attempt to mislead the population, because now the review board are being appointed, Madam President, by the President after consultation with the Prime Minister and Leader of the Opposition, and anybody with any constitutional knowledge would know that is something that then falls within the President's discretion and is not susceptible to the politicians. It goes on to say how a member of the review board may resign by office, how the President may remove a member of the review board upon being satisfied of a number of things. And all it is the minister making regulations, because as we all know as legislators, Madam President, in instances such as this, it is really the minister who's in charge, but of course the minister is not going to draft the regulations himself. The minister will of course consult with the regulators and with those who are charged with the responsibility of procurement. Take that on board. It must then come through the cabinet process before it is laid in Parliament, subject to negative resolution. I think enough has been said about the justification for a review board. I think anyone with any knowledge and any experience in this area would immediately appreciate, Madam President, I respectfully say, the benefits that a review board brings. Anyone who's participated in a public procurement process will appreciate and understand that one of the things you want done is an expeditious process. But second, you want a transparent process. And thirdly, you want a fair and open process, which is what this review board seeks to do. I've already referred to, respectfully, Madam President, the proposed new 57A, and I cannot over or emphasize the need for this legislation to take hold of the disposal of state lands and to bring it under the ambit of this body. So what it says is, notwithstanding the State Lands Act and any other written law to the contrary, the minister may make regulations in respect of the disposal of A, state lands, B, real property owned by the government, C, real property owned by state-controlled enterprises, and D, real property owned by a statutory body, responsibility for which is assigned to a minister. If this was in place, Madam President, as it should have been, prior to September 7, 2015, the future generations of Trinidad and Tobago may have had more state assets to their names, peppercorn rents would not have been granted, and what appears to be on the face of it, wanton and dishonest corruption with respect to the disposal of prime state lands may have been prevented. So, Madam Speaker, Madam President, my apologies, these are some of the ills that we're seeking to correct. And these are some of the ills that we're looking to correct. And for the first time, looking to have bid rigging, and I wish that this bid rigging offense could have had retroactive ability in law all the way back. And and if I may, just in wrapping up, please, Madam President, I join with Senator Small when we talked about contract management. Aspects of big rigging is what I spoke about. The value for money audits, always necessary, unfortunately, after the fact, but now that we've worked in value for money into the legislation, it should provide guidance. Civil asset forfeiture, it would be remiss of me if I didn't use the opportunity to add to the call for civil asset forfeiture. This government intends to bring civil asset forfeiture legislation. We're hoping for the support, and I would like to put on record at this stage, Madam President, for the public of Trinidad and Tobago and every right-thinking citizen of Trinidad and Tobago to look on carefully when the civil asset forfeiture legislation is brought to Parliament. Look very carefully and make a note of who objects to civil asset forfeiture legislation. The only reason a person would object to civil asset forfeiture legislation is if they have something to hide. Furthermore, the type of civil asset forfeiture legislation that we're intending to bring is something called explain your wealth. If you're a public officer earning a salary of $50,000 to $60,000 a month, and you've built mansions in excess of tens and twenties of millions of dollars, you can be called upon once this legislation is in place to explain your wealth. And if the satisfactory explanation is not given, it will be forfeited to the state. So I put down the challenge and the gauntlet here, Madam President, through you. And I tell the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago that it is this government's intention to bring this type of far-reaching legislation as a serious tooth in the fight against corruption. And those who oppose it must tell the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago on what basis do you oppose it? Do you have something to hide? Are you fearful of the far-reaching effects of this type of legislation? E-procurement, the use of technology to fight corruption, 100% correct. It is a very, very important element. We are talking about it. We're talking about what we intend to introduce with respect to motor vehicles, driver's permits, etc., and the use of technology, again, to fight and combat corruption. Senator Small said, regulations on the sale of state lands is a big loophole that needs plugging. We agree with you and we endorse that, hence the reason it's before us. People living on the edge, those who need it, can really have it. Again, we join with that, and as I gave the experience, Madam President, through you, of those who are less fortunate that I see in the constituency, and then having seen state land being given away for $30 over 30 years, but the state must pay $323.2 million over the same 30-year period. Explanation should be given for that. So, Madam President, through you, I commend the Minister of Finance and those who supported these necessary amendments to the legislation on the Joint Select Committee. I tell the public of Trinidad and Tobago we will be coming with the civil asset forfeiture legislation, the explain your wealth provisions, and other pieces of legislation which we believe will help in the fight against corruption. Madam President, I support wholeheartedly, and I ask those who really believe in Trinidad and Tobago and who really have the future generations of Trinidad and Tobago and have their interest at heart to support this legislation. Why would you not support an overarching reach over the disposal of state lands, a review board, and the other simple but effective proposals and amendments that are before you here today? With those few words, Madam President, I take my seat.
Senator Munro. Before Senator Munro begins his presentation, I just want to indicate that he did seek my leave to use the lectern for his presentation.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam President, for having me come to this House to make a contribution as it relates to the bill and act to amend the public procurement and disposal of public assets. Madam President, I sat on this side and I listened to members on the bench opposite. And Madam President, I took copious notes of their contributions. The first contribution I will talk about is the contribution from the Honorable Minister of Finance. When the Honorable Minister of Finance was bringing forward his presentation, Madam President, what I gained specifically from his presentation is that he identifies several amendments to this Honorable House. He went through Amendment 1, he went through Amendment 2, 3, 4, 5. He spent more time at Amendment 6, and then he went through Amendment 7. Madam President, we on this side, we are very logical in our approach and the way in which we do and conduct debates, Madam President. After the Honourable Minister of Finance spoke about the appeal board, Madam President, in a run-up, like a relay, I expected the Honourable Acting Attorney General to come to this House to give justification to the Honourable Minister of Finance, Madam President. But instead, what I heard is popcorn. Was it rent? Peppercorn. All I heard was this peppercorn, and wasn't speaking specifically to the what? To the amendment number 6, Madam President. Madam President, what I realize is that there's some level of what? In my interpretation, the argument put forward by the Honourable Acting Attorney General was lacking in terms of support to the bill at hand, and the bill speaks specifically. It speaks specifically to an act to amend the Public Procurement and the Disposal of Public Property, Act 2015, Madam President. Furthermore, Madam President, what the Honourable Acting Attorney General came to this House and presented was a list of things that they plan to do, Madam President, and things that they plan to do to run this government, Madam President, without realizing that, which I'll come to, I'll come back to the popcorn in a while. I'll come back to the peppercorn in a while, Madam President. Right? Madam President, the act to amend the Public Procurement and Disposal of Property Act 2015, Madam President, Act number 1 of 2015, research has shown that a direct relationship exists between good legislation in public procurement and reduction in corruption and collusion within the procurement process, Madam President. Madam President, I expected the Acting Attorney General to come here with research work from different jurisprudence, different disciplines, and explain to us that relationship. But instead, he spoke about peppercorn to this Honourable House. No justification to item number 6, Madam President. Madam President, I can go further, Madam President, to say that in my research, I realized a number of countries that had proper procurement legislation could indicate that levels of corruption in those countries has been reduced because of good legislation. Some of these countries, not limited to, Madam President, I can talk about Nigeria because I have first-hand information. I can talk about Kenya, Madam President, Kenya. I can even go as far as what? Australia, as to the way in which they have input forward proper or good procurement legislation to achieve a reduction in corruption in those particular countries, Madam President. Madam President, I think members opposite need to be informed. In order to make good procurement legislation, you must know the process involved in the procurement process, the steps involved in the procurement process. And in those countries, Madam President, they identify 6 aspects in which corruption has been reduced. Aspect number 1, in the identification and in the analysis of project works, especially that relate to government projects and government distributions of projects. The second aspect, or the second stage, Madam President, deal particularly with the market profiling of the industry, in which they have to extract persons to deliver goods for service. Madam President, the third stage of the cycle, it deals with the RFP. And you know what that is, Madam President. I see you shaking your head. Good. The other aspect, Madam President, these were the market engagement strategies in the procurement process. And the final stage, it deals with the contract implementation to ensure that contracts are completed on time and within budget. Madam President, if one wants to speak about good procurement legislation, it should be noted that under the People's Partnership Government, headed by the Honorable Kamala Prasad-Bissessar, that this country was exposed to what is called good procurement legislation. Madam President, in keeping with international standards, the country knew or had in the parent legislation being put forward what constitutes good procurement legislation. In other words, Madam President, an act to amend the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act 2015. Today we are here. But why are we here today, Madam President? We're here today because of the achievements of the People's Partnership Government in bringing good legislation to this honorable House. Madam President, when you think about good procurement legislation, we need to go back a bit. Why we need to go back a bit? Because the other contributors, they spoke about the existing procurement legislation before us, right? And they said it was good. So I'm emphasizing why it is good. Madam President, once you have good procurement legislation, it means that the government had a focus on the concept of what you call good governance. The People's Partnership Government had a focus on what is good governance. Once you have good procurement legislation, it also indicates that the involvement of civil society was a part in the making of what you call good procurement legislation. And I heard other speakers on both sides, they spoke about value for money, the value for money proposition. And when you talk about public funds and spending of public funds, it is important to get value for money. Value for money means putting the right people in the right jobs, Madam President. It also means that there should be no square pegs in wrong holes, as well as you must have qualified persons within the procurement process. Madam President, there must be a major focus on accountability because we are dealing with public funds. And once you are dealing with public funds, it means that you need to be cautious as to the way in which you are effective and efficient in the execution of the final project, Madam President. Madam President, the People's Partnership was also focused in creating this good procurement legislation in the spirit of inclusion, such that local contractors will have an input in that they can develop their new skills, Madam President. There can be a transfer of knowledge from foreign companies to local companies, and it can also enhance new skills within the country. Madam President, the People's Partnership Government brought something to this House known as good procurement legislation because we put people first, Madam President. Because of good procurement regulation, it means that a country could embark on a path of growth, on a path of development, a path of employment, a path of stability, despite in an environment of decreasing oil and gas prices, Madam President. Madam President, once you have good procurement legislation, it means that money can be spent in a cost-effective and efficient manner. Thereby, Madam President, the children of this country, your children, Madam President, my children, the children of those persons opposite will also benefit because there will be reduction of waste and squandermania as a result of good procurement legislation. It means that households and firms will also benefit. And that is what the People's Partnership Government brought to this House, something called good legislation. Madam President, prior to 2015, there was no specific legislation to address good procurement legislation in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam President, history will have shown that there has been a number of iterations of the P&M in this country. There has been a number of iterations of different political parties but none of them had a vision to bring to this honorable house something known as good procurement legislation. The PNM didn't have good procurement legislation in mind, Madam President. They didn't have the good procurement legislation principles. They didn't know how to bring it to this honorable house, Madam President. Madam President, the PNM had no dream at that point in time of what good procurement legislation was. Madam President, I can go further to say that the PNM, they always make a statement, just in passing, in relation to public procurement, that the PNM is red and ready. Madam President, when the Honorable Kamala Prasad was running this country, she was red, she was white, and she was black. She was ready to serve everybody in Trinidad and Tobago. She was not only ready to serve only the red side, but the white side, the black side. Everybody was able to get good service as it relates to procurement and procurement legislation in Trinidad and Tobago. I'm coming to the peppercorn now, Madam President. I see you asking for it. Madam President.
Senator Munro, please take your seat. I am not asking for anything but for debates to be conducted according to the standing orders. So don't bring the presiding officer into the debate at all, and let's just move ahead, okay?
Okay, thank you, Madam President. I apologize for bringing you into debate. After 2010, Madam President, the country was amazed. The country was surprised as to what was unfolding, what you call the off-commission of report, Madam President. It is within that report that people were taken back as to the extent of corruption that existed in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam President, I remember the live broadcast on TV where a number of cases, more than a peppercorn, were identified with the off-commission, Madam President. Madam President, the country saw, under the off-commission report, Madam President, they show a number of discrepancies were highlighted. And among the things that were highlighted with the off-report, Madam President, is that the report showed that in Trinidad and Tobago there was no accountability in the reporting lines. Before good procurement regulations, there was no transparency in that decisions were made within closed doors as it relates to procurement and procurement regulations. There was no integrity in the process of procurement. There was no fairness. There was no value for money. There was no equity in the system within the procurement process, Madam President. And Madam President, there was no public confidence in the procurement system after the off-commission of inquiry, Madam President. Madam President, civil society called out for public procurement legislation to be enacted as a result of what happened, what went on prior to 2010, Madam President. In other words, the people in this country wanted good procurement regulations in order to move forward. Madam President, the off report identified a number of recommendations. One of the recommendations is that, recommendation number one, is that money assigned to public construction project should not be removed to other places. I'm not going to go into that detail because it identifies what happened with a number of institutions, more than peppercorn. They're actually moving monies and moving materials all through Trinidad and Tobago. The second recommendation of the off-commission is that the management must be experienced in the procurement process and the execution of project activity. They must be positive and proactive in order to have good results coming out of the procurement process. And the last report coming out of the off report is that there must be a reserve quota for local contractors, for consultants, in order to have an infant industry argument to exist in order to ensure that the skills and capabilities remain in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam President, once a country is on the road for development, they must engage the private sector to contribute towards the development of a country. And such contribution towards development comes about even better when you have good procurement regulations. In other words, Madam President, public money must be transferred from the public sector to the private sector in a cost-efficient and cost-effective manner such that we get value for money along the value chain within the procurement aspects. Madam President, under the People's Partnership Watch, what we saw little to no cost overruns in Trinidad and Tobago, Madam President. We saw that projects were completed within timelines. We saw, Madam President, I'm being disturbed on that side. Okay. Madam President.
Honorable Senators, could we listen to Senator Munro in silence, please?
Yeah, thank you for your protection, Madam President. Madam President, the quality of work delivered by contractors were up to local, regional, and international standards. Madam President, there was little to no environmental impact of the projects selected. In other words, the country got what you call good value for money. Madam President, I wonder if the amendments put forward by the Honourable Minister of Finance, especially Amendment number 6, would take into account the issue of transparency, would take into account the issue of efficiency in the public procurement process. I wonder if the amendment put forward would even put probity in the procurement process. That is the question we all need to get answers to tonight. Madam President, for a procurement process to work efficiently, we have something that is working. We have something that is working fine. Before us, we have good procurement legislation. And I'm asking the question whether the amendment put forward by the Honourable Minister of Finance at this point, Madam President, will it infringe on the rights of citizens? Will it be in violation to Section 4 of the Constitution? Will Amendment number 6, will it frustrate contractors with unnecessary bureaucracy? Will it penalize contractors for seeking redress? Will it put several levels of stoppages to development works? Will it complicate the judicial process? And my answer to this question is that the amendments put forward, I cannot see it addressing these particular issues, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, how does Amendment number 6, and I need explanation, will stop overpricing? How Amendment number 6 will prevent elements of collusion? How Amendment number 6 will bring transparency to the table, Mr. Vice President? How will Amendment number 6 remove the red tape in the system? In fact, I think it will add red tape in the system and will not lead to fast economic growth. If we consider a process where a contractor goes to the regulator, if a contractor goes to the regulator upholds the decision of the contractor. The contractor gets an appeal, a public appeal of the decision. And after getting the public appeal of the decision now, the review board comes in. And once the review board comes in now, the review board upholds the decision. It means that within the system, there are high levels of red tape. There's a high level of costs incurred by the contractor as they go through the process. In other words, it can even lead to the whole system, a system, Mr. Vice President, it can lead to a system whereby additional costs. So it acts as a disincentive to continue. The review board, Mr. Vice President, it also will indicate to me that there's a parallel system in operation. And once you have a parallel system in operation, it will mean that it will impact upon the confidence of the working of that body. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Thanks.
Senator Mahabir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President, for inviting me to join in this debate. Mr. Vice President, the Parent Act, Public procurement and disposal of public property was assented to on January the 14th, 2015. Today, we are amending this act, but it has not yet been proclaimed. We understand parts of it have been proclaimed, but it has not yet been proclaimed. And the implications, Mr. Vice President, there are implications. And if I may read from the introduction to this act, it says, that's the introduction to the Parent Act, an act to provide for public procurement and the retention and disposal of public property, and it goes on, the establishment of the Office of Procurement Regulation, the repeal of the Central Tenders Board Act, Chapter 7191. So that insofar, Mr. Vice President, as this current Public Procurement Act has not been fully proclaimed, the Central Tenders Board Act is still in force and remains the law of the land. And while we are waiting for the full proclamation, a year and a half has elapsed with the Central Tenders Board Act being the law of the land. And the query we have is, how long will it take for us to fully proclaim this piece of legislation? Because according to the Central Tenders Board Act, let us quote 20A1C. Notwithstanding the provisions of Section 21, the government may act on its own behalf where it enters into a contract with the National Insurance Property Development Company Limited or a company which is wholly owned by the state for the supply of articles or for the undertaking of works or services in connection therewith. What it means, Mr. Vice President, is that in the interregnum, in the interim, the Central Tenders Board Act is the guide for public procurement. And since we are in the process of repealing the Central Tenders Board Act, one imagines that the Central Tenders Board as an institution is not growing. It may be in decline. And there are certain exit clauses in Central Tenders Board which can be used by government to enter into procurement without the necessary oversight. And what we saw recently with the procurement of services for the recruitment of a police commissioner, which was approved by this Honorable Senate, is that the government did in fact invoke 20A1C with respect to bypassing regular tendering proceedings. And my concern, therefore, is this, and I'm sure the Minister of Finance shares the concern as well, that a year and a half has elapsed without proper regulation of tendering. And if we were to wait for an extended period of time, then we are talking about billions and billions of dollars worth of goods and services supplied to the state, which would escape public scrutiny. And Senator Small indicated in his earlier contribution that the quantum of procurement on an annual basis amounts to some 15 billion. I estimated it at a little bit less, but then I'm looking only at central government, Senator Small looking at the whole state apparatus. If in fact central government, and in the past, and I'm hoping the Minister of Finance will ask his officers to provide breakdowns of expenditures as they did in the past on wages and salaries, interest on the debt, goods and services purchases. So we get a broad figure from central government purchasing. If in fact annually we purchase some $8 billion at the level of central government only, for a year and a half, $12 billion of procurement would have been undertaken without scrutiny, because the Central Tenders Board, RAD, is largely ineffective. And if we were to wait for another year and a half, we are talking about $25 billion. And therefore, I share the concern of the Minister of Finance that we need to have this legislation enacted as soon as possible and proclaimed and operational. More on that a little bit later. But the issue for me, therefore, is that currently we do not have a proper regulatory mechanism for public procurement in Trinidad and Tobago. And that is unfortunate, Mr. Vice President, because when I look at Clause 4 of the Central Tenders Board Act of 1965, this country has had procurement regulation for 50 years. But I want to emphasize a point made repeatedly by Senator Shrikissoon on institutions. 50 years of experience in procurement. What does the Central Tenders Board do? What was it established in 1965 to do? It was established to act for the government in inviting. Let's see what the Central Tenders Board was supposed to do in inviting, considering, accepting or rejecting offers for the supply of articles or for the undertaking of works or any services in connection therewith necessary for carrying out the functions of the government or any of the statutory bodies. And B, to dispose of surplus or unserviceable articles belonging to the government or any of the statutory bodies. Disposal of public property. Procurement and disposal. And I want to reiterate a point that this country has a plethora of excellent laws. But what we have failed to do, Mr. Vice President, is really to build the institutions of the state, which the managers of the state, in their wisdom 50 years ago in 1965, saw it fit to introduce. And so we are on the way to dissolving the Central Tenders Board, and I'm sure the minister, in winding up, will let us know what the status of that organization is, and we are replacing it with an entity. And all I will hope for is that the institutional memory, the expertise that that board would have accumulated over the past half a century will not be lost. And in conclusion, I will explain why. But that is with respect to the Central Tenders Board. Let me, Mr. Vice President, focus on the amendments themselves. And the amendments proposed by the Honorable Minister are rather benign. I am in agreement with them in spirit. I do have some issues for recommendation only for him to consider with respect to rewriting. There is one concern I have, which I'm sure he will clarify. And with respect to the amendments, I focus on the amendments to Section 12 of the Act as amended. It says, for the purposes of this section, a member trades with the government if while holding office, he, and it says, becomes a party to or is a partner in a firm or a director or manager of a company which to his knowledge becomes a party to any contract with the government. Could we, Honorable Minister, through you, Mr. Vice President, simply say that for the purposes of this section, a member trades with the government if while holding office, he acquires a beneficial interest to any contract with the government for or on behalf of the public service. I mean, that's for the drafting people. And we eliminate about 22 words, and we simply put acquires a beneficial interest. But that is purely stylistic because it does not change the substance, Mr. Vice President, of what the minister is seeking approval for. However, there is an area of confusion, and the confusion is that it says, and I want to repeat this again, if, while holding office, he becomes a party to or is a partner in a firm or a director or manager of a company which to his knowledge becomes a party to any contract with the government. Now, I could understand that a member could be a partner in a firm and he's a member of the regulatory board, of the procurement board. I could understand he is a shareholder, but I do not see how the procurement regulator himself could be a manager of a company at the same time, because you see what it says, Mr. Vice President, is that for the purposes of this section, a member trades with the government if, while holding office, he becomes a party to. But when we look at Section 10 of the Parent Act, what it says is the following. The office shall be governed by a board which shall be appointed by the President after consultation with the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition, and shall comprise no less than 8 and no more than 11 members as follows. A, the procurement regulator, who shall be the chairman and who shall have at least 10 years experience. So the members, the procurement regulator himself is a member. And according to the amendment, for the purposes of this section, a member that includes the regulator himself trades with the government if while holding office he is a party to or is a partner or manager of a company. Now, I am sure the intent of the legislation is to allow for full disclosure, and you must seek the approval of the minister before you trade with the government. However, I cannot see how the procurement regulator himself could be, as a full-time position, also be a manager of a firm, which also requires full-time attention. So, because when we talk about member, the member here includes the regulator. So I'm sure the minister will clarify. I don't know if the minister has it in his opinion that the regulator can be a part-time regulator and that he could be a manager of a firm. He can be a manager of, if he gets the approval of the minister. Yeah.
Thank you very much. The way Clause 12 is worded, it says the president may remove a member from office. That's any member. So it's an omnibus clause and it's an omnibus amendment to cover any possible eventuality. That's the only reason.
Okay. But I'm looking, Mr. Vice President, at 2. You see, for a member trades with the government. If he's a manager, so I think I have gotten the assurance that the regulator himself cannot be a full-time manager elsewhere. Unlikely is not acceptable. It has to be, Mr. Vice President, that and I hope the minister will interrupt me again, that the regulator is a full-time job. He has a 7-year contract. It could be renewed. And I imagine he would be someone like the governor of a central bank. He's the regulator of an agency like that. And he has to perform his duties solely for the regulatory office of procurement. He cannot, with the approval of the minister, because you see, it's only if he doesn't have the approval of the minister, he cannot be a manager. But according to how it is written here, if he gets the approval of the minister, he could be a manager. So yes, again, I give way to the
Act, the wonderful Parent Act. And there's no requirement that he does not engage in any other business in the wonderful Parent Act. So I have taken your point under consideration, and at some point in the future, that can be an amendment. But I can assure you that this minister will not approve the regulator trading with the government.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. This, you see, this is the law. And when we are dealing with the law, there are these loopholes. And currently, Currently, Mr. Minister, I do have some expertise, as the minister has some expertise. I have some expertise in reading these things. And there is an opportunity now for the regulator to be a manager of an agency, as long as he gets the approval of the minister, and at the same time to be the regulator himself. And I think in this, let us, since we are not dealing with that, it may warrant some amendment in the future, because we could get a regulator who has a deal with some minister 30 years from now to say, well, you know, the law says as long as I get your approval, I could be the manager of my own firm, I could be the manager of a bank, and I could be the regulator at the same time. We don't want that. So, yes, so Honorable Mr. Vice President, Honorable Minister, I am glad to get the assurance from the Honorable Minister of Finance that while the law, in fact, does even with this amendment, does permit the regulator himself, the big man, to be a manager, a full-time employee elsewhere, in the spirit of the law, he is going to be full-time. And of course, it gives the opportunity to the members to have their occupations, their professions, and to be managers elsewhere with the approval of the minister. So that now that we have clarified that, I am hoping that at some time in the future we will tighten that up. We will tighten. Very well. Thank you, Honorable Minister of Finance. Let us, Mr. Vice President, again look at 51E as advanced. 51E as advanced by the Minister for amendment. It says under 51E, the President may remove a member of the review board from office upon being satisfied that the member, and we have the standard stock phrases, is declared to be bankrupt, is incapable of performing the duties and so on. And when I looked at the list of reasons for the removal of a member of the review board, I saw it is exactly, again, what exists in Section 12 of the Parent Act. Exactly. There is absolutely no change. Maybe it's the old schoolmaster coming out and me correcting essays and so on, but I am seeing in 51E and in Section 12 of the Parent the same thing. And I put it out to the Honorable Minister and to his drafting team, of course. Could we not say, in the interest of producing a very meticulously written laws, for consideration only, Honorable Minister, the President may remove a member of the review board from office for the same reasons outlined in Section 12, which pertain to the removal of a member from office. And I think as long as it is satisfactory to the drafting team, I don't see that it is, in fact, elegant for us to repeat from in Section 51E what is already contained in totality in Section 12 of the same Act. If, in fact, we were bringing a different piece of legislation for the review board, and it would have a different Act number, then, of course, one understands the relevance of 51E. But again, this is for the consideration of the minister. There is, if I may refer again to the Parent Act, Mr. Vice President, I want to read in the Parent Act, again, what I consider to be a bit of repetition. And if I may quote Section 17 of the Parent Act, a member of the board or a committee who has a direct or indirect interest in a matter under consideration by the board or committee shall disclose the fact of his interest at the earliest opportunity and shall not participate in the consideration of or vote on any question relating on the matter. But this to me means that this conflict of interest appears, Mr. Vice President and Honorable Minister, very similar to what you are intending in Section 12.2, where all these members must inform the minister. So in section 12, you are saying you have to inform the minister if you trade. And then in section 17, we are looking at now a conflict of interest, not necessarily trading with the government, but a conflict of interest in general between the matter that is before them and an interest they may have in a contract. I am just wondering whether we could look at 12 and 17 and merge them because they both refer to conflict of interest. One, conflict of interest with the government, others, conflict of interest in general. But that, again, is for the Honorable Minister to consider. Again, nothing substantive, only wording, but in order to tighten up the legislation and to make sure that there are no loopholes in there for anyone to exploit, I think I'd wish if the Minister could look at 17 and 12 together to see whether there is overlap and whether we could simply merge 17 and 12 together. Finally, with respect to the amendments, Mr. Vice President, I look at 51G. 51G, thank you. 51G says, a procuring entity or any other person who is entitled to be given an opportunity to make representations under section 51 or 51.1 may request the review board to review. Why don't we, Honorable Minister, say, may request that the review board review the order? It's more elegant. May request that the review board review the order. It's law. This is law. I have come, Mr. Vice President, to understand that in law, every word matters. And you don't use more words than you have to. And you don't use a to where you can strike it out and put in an and at that. So, Honorable Minister, again, I'd recommend, if you were to read 51G, after 51.1, you say, may request that the review board review the order or decision of the office made under section 54, purely for your drafting team to consider. Mr. Vice President, those are the old lecturing days coming out where you try to tighten up things to get them in order. It is going to be the law of the land. I see absolutely no harm in having a review board. I think because, you see, anyone who feels aggrieved before going to the high courts and spending monies there, which may or may not be returned, you do have an appeals process. We do have an opportunity to give an aggrieved person or someone who feels he has been wronged an opportunity without going through the legal system and clogging up the legal system, an opportunity to be heard so that he can seek redress in a least cost economical manner. And I support the position there. What the concern I have with the entire process, Mr. Vice President, is this. The Central Tenders Board is on its way out. We have 50 years of expertise lying there that we will lose. It is going to take quite a while, as hard as we try, to have this agency operational. I speak from experience, Mr. Vice President. In an early incarnation 20 years ago, I was chairman of the Public Utilities Commission that lost all its staff. When I inherited it in 1996, there was an executive director, an administrative assistant, a security guard, and I think a cleaner. And that was the Public Utilities Commission. Here was Dr. Mahabir at the time, charged with adjudicating a rate increase on industrial customers from by TN-Tech, and I had to appear before, of all people, the now sitting Attorney General of our country appeared before me in one of his first cases. It is not easy to operate in that environment where there is absolutely no functioning entity, and you must regulate, because the Public Utilities Commission was a regulatory arm, similar to this agency we are talking about, to regulate in the public interest. It took a year and a half to staff the agency, get individuals accurate with how an agency functions in that way. One simply does not go within Trinidad and Tobago, put out advertisements and say, we need people with experience in procurement regulation. You have to take brilliant people and train them and use the regional expertise, international expertise, to get them current with what the process is about. The regulation of public utilities is technical. It differs from electricity, telephone, and water. Similarly, the regulation of procurement is a very, very technical exercise. We are procuring things as small as uniforms for police officers, or we are procuring a highway, a huge mega project. All of these would require a different bit of expertise. And I therefore would support the amendments. I understand I've given some considerations for the drafting team to make the legislation a bit tighter so that we would be able to cover some of the gaps which currently exist. But it is very important. Having assented to this act in January the 14th, a year and a half later, we have wasted a year and a half. We are going to spend some time, maybe another year and a half, before this agency is really able to discharge its functions in the public interest so that the population, the taxpayers, will pay for goods and services procured by the government, something that is close to cost plus fair profit. This is what the function of the regulator is, so that the Minister of Finance, when he has to write a check to all the agencies selling goods and services to the government, knows that what he is writing represents the cost of service plus fair profit. And the regulator is going to ensure that this happens. And the lower amount we could spend on goods and services by fair pricing, Senator Small is right. The more we have to give to the poor and underprivileged and the needy in this country, resources which are getting scarcer and scarcer at this time. So we need this agency critically now to be running and functioning. And I am hoping that we use the expertise of the Central Tenders Board and really be committed to building up an institution in this country which has expertise and which is able, Mr. Vice President, to discharge its functions to the people at large. But there is another reason for expediting the proclamation of this act and the establishment of the agency. And that is, when we look at Section 20 of the Parent Act, and incidentally, Mr. Vice President, I want to express my gratitude to the Parliament staff for giving me a hard copy of the Parent Act. The reason is, just when I tried to access on the iPad the electronic version of this act, the iPad froze on me. So there is some benefit to good old-fashioned paper, and I will dutifully pass it on to a senator who has asked for it. This is the Parent Act. So again, gratitude to the Parliament staff for giving it to me in such a speedy manner. I want to refer to Section 20 of the Parent Act. According to Section 20, it says, the office shall, within 5 years of the date of assent of this act, establish a pension fund plan. So it is incumbent upon the minister he would be breaking the law if within 5 years we do not establish a pension fund plan. You would be breaking the law. No, okay, the minister will not be breaking the law. Somebody else will be breaking the law, because in January of 2020, 5 years, January the 15th, 2020, 5 years after this act has been assented to, by law, there has to be a pension fund. So if in fact there is no office, we would be all of us in violation of the law, because the law stipulates that by January the 15th, 2020, there must be a pension fund act. You cannot have a pension fund plan if you have no employees or if you have no one engaged in the agency. We have lost a year and a half. We have 3.5 years, therefore, to get everything in order. And this, therefore, means that we should now be working with the clock. And finally, Mr. Vice President, it states in the Parent Act that the cost of the regulatory body, the Procurement and Public Disposal Property Regulatory Agency, the cost of financing this agency will be a charge on the consolidated fund. Now, when a Minister of Finance is spending 62 billion and he's earning 38 billion, I am of the view that any extra charge on the consolidated fund ought to be looked at very, very carefully. While we will be approving the charge on the consolidated fund, I want to put for the recommendation of the Honourable Minister that the trend over the last decade has always been for regulatory agencies to finance themselves. A regulatory industry commission or public utilities commission, with which I have had familiarity because as a chairman there, as part of the license agreement for a telephone, water, electricity utility, you simply levy on them a certain small percentage of their annual revenue on an annual basis as a cess, which will be sent to the regulatory agency for its financing. So the regulated firms themselves are the ones responsible for financing the regulation of the industry. The same can be done for an SEC, for a Securities and Exchange Commission, where we levy a charge on all the firms, the brokers and so on in that business, so that they will finance the regulation of the securities industry. And for the recommendation of the minister, since I'd imagine we will have to be returning time and time again. After all, it was only yesterday I debated this particular act in the Parliament in the last session, and I am sure as we are now moving into the new regime of procurement, we will be looking at areas for amending further the legislation to make it more current with the environment. At some time, I'm putting it out for the minister as a matter of policy, whether a regulatory agency, such as the Procurement Regulatory Agency, should not also levy a charge on those who have won contracts with the state, so as a percentage of the contract to be sent to the Office of Procurement to finance the agency. And therefore, it will ease the burden that he will have or future ministers will have in financing this regulatory agency. What that does, Honorable Mr. Vice President, Honorable Minister, is that if the agency wishes to perform research in a number of complex areas so that you have a unique area of procurement of I don't know, military hardware or something like that, and you need expertise in the agency will not be starved for funds if the Minister of Finance is not able to finance it because of a tight budgetary constraint. But if the regulatory agency, with the permission of the Minister, of course, through their regulations, is able to levy a charge on all the contracts, the $8 billion or so, a fraction of a percent to be sent to the regulatory agency, and any surplus, of course, at the end of a year being sent to the consolidated fund, I think that may be a way in these difficult times for us to have a properly functioning agency that is fully funded by those who are seeking to do business with the state, and in that way we build the institutions as we go along. Mr. Vice President, I would just like to conclude by saying that I support the amendments. The minister, I know, has always given consideration to what I have said, has not always agreed with what I have said, but he always gives consideration, and I want to support the amendments, and I do hope that we establish this agency in less time. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Minister of Rural Development and Local Government.
Mr. Vice President, it's a pleasure for me to join this debate on an act to amend the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act 2015. Mr. Vice President, these amendments reflects proposals that the PNM made while it was in opposition when this bill was in committee stage in 2005. All these amendments were made by the now Honorable Minister of Finance.
And rejected by the independents at the time.
And you know there is something called destiny. So the very person who proposed the amendments as the opposition member of parliament for the constituency of Dhanayshar Northeast now has the responsibility. It is ironic. And I'll speak to Pastor Dottin there is a God. Because it only goes to show that what goes around comes around. So we now take this opportunity, Mr. Vice President, to include these amendments, almost verbatim, from what was proposed by the Honourable Member of Parliament for Dhanayshar Northeast into these amendments, which is now before this Honourable Senate for its consideration. This shows the commitment by which we stand. We are the same in opposition as we are in government. We do not flip-flop on policy, because policy is ubiquitous, and when you stand for something, you stand for it whether you're in opposition or whether you're in government. Mr. Vice President, these are very short amendments. Clause 1 is the bill cites the short title. Clause 2 defines the terms in the Act. Clause 3 establishes the fact of the regulator trading with the state. Clause 4 includes the forwarding of the reports of the procurement agency to the Public Accounts Committee. Clause 5 amends Section 50 of the Act to provide for the lifting of the suspension, which is just an administrative aspect. The most important part of this bill is really Clause 6, which has been dealt extensively by the Minister of Finance on the Public Procurement Review Board, and Clause 7 deal with the disposal of state lands. But Mr. Vice President, I just want to put a different spin on this piece of legislation. And Mr. Vice President, let me put this bill in context. Mr. Vice President, the world is changing. The world has changed. We are now in the 21st century. A century ago, it would have been 1916. World War I had already started. The Ottoman Empire was being broken up in Turkey and the formation of the new Middle East. But in the 21st century, in 2016, we are not talking about building empires, and we are not talking about changing geographic boundaries in the context of the nation state. But what the world is demanding is issues of governance. They have accepted the nation state as it is, with minor boundary changes over the last 40 or 50 years. But the world is now demanding more equitable distribution of income and development. The world is demanding eradication of poverty, and in particular, extreme poverty. It is demanding greater transparency and accountability. It is demanding an end to discrimination in all forms and fashion. It is demanding a new concept, not a new concept, but getting more ubiquitous in the world, something called the public interest, and not secular interest, and not the interest of specific families and dynasties and royal families. It is something called the public interest. The environmental agenda has come on the landscape. And most importantly, in the context of this debate, the world is demanding a reduction in, or possibly the elimination of state corruption. And in that context, I will go to a familiar document, which everybody is seized of, but I will just review it very shortly, is the Perception of Corruption Index. 167 countries. At the top, which is the least corrupt country in the world, is Denmark, followed by Finland, Sweden, New Zealand, Netherlands, Norway, Switzerland. Most of the Western European countries fall in the top group there. And to the bottom are what countries that border on failed states, like Somalia, Afghanistan, Sudan, South Sudan, Angola. Most of these are saddled with civil wars and what have you. Trinidad and Tobago ranks 72. We are just about in the middle. but we are a maturing democracy. And we have come from a tradition of the Westminster system. So on that principle only, I think we are ranked extremely low. And I just want to draw the attention of this Senate that countries that rank higher than Trinidad, ranking as high as 44, we are ranked 72, is Rwanda. Rwanda suffered genocide a decade and a half ago. They were virtually a failed state. That is an unkind statement. They are a failed state. All their institutions were destroyed. And look where Rwanda has rebounded. There are always articles on them on The Economist magazine, how they have transformed their governance structure to be the least corrupt on this index country in Africa. Ghana is ranked 56. The Prime Minister was on a visit to Ghana. Lesotho, which is a Bantustan in the heart of South Africa, that 2 decades ago was an extremely poor and a country without any administrative infrastructure at all, is now ranked 61st, and so on and so on. So there is the perception that Africa is a corrupt continent. But here we have significant improvement in the African continent with regards the corruption index. And I draw this point because I went to frequently asked questions on this. And here's what it says. Is the country or territory with the lowest score the world's most corrupt nation? And this is the answer. No. The CPI is an indicator of perception of public sector corruption. Public sector corruption. That is administrative and political corruption. It is not a verdict on the level of corruption of the entire nation or society, or of their policies, or of the activities of their private sector. So you may be rating low down on the perception of corruption index, but your private sector may be clean, because the private sector knows how to does its business. What we're dealing with here is state and state-sponsored corruption. And that is where legislation like this comes in. And I just want to make the point that as a political party, which I always have to say, the honor of which I have to chair, we in our manifesto, and I bring out my Bible again, is out of print, you can get it on the net, but it is here. And we were very, very particular in purporting a governance structure when we fought the election. And I quote from page 15. We will be introducing 3 basic pieces of legislation that, if implemented properly and proclaimed and effective and administered, will clearly improve us significantly from the 72nd position that we have on this list. And these are, and I quote from the manifesto, whistleblower legislation. The manifesto states, introduce as a priority whistleblower protection legislation to allow exposure of corrupt activities. As we speak, the whistleblower legislation has been drafted and is now before a joint select committee of this Parliament. And hopefully we will debate that in the coming months. Secondly, procurement reform. And I quote here again from the manifesto, Mr. Vice President. It's a little political because it's a political document. The UNC government has spent 5 years avoiding the implementation of a modern, transparent, fair, and equitable public procurement system. In its dying days, listen to this, in its dying days, merely as a public relation exercise, it has partially proclaimed certain sections of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act, which are just symbolic in nature and of no real effect. The PNM will waste no time addressing this very important issue. We will move swiftly to make the necessary improvements to the Procurement Act, the Public Procurement Act, in order to remove loopholes, limitations, and weaknesses that currently exist in the legislation, and in consultation with all stakeholders, establish and implement a realistic timetable for the full implementation of the Act. Public procurement, it is here before us today. We spoke about whistleblower. This is our first year, you know. We now approaching 9 months. We have whistleblower legislation drafted, and with a joint select committee, we are debating the amendments to the Procurement Act. And finally, campaign finance reform. As an urgent priority, and to put an end to the pernicious scourge of political investors, once and for all, the PNM will draft, enact, and implement appropriate campaign finance legislation, drawing on the experience of models successfully in use in developed countries such as the UK and the USA before the next general election. I am pleased to announce, and I see the Acting Attorney General has left for a while, but he had started this process. There was a forum on campaign finance reform held on the 18th of May and the 19th of May. Some of the senators were there. And we had resource personnel, in particular, Sir Eric Pickles, the chairman of the Conservative Party of Britain, member of Parliament of the United Kingdom and Great Britain and Northern Ireland. There were resource personnel from the Commonwealth Secretariat, from the UNDP, from the OAS, plus other agencies. So we have started the issue of campaign finance reform. We have brought the legislation on the procurement amendments, and we have the whistleblower legislation before our joint select committee. Because it is only with this tripod of legislation that you can deal with the issue of corruption and perceived corruption. A classic example came about when we had a seminar on campaign finance reform. And the key point was made, strangely enough, by the member for St. Augustine, the Honorable Prakash Ramada, former leader. The key word there is former leader of the COP. So, and what he said, Mr. Vice President, is that if companies or persons of means make contributions to political organization or assist in the financing of political campaign, nothing is fundamentally wrong with that based on the legislation. But where the population and the society watches you with a hawk eye, you finance my campaign, and they're watching to see how much contracts you get in after as a payoff or a perceived payout. But if you have proper procurement legislation, that accusation could no longer be leveled against you, because even though you finance a campaign and you get a state contract, you have gotten it with a very robust procedure that is enacted in law. So it makes the whole process of campaign financing reform better. Your procurement legislation in place, and in the event things untoward still occur, things underhand will always occur because we are human beings, and there's always the sense of corruption, probably, that you will have the whistleblower legislation, who will be the great equalizer there. So if people see things happening, they can always report it. So this is what we call the tripod of transparency and integrity in public affairs. And the word integrity in public affairs was coined by the Honorable founder of the People's National Movement, Dr. Eric Williams, and it is enshrined in the preamble of the Constitution of the People's National Movement. Integrity in public affairs. And that is the tripod in which we analyze the situation. Mr. Vice President, let me now go on to just make some rebuttals on what was said. I have quite a lot to make on Senator Mark, but I will start with the easy ones first. Senator Munro. I know that to laugh or to cry, you know. Because somehow I consider myself an intelligent person. And I have done exceedingly well academically. somehow that I can't follow you at all. I mean, you're just not cohesive. You don't have an ordered presentation, and you just move from point to point. So just like the Minister of Finance say, your sheet blank. All right. So I have no rebuttal. No. That is from the Attorney General. I made those points. Senator Munro, your sheet blank. All you said, good procurement legislation came from the Honorable Kamala Prasad Bisesa, and that's an oxymoron. So I say no more on that. But I guess if they appoint you in a temporary capacity more regularly, I will probably start to understand. Okay. Senator Mark raised a series of points. And he was misleading the Senate, Mr. Vice President, when he spoke about the review board. He said the purpose of the review board is for the minister to interfere with the procurement process. That is farthest from the truth. He didn't even read the amendment. The review board is appointed by the president. And we spoke about this in the SSA bill, you know. It's not appointed by the president on the advice of the cabinet, you know. It is appointed, the review board is appointed by the president at his own discretion in consultation with the prime minister and the leader of the opposition. So the appointment of the review board has absolutely nothing to do with the honorable minister. Okay, but obviously the staff has to be appointed somewhere in the public service. The president do not appoint staff. The parliament cannot appoint staff. We make legislation. You must have an administration. Okay, and that is where I come to the other point where he was talking about the negative resolution as different from positive resolution. And I want to warn the honorable senator. He is not here at this point in time. But the parliament has to understand that its prime responsibility is legislative.
That's right.
It is not administrative. We make the laws and we have to hand it over to other arms of the state for its implementation. Okay? And whether it is the Public Service Commission, is whether these special state agencies or institutions that we set up. But we cannot keep the child forever. We conceptualize the legal framework, we debate the legal framework, we pass the laws, but the implementation of the laws comes through the public service. It's something we have to affect. We cannot hold on to that. Okay? And you cannot say you don't trust this one, you don't trust that one, or you don't trust the other one. You have to have faith in your people. You have to have faith in the institutions that you have set up and let it run. And then you should have some form of recourse. The other thing is, he spoke about the review board having another layer of bureaucracy. And they were doing the same work of the procurement agency. Mr. Vice President, the key concept behind this is that, as the Minister of Finance indicated, the civil proceeding rules try to stay away from litigation. Okay? And what this review board will do, it will help the smaller contractors more than the larger contractors, you know. Because check all the precedent you have with litigation going to the court. It's NH, it's Hafiz Karamat, it's people who have means and resources that they could put in the $3 or $4 million to take a matter to the High Court and take it to the appeal court. But what we cost as a small contractor who tenders for a contract of, say, $500,000, sees something fishy happening, loses the contract, and he feels that he was treated unfairly. He goes to the procurement regulator, files his complaint at no cost. It takes him 21 days to get a response. I'm sure the tender award took more than 21 days. Most of these tenders take 3 months. Okay? So in 21 days, according to law, he can now get some recourse with the procurement regulator. And then if he's not pleased with that and the procurement regulator rules in favor of the procuring entity, he still has his own appeal court at no cost. He goes to the review board, and in 28 days, he can have justice. And if the review board, in its wisdom, because if you check the appointments of the review board, a judge, a quantity surveyor or an engineer of 10 years experience and an accountant of 10 years experience. And if the review board in its own judgment and its wisdom say, so you still don't have a case, he now has to say, well, listen, possibly I really do not have a case. And that is a process that is virtually free of charge. And a process that will take place in less than 2 months. What other system, I think I know of no legislation in the world can give you that type of recourse in terms of a quasi-judicial process in 2 months' time at absolutely no cost except the cost of preparing your case and submitting your documents and the travel expenses if you're coming from Penal to Port of Spain. That is assuming that the Office of the Procurement Regulator will be in Port of Spain. So, in that context, I think I will want to urge the opposition to rethink their position on that. And there's nothing sinister about the review board. Again, it was discussed at length at a joint select committee. And I didn't see my friend there, Mr. Wayne Sturge. I know you have a lot of briefs, but okay. So, but you were well represented by your other members, and the joint select committee, in its wisdom, adjudicated on the matter. Mr. Vice President, to continue, I just want to repeat 2 basic concepts that was covered by the Minister of Finance, but just for the sake of repetition, and you know, repetition brings greater clarity to issues. It's the whole concept of this legislation. And the concept of it is basically that the law as it now stands does not allow the court to review the procurement decision of state enterprises or similar body unless gross irrationality or fraud can be proven. Okay? And the court will not intervene unless what is called sufficient public law element in the process. And this is what we are providing now, public law. So that is what led the construction sector to call for procurement legislation, because this was the ruling in the NH construction and in the Hafiz Karamat construction matter. So it called the JCC and the construction sector and say, hey, the time is now ripe for procurement legislation. Okay? And the procurement legislation concept started in the administration of Patrick Manning. It went across into the administration of Kamla Prasad Bisesa, and it is now in the hands of the Keith Rowley administration for its implementation. And ladies and members of the Senate, through you, Mr. Vice President, implementation is what counts. And the second, and this bill here also, let me just make this point. This bill will now for the first time introduce public law element into the procurement process, where the procurement regulator will publish tender rules into the law books of Trinidad and Tobago. And the second concept I want to clear up here, not so much for honorable senators, but to the national community, is that the procurement regulator does not award contracts. And that, you know that I say I'm speaking to the general public, because there's the perception out there that this man will be the great distributor of contracts, and everybody should seek him if they want contracts. He has absolutely no power in the award of contracts. The award of contracts will still be under the domain of the procuring entity, whether it is Petrotrin, whether it is Udicot, whether it is NIPDEC, whether it is NIDCO, whether it is PSAEL, whether it is whatever state enterprise, or the ministries themselves through their own procurement system. He is a regulator. One level of regulations, and then a review board, and then if you want so desire, and if you have the resources, you can go to the High Court, the Appeal Court, and you could go to the Privy Council. So the system of governance is there. The challenge we face as a nation, through you, Mr. Vice President, and Senator Dhanayshar Mahabir said it quite succinctly, you know. We have some of the best structured laws in Trinidad, you know, okay? But how we implement it. The classic example of what we struggled to implement was the Children's Authority. That was passed into law many years ago. And it is only now starting to get some teeth, thanks to the work of people like Stephanie Daly and others. Okay, and we're now starting to get a feel that you have a working institution. And we have to be careful that we do not pass laws that are unimplementable. I want to go on record here today, Mr. Vice President, of saying that one of the most unimplementable pieces of legislation, I'm now responsible for it as the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, is the Dangerous Dogs Bill.
True.
Piloted and engineered by one former Attorney General, Anand Ramlogan. It is an unimplementable piece of legislation, but it is in the law books. I will try my best to see what I can do and to have it in effect. So the issue of the procurement regulator, as I said, he is not an awarder of contracts. He's just a regulator of the system. Now let me just deal very briefly with the issue of the review board. Mr. Vice President, the review board is a well thought out strategy and a well thought out administrative structure in this whole exercise. The members of the board shall be appointed by the President after consultation with the Prime Minister and Leader of the Opposition for a period of 3 years. I dealt with that already. It is not the type of appointments that the President does on the advice of the Cabinet. Okay, this is like appointing the Integrity Commission. And we have a serious President, we have a serious Prime Minister, and I assume we have a serious Leader of the Opposition. So I guess in that context, I expect some very good appointments to be made here. And Senator Mark spoke about the review board having no authority. The review board has authority because they are reviewing the decision of the procurement regulator. That is like the appeal court, and the procurement regulator is like the high court. Because upon completion of a review, the review board may A, confirm, vary, or overturn the decision of the office. The review board can confirm, vary, or overturn the decision of the office of the procurement regulator. And secondly, he can order the payment of costs as between the parties to be reviewed. So you have the system, the procurement regulator adjudicates, it goes to the review board, but what the review board says supersedes what the procurement regulator does. And the only person who can override the decision of the review board is the High Court of Trinidad and Tobago. So the legislation is extremely well put together. The amendments in particular, and I made the point that all these amendments were made in committee stage by the Honorable Member for Diego Martin Northeast when he was an opposition MP, and today he has the honor of piloting these amendments here in this Honorable House. And finally, Mr. Vice President, let us deal with Section 57. It states, notwithstanding the State Lands Act and any other written law to the contrary, the Minister may make regulation in respect of the disposal of state land, real property owned by the government, real property owned by state-controlled enterprises, and real property owned by statutory body with responsibility for which is assigned to a Minister of Government. Mr. Vice President, sometimes I don't really like to talk about this aspect because there's the perception out there that when corruption takes place, it comes through contract award. But some of the most significant acts of impropriety, and in particular in the last administration, occurred with the distribution of state lands. Look, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture is here, and hopefully if he speaks later in the debate, he can elaborate on it. And the disposal of state lands was never seen as something that the Parliament or even the Cabinet had oversight of. The hierarchy of the ownership of land in Trinidad is as follows. The largest landowner in Trinidad is the state, the original definition of the state. Then came Caroni Limited, 77,000 acres of land. When the PNM closed down the sugar industry, the lands of Caroni in the vesting order was vested with the state. And then the state revised its own legislation to appoint a commission of state lands. After the state, and let's just use Caroni in inverted commas, the state Caroni, the next largest landowner is a company called PSAEL, Paliseco Agricultural Enterprises Limited, the land managers of all the assets of the former Texaco, Tesoro, and Trintoc lands. And you'll be surprised to know the PSAEL now falls under the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government. I have asked for a report for all the land transactions over the last 5 years. And Minister Young told you what happened with the CDA, common attractions. What is happening with the PSAEL. But that is not for today. I come like Jack Warner. That is not for today. We'll deal with that at another point in time. PSAEL. CDA. Already dealt with by the Honorable Acting Attorney General. It became so obscene under the last administration, and Senator Samuel, you were there, and I don't want to cast aspersion, but the UNC licked their lips so much on state lands that for the first time in the history of Trinidad and Tobago since 1956 to present, they had a ministry entirely dedicated to lands. The minister was the member of parliament for La Hoqueta Talparo. I won't call him by name. Okay? Lands was always a part of the Ministry of Agriculture from since Dr. Williams in 1956, from since A.N.R. Robinson in 1986, from since Patrick Manning in 1991, from Basdev Pandey in 1995, again Patrick Manning in 2001. And then all of a sudden, SIS getting 30 acres, this one getting so much acres, 100 acres, and you will hear stories of how the state's asset was plundered to friends, families, and associates of the last administration. Land is wealth.
Belongs to the people.
And especially in a small island state, land is the ultimate wealth. When you go to the state of Montana in the United States of America and the state of Texas, a small ranch is 3,000 acres. Then I can say you have a small ranch, it's only 3,000 acres. True, okay? True. If you have 50 and 60,000 acres cattle ranches in Texas and Montana, we have a small island state, and land is the ultimate wealth. And when the state agencies play loose with the people's land, something is fundamentally wrong with the governance of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Vice President, this legislation will bring an end to that. This legislation will bring all the state enterprises in line. WASA has a lot of state assets. WASA has some lands down just before Westmoreland there, opposite Westmall. Yeah. They were, imagine two state agencies fight a court battle to say who owns the land, the Port of Spain City Corporation and WASA. Foolishness. Two state agencies in court spending state money to fight each other from the same exchequer account the money coming from, you know. Dr. all you ever say in these days, he just tell us, he say, massa cow, massa bull. What is the sense? Why should one state agency fight against the other state agency? Sit down and talk it through. You understand? Why do you go to litigation? The city of Port of Spain put WASA in court. It doesn't matter. I am telling you, no, this is a new administration. We are in the cabinet and we are dealing with things like that. Massa cow, massa bull. You cannot spend state money in an agency to fight against another state agency. All that foolishness will stop. Okay? PSAEL.
Senator, Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
5 minutes here. PSAEL Mr. Vice President. PSAEL, Petrotrin Lands, I've said that. Common attraction, stay tuned. You will hear more about that, just as how you heard from the CDA lands from the Honorable Attorney General. And Mr. Vice President, I now close very briefly because I think I wouldn't do this debate justice if I don't talk about these two things. Lack of procurement legislation. Stop billion-dollar deal. Rowley alerts President Kamuna to Beetham wastewater contract to SIS.
Did he have to be president about that?
Mr. Vice President, a contract was awarded after they did bid rigging, and they disqualified 14 out of the 17 contractors who were interested, most of them internationally reputable firms, to build a plant of that nature. The contract was awarded to SIS, who bid $400 million TT dollars more than the other contractor. Both of them had passed the technical qualification for the job. Let me speak to, if I could talk to Pastor Clive Dottin, because I like to hear you on the TV, you know, sir. Okay? And you just make some good points. But I want to bring this to your attention. I'm seeing you in the Senate here for the first time. A state agency, 2 contractors qualified for a job, and gives it to the contractor that bid $400 million TT dollars more than the other contractor. Today the contract has to be terminated.
And gone to Panama.
He has migrated to Panama.
No extradition treaty.
No extradition treaty in Panama. And we at a problem now. And you know what happened now? They cannot even get the water to Point Lisas, and Point Lisas, they did not even have a sales contract for the water with the Point Lisas Industrial Estate.
Yeah, and can't get the pipeline.
And the pipeline stranded somewhere in the Caroni Swamp. And they cannot even determine under the contract whether the pipeline should have been above ground or below ground.
On the road.
Good? All that is UNC, you know. All that is UNC. And the other contract I want to bring to the attention, just for the records, is the construction of the Motor Vehicle Authority building at Frederick Settlement in Caroni. Who is the contractor, Pastor Dottin? SIS. The same contractor who bid $400 million more and got it now. He gets the contract to build the Motor Vehicle Authority in Frederick. He was the highest bidder. The contract started at $45 million. And we are sure how much is completed at, but the talk is, well, we're still auditing the figures, it's over $400 million. It's a nice building, you know. If you go to Frederick Settlement, you see it. But for heaven's sake, $400 million for a simple square building, 5-story, a 45, originally carried for $45 million. Good? 10 times the price for Frederick. That is the wanton wastage that went on with the last administration, Mr. Vice President. No wonder that they didn't want to proclaim the legislation after they did what we call in the PNM manifesto a PR gimmick coming down to the end of the term to say that they passed procurement legislation. We are serious, as I said, we are serious because we have a tripod of legislation: campaign finance reform, whistleblower, and procurement legislation. Mr. Vice President, I think the resources of the country, and in particular the finances of the country, is now in safe hands. And I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to make this presentation.
Senator Ameen.
Mr. Vice President, I want to thank you for this opportunity to contribute to the debate on a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act 2015. Mr. Vice President, I want to begin by reminding the members of this House that in this country at this time, there is a certain amount of disdain and cynicism by the citizens based on the behavior of members of Parliament. Our present parliamentary system, by its very nature, is adversary, and the present political culture in our country is one where you see one side propose and the other side oppose. You see attack, attack, attack. You see attempts to build and you see attempts to break down. by people who each claim, and political parties who each claim, to be representing the best interests of the people of this country. Mr. Vice President, I listened to members on the other side. Perhaps because I don't want to suggest that they would deliberately mislead the House, I must assume that they did not have all the information when they speak half-truths. I listened to the acting Attorney General, and I congratulate him on acting in that esteemed position.
Confirm him, please.
I listened to what were half-truths uttered by him. I heard him making aspersions along political lines, and I heard him giving indications that when he spoke, and he spoke about procurement, he spoke about corruption and former administration and the former administration. And I am very sure that if the new acting Attorney General, a young aspiring politician who was newly elected in the last election, well, he's not well established. He is new to the elected politics. But I think he missed the opportunity, Mr. Vice President, to raise the level of debate on this bill. He missed the opportunity to bring to the table a holistic picture in terms of the steps that are required, or the steps that his own government plans to take in terms of your proposals, your legislative agenda, to deal not only with procurement, but accountability, maximizing state resources, improving efficiency, financial integrity, and good governance. And he failed in that aspect because he chose to use the opportunity rather to go into the attack behavior that many politicians feel that is all it is about. And Mr. Vice President, I want to say today something that I have always said in my time in public life, whether it is as a local government councillor or wherever I have served, that very often, for political purposes, members of one political party throw attacks at members of the other political party about corruption. But if you really intend to deal with corruption, we will remind ourselves that as much as any person who holds political office has any intent to participate in any corrupt behavior, whether it is procurement or any other area, the guardian of the state resources through the public service and other public officers who are not elected must also play a role somewhere along the line. And it speaks to the whole culture of corruption in our society. And when I hear a Minister of Works encouraging the public to come forward and give information if they know of licensing officers who are corrupt, or persons within the licensing department who are corrupt, you know, I shake my head. And I really, it is really such an empty utterance. Because the fact is that many people, many citizens, participate in corrupt practices because they see no other alternative. And by saying, well, come and tell me now, you would come and report it to me, really is not getting to the root of the problem. And the legislation that is in front of us, the bill that is in front of us, is in fact a product of progressive governance, of continuity, And we must take note of that. In the interest of the citizens of this nation, Mr. Vice President, all political parties somewhere along the line, even if they have opposing views, must acknowledge that the other party would have done some good along the way, even if you do not agree with them. The good things that were done under one political administration that benefited the people must be allowed to continue. Progressive governance, Mr. Vice President, would open a children's hospital built by a previous government and not punish the people of the country. Progressive governance would not put a halt to the development of Maracas Beach facility and jeopardize the health and well-being of bathers, of workers, of persons involved in trade, and provide a risk to the citizens. Mr. Vice President, good progressive governance, when an aquatic center is opened or tested out, and there is no mention of the vision that brought such a top-class facility to this country, coming from the former Prime Minister, Kamla Persad-Bissessar. And then I see government officials posting kudos to themselves via social media. And it's laughable. I mean, why put yourself in such a position for people to make fun of you?
He's a sumo wrestler.
I mean, the next thing you might do is put on swim trunks and jump in. I mean, when you have good things that are done by one government, the people of this country deserve to have those things continued. Another example is the Point Fortin Highway, where the people of this country are being punished. And I mentioned those projects, Mr. Vice President, to remind all of us, all members here, of the importance of continuity and progressive governance. Mr. Vice President, and for that reason, you know, I saw some parts of the Acting Attorney General's speech as, you know, equated to sort of a rubber talk. And I'm happy to hear that you mentioned a number of things that you intend to crack down on and break down on and so on. And if you want to give any warning, any meaningful warnings to politicians on corruption, I suggest you start in 1956. And you can come all the way up to one Alexander, very recently at $98 million of Trinidad and Tobago's money so far.
Still unoccupied.
And the building is still unoccupied. And perhaps the sitting Attorney General, perhaps the Acting Attorney General can ask the sitting Attorney General about procurement procedure when it comes to one Alexander. You know, so to hear the talk is just, you know, I trust that those who believe in you will not be disappointed.
Riverside versus
Mr. Vice President, Act 1 of 2015 is a result of careful planning and the political will of the People's Partnership to ensure that procurement legislation became a reality. The Minister of Local Government and Rural Development is quite right that a lot of work was done by technocrats under the previous PNM administration. And it was never brought to Parliament, and it never became a reality. When Kamla Persad-Bissessar became Prime Minister, Dr. Bod Tiwari eventually became the chairman of the committee, and the amongst the reports that were considered would have been the reports from the previous committee, the off-commission report, which was discussed in the public domain in a big way, the drafts that came from the technocrats, the legislators, and so on. And many of those reports and those drafts existed under the Patrick Manning administration, but they never were brought to Parliament. And in that regard, Mr. Minister, through you, Mr. Vice President, that previous PNM government failed. So all talk and no action really is just talk. Today, I hear the present government speak as though it is the light in darkness, as though they are coming to save Trinidad and Tobago by bringing these amendments. The fact is that the Parent Act, Act 1 of 2015, is a result of collaboration. And the fact is that as time progresses and as our country, our culture evolves, you will have need for amendments along the way. So if the government is truthful to itself and to the people of this country in its commitment to bring transparency and so on through procurement procedures, you would not have the need to make this or attempt to make this into some political game. Because the fact that we have come so far and the fact that we have had this legislation in 2015 is as a result of collaboration and the political will of the previous government under Kamla Persad-Bissessar. Mr. Vice President, I also took note of, during the contribution of the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, where he read excerpts of the manifesto, the PNM's manifesto, and quite frankly, Mr. Vice President, that manifesto is a public relations document. And it does have a political bias. You are correct, Minister. And I am saying political bias to be kind, but quite frankly, it can also be called propaganda. It can also be called masking untruths. It can also be called giving flowery language to things that really have no meaning. But I wonder if the members who spoke know of the record of the work of the last Joint Select Committee. That the last Joint Select Committee, which was chaired by Dr. Botiwari at the time, almost collapsed due to the non-attendance of two members of the then opposition. And those two members hold significant positions in the present government. And they are Mr. Faris Alwari, now Attorney General, and Dr. Keith Rowley, now Prime Minister. Those two members, at the time members of opposition, because of their lack of attendance, in fact caused the quorum of the committee to be changed. Oh, yes. There was cause for the quorum to be changed. With the spirit of democracy in mind, there was an approach to have a quorum always include at least one member of government, one member of opposition, and one member of the independent bench. And for a number of occasions when the committee met, they could not proceed because of the absence of those members. And I didn't hear mention that delayed the work of the committee significantly. So when the acting Attorney General mentions that it was only in 2015 the legislation was proclaimed, you should consider that that was part of the reason for the delay in the work of the committee. And you may want to talk to your boss about that. But the work that went into that 2015 Act 1 of 2015, when I hear members disagreeing or criticizing rather the work of the former government, the People's Partnership government, I also wish to remind the House, and for those who may not have known, that the previous Senate, the bill came to the report of the Joint Select Committee and so on, came to the Senate first. And the previous Senate deliberated for 2 days. A total, I understand, of 11 hours and 24 minutes of good time. And it was passed unanimously. A member of the opposition bench at that time is now the Attorney General, Faris Alwari. And I don't know why the acting Attorney General is banging his desk. It's not a compliment to the former Attorney General in any way, but the work of the collaboration and the eventual unanimous vote for the legislation at that time speaks volumes. When it went to the House of Representatives, the now Minister of Finance, then opposition MP, Imbert, now made Degomata Northeast, my apologies, made recommendations for amendments, and because those amendments were not included, the PNM, the opposition at that time, did not vote for it in the lower house. And Act 1 of 2015 became law anyway. But based on the history, there's obviously poor communication between the opposition in both houses. In one case, the opposition senators voting in favor, and in the lower house, perhaps politics getting the better of them to vote along political lines rather than in the interest of the country. And poor communication from the members of the Joint Select Committee, who were hardly there anyway, but who may have failed to communicate to the members of the lower house the work that would have gone in and the collaboration that, that the bill really was a product of. And even then, the opposition PNM's discomfort with the procurement legislation and the sources of the amendments is today still the one issue that even those in the public domain and members of the House presently have a lot of difference of opinion over, and that is the issue of a review board. Mr. Vice President, I noted that every member of the government who spoke so far spoke about the importance of the review and having this opportunity for persons to get another opinion. Mr. Vice President, I am reminded that not too long ago in this House, we had a debate on the SSA, and the opposition put forward numerous amendments, and the bulk of those amendments had to do with implementing a review committee or review body for the same purpose of accountability and giving the citizens an opportunity for protection. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, the very nature of the entire legislation taking the Parent Act into consideration, you are right, Mr. The Minister of Local Government, to remind the population that the procurement regulator does not issue contracts. For the benefit of the listening public, each state agency, each ministry will have their own procurement officer. And each procurement officer will submit regular reports to the regulator, the procurement regulator, for review and for their information. Where a dispute arises, the regulator is a review body. That is the first review. The review committee, as recommended in the amendments, is a duplication of that. And I hear the argument of the members of the government with regards to the review committee offering greater transparency and more opportunities for people to object or be fairly heard. And I wonder if you considered those same arguments when you brought the SSA amendments before this House. At present, because of the nature of our Parliament and where the majority vote went, that legislation that has serious impacts on people's privacy, people's basic or fundamental human rights, now has gone forward without the same review and accountability you talk about today. That is hypocrisy, Mr. Vice President.
Bang my head.
Mr. Vice President, Mr. Vice President, I really think that the review and the duplication I will speak about a little bit later, but one of the contentions is that you have the procurement regulator and you have between 9 or 12 persons who have a function and who have control of their staff and their operations. However, when you come to the review body, you have 3 persons, and it's clearly outlined here in the amendments, but they do not have charge over the operational aspect of their body. And that is a bone of contention, not only with us in the opposition, but even with persons in civil society who are concerned that the minister has the power to make regulations for operation of the review board.
Senator Ameen, proceed.
Yes.
Mr. Vice President, in accordance with Standing Order 14.5, I beg to move that the Senate continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand, inclusive of the matters on the adjournment.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the Senate continue to sit until completion of the business at hand, inclusive of matters on the adjournment. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The business of the Senate continues until completion of the business at hand.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, the fact that a minister, I want to just go right into where I stopped off there, Mr. Vice President. The Clause 6 of the bill of the presently before us, where the Public Procurement Review Board is established, where the appointment of members of the review board, first of all, I want to say that I feel that the establishment of this review board, which is a review to a review, because the procurement regulator by its very nature is a review body, it does add another layer of bureaucracy. And I also want to move to the other section. I have no objection to the composition of the review board if you must have a review board, but the appointment of the members, I also have no problem with that. I feel that just as the opposition made recommendations for instance, the director of the SSA to be appointed by the President in consultation with the Prime Minister and the Leader of Opposition, again, this is one of the ways where you insulate the officer from political influence, and that is what the opposition, this very principle is what the opposition brought forward when we made recommendations on the appointment of the director of the SSA. And I see you putting forward those same principles here now, ironically. So I am in agreement with that, but I also want to indicate that when it comes, the issue really comes to giving the minister the power over the operations of the board. And Mr. Minister of Local Government and Rural Development may have been a bit misguided when he spoke on the contribution of my colleague, Senator Wade Mark, where he mentioned his criticism on this particular issue. And I want to say that I do share the views of Senator Mark, and I will repeat them. So for clarity, I have members opposite as well as those from the public. The whole gist of getting this procurement regulator and a review body is to insulate the procurement process in all state agencies from political influence and other influences. Bringing a review body that is operationalized by, with respect to staffing, remuneration, funding, and operational matters by the minister defeats that purpose, Mr. Vice President. The independence of the organization comes into question, and I believe that there are a number of independent bodies that operate in our democracy where the remuneration, for example, is treated with, for example, by the Salary Reviews Commission, and that was mentioned by Senator Mark. The staffing could also be treated with either by the body itself or by the service commissions that deal with staffing of public agencies, and the appointment of staff could be treated with there. And the minister's only role, in my opinion, to insulate the organization from political interference, whether it is by this present minister or any minister in the future. The only role of the minister should be to provide funding, as is done by the annual budget, which is passed in Parliament. So I would like, that is my contention with this particular clause, and I think if the minister in the government is true to ensuring transparency and lack of political influence, you would reconsider that particular matter. Mr. Vice President, I want to speak to implementation. One of the speakers from the government bench mentioned that the Act 1 of 2015 was partially proclaimed, and I want to explain why. I want to explain that you yourself as a government will find yourself in the same position. Under the previous government, there was a consultant from UNDP working with the government with regards to putting the infrastructure in place to make this legislation reality. And it would be irresponsible of any government to proclaim legislation where the infrastructure does not exist. You open yourself up to litigation. You open up yourself. Yeah. You open yourself up to really rubbing your citizens the wrong way, denying them due process and so on. And for this reason, I want to say that I trust that this government will move with expediency in continuing to work, whether it is with the same consultant from the UNDP or any other mechanism, to ensure that the setting up of the infrastructure to make this procurement legislation a reality, to proclaim in a well-scheduled manner as the infrastructure is put in place, so that you will not necessarily wake up one morning and decide you're going to proclaim everything and then you can't implement it. So for the members on the other side who spoke about, who criticized the partial proclamation, I want to put on record that the People's Partnership, the previous government, was very serious about implementing this procurement legislation, and that is why the act was partially proclaimed, so that you could work and put things in place and then proclaim more of it and continue until it is fully proclaimed and fully implemented. To do otherwise would be irresponsible. Mr. Vice President, I want to mention my own experience in local government. I have had the privilege in my short life to work in the administrative side, to be an elected councillor and then to be the chairman of a regional corporation. And regional corporations are very reflective of other state agencies where poor procurement practices become rampant over time. And it is because of lack of governance structures. And there is a need for more accountability and so on, yes. And when I hear the present Minister of Local Government and Rural Development talk about moving local government more towards the THA model, his government may want to reconsider that, considering the hot water that THA is in over this very same procurement matters, over lack of accountability, over wastage. And throughout all of our state enterprises and all of our government ministries, a lot of the wastage that takes place, a lot of the corruption that could be mentioned, it takes place on a daily basis. And very often politicians over various administrations cannot get to the root of it in one term. So if you are serious about getting rid of corruption, about getting good governance practices and procurement in place, you would stop playing the political games and get down to work. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, as I close, I want to indicate the opposition's support for good governance. I want to indicate the UNC's support for greater accountability and transparency. But, Mr. President, we must balance that by not overburdening our system and our citizens with more and more useless bureaucracy. There are aspects of this that we are prepared to support, but there are some parts of it that I feel are just too burdensome. But I also want to see the government be very serious about the implementation of this act. Mr. Vice President, I want to thank you for this opportunity to contribute.
Senator Shrikissoon.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for granting me the privilege of entering into this very interesting debate at this late hour. I know it's going to be a later night, though. Sorry. But what I'd like to say today in context of procurement legislation, that is, or the amendment to the procurement legislation, I think it's at this point in time, it's very important and very timely and very relevant to the advancement of our country. But I also want to say this, and I'm saying this very guardedly by saying, if individuals in our country who occupy public office, who acts in the best interest of Trinidad and Tobago, procurement legislation would not be necessary. If leaders and individuals of our land who occupy public office act in the best interest of the country, procurement legislation would not be required. And as a citizen today, I am saying that I am burdened that the leaders and the governments and regimes of governance of our land has to spend time on legislation like this, when if we as individuals and leaders just act in the best interest of our country and discharge our responsibilities in line with the oath of office that we would have taken. And that is why I'm thinking that Trinidad and Tobago, although requiring procurement legislation, when we have to legislate on how public officers conduct themselves in public offices with public resources and public funds, I think we as a country really not advancing forward. And this is not only an issue with government and government officials, but every single individual of our land, whether in whatever capacity they serve, as an employee, as a lower level employee, as a manager, management, chairman of all state enterprises and institutions, should really undertake their responsibility and their discharge with a full obligation to the advancement of country, and not necessarily, and not at all themselves. So, Mr. Vice President, I'm saying today that the primary objective of any government is to manage the resources of a country in such a way to maximize, 1, social impact, and 2, sustainable economic development. And it is a government, whichever party they may come from at a particular point in time, is responsible for the national development of our country, and it is that group, or that governing group, who has the responsibility for the use and allocation of public resources. And today I would learn, as Senator Khan pointed out, that the issues of mismanagement of resources is not only resident in procurement, but also via the disposal of state lands. And because of that, I'm saying Trinidad and Tobago, there is a challenge before us, and we really need to address it, and address it quickly. So as a government embarks on a national agenda for the development of Trinidad and Tobago, I think this legislation is quite critical to it. Senator Khan also in his presentation pointed out that Trinidad and Tobago ranked 72nd in the corruption index, and I think it's out of 165 countries. And while he gave the rank, our score on that same index is 39, with the 0 being no corruption and 100 being, with 0 being totally corrupt and 100 being very clean. So we are closer to the 0 margin now in the first half, which is saying that as a nation, there is the perception that we are corrupt, and this is the world looking in at our country. And if you look at our score in 2012 and 2013 was just about 38. So over that period, we just moved 1 point, which is 39. So while it's an upward trend, we're still in an area of being viewed as very, very, very corrupt as a country. Now that report it represents the same findings of the report, the Global Competitiveness Report. And that's a report that I always refer to in this House. And it's very alarming that corruption is deemed as one of the most problematic factors in doing business in Trinidad and Tobago. Corruption is deemed as one of the most problematic factors, so much so it is number 2 in that report, second only to a poor work ethic. And not only in 2015 was that rank second, but it also gave a weighted average score of the respondents. And in 2007, that score was 13.2. Corrupt activity, or corruption as it affects doing business in Trinidad and Tobago. But by 2009, it was 9.1. So we saw in 2000, over that 3-year period, a reduction from 13.2 to 9.1. But by the time we hit 2014, that weighted score went to 18.4, almost a doubling. So we're seeing here at this point in time, as Trinidad and Tobago goes over time, our score on corruption, the way the world is viewing us, the way people are seeing business activities being conducted in Trinidad and Tobago is worsening. And I'm not a happy citizen of Trinidad and Tobago when I could stand here and say that and support it with statistics. So I must commend the current opposition, the last government, for at least bringing procurement legislation to this House. I must do so. And bringing it to the House signaled that they had great intentions for Trinidad and Tobago. However, they brought it at the end of their term. And it was at the end of their term that the corruption indices for Trinidad and Tobago was shooting through the roof. And therefore, while the intention was good, Trinidad and Tobago did not have the time to benefit from the legislation at that time. I would like to say to this administration, I am pleased as a citizen to see that you've brought it in your first year. And more so, and I stand to be corrected here, but before any real significant mega projects or projects are undertaken or disbursed. And that is why I'm saying, you know, although it's in the first year, it's 8 or 9 months into your office, but it's just before you would expend on capital projects. So once the Office of Procurement Regulations or Regulator could be operationalized, Trinidad and Tobago could actually start seeing the benefits of it quite early in your administration. So, and so the point here, having brought the legislation, is not only getting the legislation passed, but getting the legislation operationalized and implemented. So that's the goal here. From here forward, that is the way we're going forward. And I want to say this, that everyone knows that when I stand here to speak, I must say something about institutions. No matter what happens, I will speak on institutions. And I want to refer to that same report, the Global Competitiveness Report of 2015-2016, which ranked Trinidad and Tobago 89th in terms of our competitiveness. But one pillar that was used to arrive at that score is that of institutions, and our institutional score is 108. So while we are ranked 89th, our institutional ranking is 108, which because it's lower than 89, it's pulling our ranking downwards. And if we are to improve, which is the challenge I placed before the current government in my maiden contribution for budget debate, let us try and at least during a tenure, let's see if we could get Trinidad and Tobago into the first half, which is 72, and the first half of 70, and the upper, just before 72 in that ranking, and that will at least signal the right direction. And why am I saying this? Because when they measure institutions in our country, this is what they're looking at. And we have a ranking here. Diversion of public funds, that's a metric that's used to measure, institutions. Public trust in politicians. Irregular payments and bribes. Favoritism in decisions of government officials, wastefulness of government spending, efficiency of legal framework, and transparency of government policy making. So while these are being measured in terms of giving us our institutional ranking, I am seeing here that with the implementation of this procurement regulation, it can address directly the metrics that are being used to measure institutions. So once implemented, I can see that the institutional ranking of Trinidad and Tobago will improve, will increase, and therefore the overall competitiveness of our country will also increase. So I really want to say, because of that, and I know that Senator Gopi Schoon, Minister, in her last contribution did give a commitment to at least attempt to try and rebuild institutions. And just as Senator Khan was able to connect this legislation with his manifesto, I am saying, while I rise to speak on institutions a lot of times, this piece of legislation speaks directly to the possibility of improving the institutions of Trinidad and Tobago. And therefore, I have a great tendency, and I want to support the legislation that is before us, because I am seeing a direct correlation, direct impact with institutional strengthening and this piece of legislation. So now that I've placed that in the context, my contribution in that context, I just want to look at the amendments before us, and I will not be long because I know there's still speakers to come, but I just want to make this couple points. And Senator Mahabir in his contribution referred to his style as being the old schoolmaster and lecturer, and going through the legislation and pointing out what he may say is some areas that he wanted correction on, clarification could also be. And I too did the same, but I'm not the old schoolmaster. And so that although the approach might be similar, it's not because of our training. And just to put on the record here, given the amendment before us, I noticed on the Joint Select Committee report that the Honourable Minister referred to on page 5, it says the process for the removal of the procurement regulator in trading with government. And it's in its conclusion part of it, that point, it says, however, during its deliberations, the committee was satisfied that the provisions of the Parent Act was sufficiently addressed, so that the tribunal issue was removed. But just on a point to note, that clause 3 on the explanatory note of the bill says, clause 3 of the bill amends the act by inserting a new section to make provision for the president to establish a tribunal. So I'm seeing that there's probably an error here, and although it's on the explanatory notes, it should be corrected. Thank you. The second point that I want to raise, and it's very close to Senator Mahabir's point, almost overlapping, it is with respect to the removal from the review board. We've seen here that in an earlier piece of legislation, or an amendment, that special care and attention was used to prevent the regulator from trading with the government. And not only the regulator, but the regulator and any member of the board. In 51A of the amendment, which deals with the challenge proceedings, we've also formed a board or a group of 3 people. And in keeping with Senator Mahabir's thrust, I'm saying the same elements or the same conditions of appointing the board of the OPR, or the Office of Procurement Regulator, should apply to that same board, and therefore that members of that board should also be prevented from trading with the government. So that if we adopt Senator Mahabir's contribution or point, where we link the criteria for selection as well as dismissal, we would realize that the overlapping benefit is that all constituents of both boards would be subject to the same thing. And that will also tie in with my second point, which ties in with Senator Mahabir's own as well, on clause 17 of disclosure, so that the members of the review board will also be required to disclose their interest. So those are 2 areas that I would like to see strengthened and brought into the review board. Now, there's another part of this that really, I think, I understand that a piece of legislation before us may not be able to be foolproof in terms of 100% accurate. But it's just a point that I would like to note, and if at some point in time it could be addressed. Section 51G of the amendment says a procuring entity or any other person who is entitled to be given an opportunity to make representations may request the review board to review the order. It goes on to say that that anyone challenging or has a problem with the decision of the Office of the Regulator can do so within 21 days of the notice. And then the review board has 28 days to deal with that challenge. So that brings it down, that brings a total, let's just say worst case scenario, you have 21 days first and 28 days later bringing a decision or delaying a decision by some 49 days. But I just want to pay attention to 35(2) of the parent legislation, which says a procuring entity shall promptly notify each supplier or contractor who presented submissions of its decision to accept successful submissions at the end of the standstill period. And the standstill period means the period from the dispatch of notice as required by 35(2), during which a procuring entity cannot accept the successful submission and suppliers or contractors can challenge the decision. 35(4) of that says, well, the standstill period, to summarize, does not apply to projects of urgent public importance. So if a project is deemed as having urgent public importance, then the standstill period is not required to allow for greater efficiency and execution of the contract. But if a project is classified as urgent public importance, as at 3504, or urgent public interest, I should say, to be corrected, then we have a situation with the review board being notified with 21 days and taking 28 days to make a decision, which is 49. And then it has the possibility, if it is still being challenged, to go to the appeal court. And so the question that really boggled me when I read that was that if a project is deemed in terms of urgent public interest and challenged, then how are we going to respond if it goes all the way? And so as I saw that, I said I will say it and ask for consideration at some point in time if it could be addressed. So that's the third point. Then with respect to another point here, we're seeing under 51F, the minister may make regulations subject to the negative resolution of Parliament with respect to staffing, remuneration, funding, and other operational matters of the review board. And Senator Marks in some way addressed or raised an issue that I have a concern with. And it says here, the minister may make regulations subject to the negative resolution of Parliament. Subject of Parliament with respect to staffing and remuneration. Now, the Office of Procurement Regulator is an independent autonomous entity, and it says here, according to the Parent Act, it shall not be subject to direction or control of any other person or authority in the performance of its functions, but shall be accountable to the Parliament. And it also outlines the functions of the Office of Procurement Regulator. Now we're having a review board, and the review board can review the decision of the Office of the Procurement Regulator. And the minister has the power to be able to review or to be able to craft the regulations of this body that is really reviewing the initial one. Now, while I have a challenge with that, I still think that it could work, but if it was subjected to the affirmative resolution of Parliament rather than a negative resolution of Parliament. So that while the negative resolution of Parliament allows it to be laid in Parliament, the affirmative resolution allows it to be debated and allows Parliament, both houses, to engage in the process of just approving the regulations while the minister still has the responsibility or the capacity to craft the regulation. And I'm saying this in the context that when we had the presentations by Professor Stephen Hurst in January of this year, brought forward through the president of this honorable house and the speaker of the house, in his presentation, he says, over the past decade, there has been a substantial amount of research has shown that parliaments matter. It is now fully recognized that effective parliaments are a critical element of good governance and perform the essential functions of enacting legislation representing citizens and governments to account. The latter function, holding governments to account, is conducted through oversight. So I am saying here that if the regulation is crafted through the affirmative resolution of Parliament, then we would all be involved. And as Senator Khan said in his presentation, and I particularly liked it, he says the primary role of the Parliament is legislative. And therefore, if we marry the two concepts of oversight and a legislative objective, we would be able to at least affirm the regulations that the minister is proposing. And not this minister in person, but any minister who subsequently occupies the office at a later point in time. Any minister. So it has nothing to do with the gentleman, the minister who sits across me, to whom I have much respect and great relations with. Or for. This is respect, sorry. This is respect, sorry. Respect. I stand corrected. Respect. Respect. So this has nothing to do with the Honorable Minister in person, but in terms of strengthening the oversight and legislative capacity of the regulations that can be used to regulate this new board that is being proposed. Now, here's the challenge. I know that there's some that may disagree with my logic. And as Senator Kant sometimes tells me that, boy, Senator, you need to reconcile your logic. I just want to refer to the Parent Act here in this case. And it says here under the Parent Act, the minister may, 63(1) of the Parent Act, the minister may, on the recommendation of the office, make regulations to give effect to the provisions of this act, including regulations with respect to A, the conduct of challenge proceedings under Part 5, which is where the review board fits. But subsection 3 under 63 says, regulations under this section shall be subject to the affirmative resolution of Parliament. So the Parent Act is saying, with respect to challenge proceedings, these regulations, as crafted by the minister, shall be subjected to the affirmative resolution of Parliament. But here we're seeing in the amendment that the minister shall make regulations subject to the negative resolution of Parliament. And this regulation pertains to challenge proceedings, which is addressed in section 63. So I want to believe that there is, and I stand to be corrected because I know there are many experts in law in this house, right, that whether or not 51F is in contravention of the parent legislation. Just asking for that clarity, given that it says the conduct of challenge proceedings under Part 5 shall be subject to the affirmative resolution of Parliament, and this section falls under it. And also, in keeping with that affirmative resolution, I've also noted that in section 57 of the legislation, of the amendment, clause 57, it also says that notwithstanding the State Lands Act and any other written law to the contrary, the minister may make regulations. And point 2 under 57E, it also says subjected to the negative resolution of Parliament. Now, again, I would like to see it, if possible, be considered via an affirmative resolution. And when I looked at the proceedings as to what occurred at the Joint Select Committee, it says here, via the contribution, and this is the verbatim notes of Mr. Riley at that Joint Select Committee on, I think it was meeting 4. He says that the proposal that they would like, it says, notwithstanding the State Lands Act and other written law to the contrary, the disposal of the public property shall be subject to the regulations made under 63(1), which shall specify that each such disposal shall be subject to the negative approval. So he's saying here that the regulations are subjected to the affirmative, but the disposal negative. So he was saying this, and when I read it, I thought the same thing, and I said, well, I would have preferred to see affirmative rather than negative. And so in the summary on the Joint Select Committee on that day, in Appendix 2, they also said that the committee would consider the clause by saying the same exact thing, notwithstanding the State Lands Act and other written law to the contrary, the disposal of public property shall be subject to regulations made under 63(1), which is affirmative, which shall specify that each disposal shall be subject to the negative. And that I want to agree with, the wording of it. But in the Joint Select Committee on the 5th meeting, it says here, it indicated that the committee agreed to the amendments attached except with respect to this clause, and it says the regulations made under this section shall be subject to affirmative resolution of Parliament, and it goes on to say affirmative should be removed and replaced with negative. So it's saying here that at the Joint Select Committee level, a decision was made, although the recommendation, and I think it's quite good and quite strong in terms of strengthening the regulations for the affirmative, in the 5th meeting, that resolution was moved from positive to from affirmative to negative, and I was unable to find out the reason or the rationale why, because the Joint Select Committee notes did not permit me to do so. And in so doing, I would still like to see, until I'm so guided and informed, that I would like to see that this regulation still be made through the positive resolution of Parliament, as this would give both houses the opportunity to know exactly what the regulations are and our input into it, which will guide will guide the operations of the review board, and not just the minister being able to craft it and the Parliament not having an involvement for the purposes of oversight and stronger legislation. So with these comments, Mr. Vice President, I would just like to say, to recap, that we would like to see, I would like to see, in terms of the review board, the same conditions being attached to the regulator and members of the board of the Office of the Procurement Regulator also be the same of the review board. I would also like to say, or to repeat or to summarize, that I had a concern with projects that are deemed of urgent public interest, and ask that when a project is deemed of urgent public interest, should it go to the review board and should it go to the appeal, or should it be appealed, then what happens at that time? Should a country and its members or citizens be exposed to any element of discomfort or suffering during that time? And we know that if it goes to the appeal court, it will be quite a long time, as the minister was saying very early in his contribution, of the delays that could occur. No, what I'm saying, as you were saying when in your opening presentation, how the judicial system in this country delays, yes, when it goes to court, and right, when it goes to, yes. So should the project end up there through the appeal process, then what would happen to the projects that are deemed of urgent public interest? And last, on 2 points on the amendment 51F and 57, I would have preferred to see that the regulations of the minister be subjected to the affirmative resolution of Parliament rather than negative. But my comments here today are meant to just strengthen, if possible, the legislation and notify. And there was one more thing that I wanted to see that I forgot to see, and it pertains to amendment on which 51G, the parties to a review shall be. And it says here in 51G, the parties to a review shall be A, the person who requests the review, the relevant procuring entity, and such other person who has an interest. But if someone has an issue with the challenge, I'm saying more than likely it may be a company or an entity and not just a person, so that the parties to a review shall be, in my view, the person, company, or entity who requests the review. Because more than likely, especially in large projects or projects with a large dollar value, it will not just be a person, but it would be a company or entity. And a person may represent the company or entity. But 51A just talks about the person who requests the review. So if consideration could be given to the inclusion of company or entity, that would also be appreciated. 51J.A, the parties to a review shall be the person who requests the review. I'm asking, could replace the word person and use person or additional person, company, or entity that requests the review. Because of the dollar value of the project, more times than very often, it would be a company and not a person requesting the review. So with these few words and the opportunity to contribute, Mr. Vice President, I thank you for the time. And I know that my points, or that my contribution to this debate is just meant in an attempt, if possible, to strengthen the legislation and not oppose it in any way. I thank you.
Senator Creese.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I would like to begin my contribution with a quote from a recent book launch, and at the end of which I would give the date, place, name of the book, and of course the guest speaker from whom I'm quoting. It begins, "You will be amazed at the breadth of information and the shame we experience as a nation, even in Rowley's Crown of Thorns, where Kamla permitted the worst abuse in the history of our parliament. But what is frightening, Rona, is that the fall you have documented does not even contain a microcosm of the ills that have our society as it is today." The speech continues, "The ill-gotten wealth of politicians must be documented. The hatched plot to destroy the COP must be known. The plan to pauperize the East-West corridor is still to be exposed, and the urbanization of the UNC constituencies over other geographic spaces should not just remain in the minds of the knowers." And the final piece, "Rona's fall from grace is a bold and a brave step, and you must be applauded. No future is assured if our history is not clearly understood and documented. You embarked upon the path of assuring our future by giving us an understanding of our most recent history, and for that we must all be thankful. My only wish is that there would not be a fall from grace part 2, but a text with another title, such as A Savior Has Emerged, to complete what would be a trilogy in the writings of Rona Simone Baptiste," unquote. This is the book launch for Fall from Grace, which was the sequel to Kamla, A Scent of a Woman. The venue was Nallis on 21st of April 2016. I think it's a fitting start to my presentation because when Senator Small raised the issue about the question of the CEO, Chief Officer of the Procurement Agency, being involved in any other activity, and I think, or was it Senator Mahabir? Senator Mahabir, right. And we received the assurance from the Minister of Finance that under his watch, no such thing would happen. And I have no reason to doubt, cast any kind of aspersions on the Minister of Finance integrity. But the question still arises, what guarantees we have that he would be in office tomorrow, a week from now, a month from now, a year from now, all of the remaining 4 to 5 years of this present administration? But even more than that, who would be in office, which party would be in office at the end of this present administration's term? Because the legislation would still be in effect. And if our recent experience, especially this Parliament's recent experience with Clause 34, where assurances were given as to when action would be taken as per legislation passed by this esteemed House and the other place. And those assurances weren't kept. And the particular bill was passed and assented to. And then Clause 34. So I think it would be very remiss of us as parliamentarians, after such a shocking experience that embarrassed the state, that we should rely purely on assurances. That would really be negligence in public office to do that. And I say this not to impute anything against the Honourable Minister, but to deal with the realities of life. Any unfinished work of our parliament is simply that, unfinished work. And a job of this importance cannot be left to chance, lest there be another fall from grace. There was also a reference to the excesses exposed by the acting Attorney General with regard to the Shagaramas Development Authority. And I found the response of Senator Munro to be inappropriate, to say the least, in the sense that I found that it took away, in a cheap sort of manner, from the validity of what was being drawn to our attention by the acting Attorney General. $30 for some 300 million. $30 they would pay in rental fees for 30 years, in exchange for which they would access 300 million. And when you add to that information supplied in this very house, I think we might have been Minister Khan, with regard to what SIS was able to access from the previous administration through land arrangements as well, I think the response was most inappropriate. Because I think the acting Attorney General brought to our attention the makings of something we should all wrongly and soundly condemn, and be grateful for the present administration for the legislation they have brought to this House. And notwithstanding how we may wish to tweak some of the amendments, lest I be misunderstood, I have absolutely no objection to the legislation being proclaimed as swiftly as possible. With whatever flaws we may now seeing it, I think we should ensure that when we leave here tonight, that this legislation, whatever amendments we could work out for the night is true, should be on our law books. I say that because I've had the experience as a public servant with one Alexandria. I remember before the 2010 elections, working then in the Ministry of Local Government, the then Minister of Local Government was pilloried for non-occupation of one Alexandria for some 2.5 years of rents being paid and the building not being occupied. I retired, went on pre-retirement leave in 2013, effectively retiring, some 6 months or so later. And I note that when the elections took place in 2015, 5 years after, Minister Hazel Manning was hung out to dry for one Alexandria, that the building was still empty and unoccupied. So that the question of procurement is a critical one. And I don't know whether I am comfortable with the notion that if there were issues that took 3 years and then there was a change of government, whether these issues should have been allowed to drag out for 5 more years. So that in fairness to the present administration, again, bringing this legislation and straightening out the whole procurement scenario, I think, commendation is due to them, and that it should be the business of this House to finalize this thing tonight at all costs. But having said that, there was something I would have liked the Attorney General or any of the other ministers present to clarify for me, because I think, and I think I'm correct in citing Senator Small as expressing a concern as to whether small contractors, small operators would not be excluded or, pushed into the recesses because the legislation before us does not cater for the problems of size, the problems of emerging businessmen. And I remember at one stage there was the notion of fair share, good? And I think it was PNM administration that had put that on the agenda. And in looking at the substantive legislation, I was hoping that the Attorney General, if not any of the other two ministers present, would indicate whether Section 28 is really a reflection of the question of fair share, if that is what is implied there. And of the view there is need, perhaps, either by way of amendment or by way of policy statement, but I would prefer law rather than policy, that fair share be more specifically addressed. But Section 28, if I'm correct, a procuring entity may limit participation in procurement proceedings to promote local industry development and local content. So I'm taking this to be that kind of provision which allows the particular state entity or ministry to cater for that, for facilitating new entrants and smaller operators. And the other issue which I am a bit cloudy on is the question of evidence gathering. I think it was Senator Shrikissoon who was dealing with the question of the act being tight. And if the act is to be tight, I was wondering whether that legislation which was passed by this House recently, dealing with certain types of crime, and whether crime as described in this act would be subject to interventions by agencies like the SSA. Because we are talking here about the rape of the Treasury. We are talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. I think it was Minister Khan who pointed out to us that at Mosquito Creek, at the seawall, all those tons and tons of gravel weren't properly compressed and may have to be dug up and relayed. You're talking about a mile or two of what should have been the substructure of the new highway. Good? And from passing there, it's at least about 6 feet high. 6 feet of gravel to be dug up and relayed because it wasn't properly compacted. So we are talking here in these big contracts about millions of dollars if any hanky-panky, billions of dollars and any hanky-panky goes wrong. And therefore, whether we wouldn't want those powers we have now granted to the SSA to be available in tracking what may go wrong with tendering procedures and contracts and the ill-gotten gains from such contracts. So I am pleased with the offer made by the Acting Attorney General that the whole question of, what was the legislation you referred to? Oh, right, yeah. Forfeiture, good, is going to be coming, asset forfeiture, that people are going to have to explain why they have what they have. Because I remember for years, as a child, I used to watch Untouchables with Elliot Ness. And I always thought he was a bad cop in the sense of being, regular state police. It was years later I grew to understand that he was not that kind of a police, that actually he was an enforcement agent for the Inland Revenue Service. So that he was really going after people who couldn't explain their gains or who, given their obvious wealth, couldn't explain their source of income, or certainly wasn't paying taxes to Inland Revenue, whatever the source of their income. So that I look forward to that legislation because I see it as a partner legislation to this. If we are going to treat with this issue, we have to come at it from all angles. And that's why I quite frankly, I'm inclined to support it. And in that context, I draw the Vice President's attention to Section 40 of the substantive legislation, because I think it's at Section 40 the whistleblower implications are clearly outlined. And just for the record, if I can turn this here, Section 40 offers some amount of protection, I believe, to, yes, a person shall not be dismissed, suspended, demoted, disciplined, harassed, deemed denied a benefit, or otherwise negatively affected because A, he, acting in good faith and on the basis of a reasonable belief, has notified the Director of Public Prosecutions, the police, the Integrity Commission, or the office that his employer or any other person has contravened or is about to contravene this act. So this of itself is whistleblower legislation, because this offers protection to those who would squeal, to use an unfortunate term. But so that there is something on the current legislation which affords protection to those who would say what they see or what they heard or what they know of to the relevant authorities. So the legislation as it stands is not without substantive merit. The other thing I wanted to draw to the attention of the House was the broader issue of containing the potential for corruption. And this relates to ensuring that even within the existing entities, whether it be ministries, whether it be state departments, that we need to be assured that there are two kinds of audits. Yes, the conventional audit that the Auditor General does is important, but value for money audits, I think Senator Mahabir has consistently referred to that, needs to be a part of our standing operational procedures, process approach. Because as it stands, and I looked at the order paper, and it is very instructive. I want to quote here what is up for review by the Parliament. All right, supplemental order paper, 20th sitting, first session, 2015-2016, 11th Parliament, Tuesday, June 7, 2016 at 1:30 p.m. 6 papers. 15, the report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Penal-Debe Regional Corporation for the year ended September 30th, 2005. September 30th, 2005. That's almost 11 years ago. Now let me see if I can remember was the CEO at Penal-Debe around that time. Never worked there, sir. That's the first thing I check. Never worked there, sir. But it had me worried because I say, last time I worked at a corporation was 2008. 2008, I left Superior to go to the ministry as deputy PS. Good? So I have my eye out to see if anything coming from Superior from 2008 and before. But the thing about it is, I mean, this is ridiculous. Because whoever would appear before whatever committee, right? No, for 2005. I am sure whoever was the CEO then or the accountant then is no longer at Penal-Debe. Right? I'm not even sure if the chairman's still there. So, this cannot be effective oversight. Right? And if inside of that there are any improprieties discovered with regard to contract procedures, contract monitoring, contract, any contract activity whatsoever, 2005, this is now before the House today. I mean, the only thing worse than that would be a report coming from Samuel Labantil and Harvey Boris have to answer.
Looking behind you.
Oh, you see, you say I would not have said that. Because I left Samuel Labantil in 2002. But I'm sure if it was on the order paper for 2002, Mr. Boris would not come in. But we have to deal with this, because no amount of procurement legislation, if at the end of the day, the ultimate court of justice is the Parliament in any country. And if it's going to take 11 years for the Parliament to be able to act and intervene, I mean, the people seated here might not even relate to either party. Good? Given the average age of the senior ministers, they very well no longer be in office. So something has to be done in terms of how speedy, how quick information pertaining to the entities over which we have claim oversight arrives before this esteemed House. 11 years. If I had gone someplace abroad at some international parliamentary conference and cited this, the local press here would have said, Creese got a bad talk country abroad, and that could never be true. Good? So I'm going to frame this. Because it is true. I was given this in this house. I have it a soft copy on my laptop and so on. But I have the hard copy here. 11 years later, folks. And I raise this because this too is another reason why I have no choice but to support this legislation and make sure before I leave here tonight, something is in place. Because we can't wait on this house to do this. Because the other part of this is that when these things reach here, we note them and we put them aside. I have been here now quite a few months, and we have not, since I've arrived here, debated any of these, scrutinized any of these. Not a single one. Not a single one of these. So that for all the work that the Auditor General does, it ends up nowhere. So I have to say to my friends at the Auditor General, you know, you all ripping off the Treasury because you all are being paid. And nobody is listening. But what is even more worrisome is the message we are sending to the people who may be castigated in some of these reports. The message we are sending to them is fear not. All you have to worry about is the harsh looks and the cold looks that the Auditor General staff may give you the next time they come. Because they know you for who or what you are. But that's as far as it is going to go. You really don't have to worry about that fancy word, accountability, because there is nobody coming after you. But yes, there's this embarrassing report that's laid somewhere in a filing or the General Office in a cabinet there, collecting dust. Because since I've been here, there have been quite a few of these, and I've been looking to make sure none come up for Superior 2002 to 2008 or Savalabad in a prior era. But this is outrageous. And I think we should ask the Minister of Finance to look in, since the Auditor General in his broad ambit, to look into why is it taking so long for some of these reports to reach. Is the fault with the corporations in that they aren't completing their annual accounts on time? Good. And what steps must be taken to make sure they do that, if that's the cause of the problem? Or is it that the Auditor General has so much work to do and he's understaffed, and he in turn, or is it a combination of both? But whatever it is, no wonder we are at what on the corruption index? Good. We earn that place because we have no oversight capability. That's what this really says. So like I say, this adds my stock of reasons as to why this will be a long night. And this is the price that I'm going to have to pay for the salary for June month. This is the one we're going to all have to earn our keep. Finally, I want to share a short anecdote as to what happens when there is this lapse between oversight and the actual activity, and the challenges that face public servants daily. I remember signing a development program request for a market for $6 million as the CEO. And then ministry raised some queries and figure went up to $8 million. a year later. And in the conversation between ourselves, the Ministry and Ministry of Works, who had some oversight on the technical aspects, figure climbed to 10 million. And by the time I got to the ministry as Deputy Permanent Secretary, I saw a document passing through around 14 million. And I worked as supplier from 2002 to 2008. And by the time the contract was awarded, it was 56 million. Yeah, it's 56 million, talking about the superior market. So you can check your records. The figure came in at the end at 56 million. And the amusing anecdote with regard to that was that there was supposed to be a relocation site. And I got a call to be at the relocation site where we were going to relocate the market while the market was being built on its existing site. And the building, there was a building owned by the state, which was part of the process involved in setting up the court and rebuilding the Superior Court. So this structure was acquired so that the Superior Court could be relocated while the Superior Court is being rebuilt. Right? And if you think the timeline I give it Superior Market, impossible. Right? Stretched from 2002 to 2014 and so on. Superior Court still functions where it is. No work has started yet. And I went and made 6 years in the ministry. But to return to my substantive story, so we got permission to use that building as a relocation site. So I was called out to go and have a look at, a site visit to the Superior Market to see what it's like on a Sunday morning to make sure all the things in the brief are right. When I got there, I was told, well, listen, let's go across and have a look at the relocation site, which was just some 800 yards away. So we walked across the relocation site, and to my surprise, work was going on apace on this 3-story building. On each floor, work was happening. In the basement, work was happening. They were about to install a 16-foot wide steel stairwell to the mezzanine floor and so on of that building. And I was standing there, and the minister was a tall person too, and the ceiling was just 2 inches above my head, and I wondered, how does building get past in the first instance, boy? So first chance I got, I called the building inspector. What was happening here? He said, well, I thought it's all you doing that. I said, doing what? He said, he thought all you retrofitting the building because I know that is the relocation site. I said, no, we haven't okayed any such work. Right? The long and short of it was somebody ordered the contractor to start work. And the contractor started to work. What I neglected to tell the gentleman who ordered me to be there at the time I was acting PS was that the Friday evening after he had left, the head of the public service had called and said that a new PS, a substantive PS, was appointed and would be coming from the Wednesday. So when I discovered what I discovered on Sunday, I was a happy man. Good? I was introduced to the contractor. Good? And he was told in my presence to make sure, you're sending your bill. When you're finished, he said, well, he's finished by Monday. I was happy. He said, well, he's sending his bill on Tuesday. So when I got back to the office, I contacted the project manager, which was PSAEL, and asked them, they were the ones who sent in, and they said no. I said, okay, well, send me an estimate for the job, right? And the man was supposed to send in his bill. So the estimate arrived for $100,000, and the bill arrived for $990-something thousand. You see, a PS estimate is $1 million. So you see the relevance of all of this to procurement and the nonsense that goes on with procurement. So there, I presented the new PS when she arrived on Wednesday. It's an estimate to approach finance for $100,000 and a bill for the job completed for $1 million. And so my little short story ends. Good? So I'm saying this by way of saying, in all that we do, these are the gaps that we have to plug. And sometimes the problem is not the public servant, sometimes it is, sometimes it's the contractor, sometimes it isn't, sometimes it's a mix of all of that. Right? But that was how Superior Market was relocated. Of course, the bill was never paid. Right? The PS who arrived was a no-nonsense PS, that she never paid the bill.
Senator, you have 5 minutes.
Right? She never paid that bill. But I have advised as to what the bill for the market was. So $900 and something thousand, 56 million. I leave it to you to guess if the bill was paid. Okay? So we need to understand in all of this that we have to move quickly to get to a point where whatever happens tomorrow, we here could say that we put something in place that would ensure that these kinds of things do not happen again. And that, yes, there may be some I's for us to dot, but T's to be crossed, but we need to proceed quickly because there is much to be lost. And it would be remiss of me if I didn't, in closing, just take the opportunity to indicate to the public that, as far as I'm aware, there's no independent party. I do not know. I was told this the other morning. I came out of my garden too late to get the newspaper, and people were saying to me, people say all your former party, and it says, two small man. One is the chairman, and the next one is the chief whip. So I just want to assure this house that, you know, I'm not in any party, good? And I was even told that the party want to make sure they win, good? So they bring a pastor in to dot the I's and T's in the manifesto. Good? So I'm a little concerned. Let's see. A pastor has joined the ranks. I thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Solomon.
Deputy President, Vice President, I thank you for the opportunity to submit on this debate. I hadn't previously anticipated that I'd be speaking today, but I feel compelled following the vicious attacks made by the Acting Attorney General on the CDA. Myself being previously the chairman of the CDA, I feel compelled to defend and explain and perhaps elucidate on the allegations made against the CDA. Mr. Vice President, the CDA has the mandate to develop the lands of the Northwest Peninsula, 14,000 acres, and has the charge of making sure that we maximize the benefit of those lands for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Now, the CDA, in undergoing that, had a vision which was implemented, a strategic plan which was also implemented in conjunction with a number of experts, environmentalists, engineers, planners. And this was the first time since 1974, some 40-something years ago, when a strategic plan was actually implemented. So this was, the previous administrations had developed CDA by VAPs, There was no policy, there was no leasing policy, there was nothing in place to say how people got lands, how they inherited the lands, what structure was in place, leases. Some leases applied to certain people, some special leases applied to others. You found situations where there was grandfather leases where people were paying $2 a year in rent. And these were not being addressed whatsoever. They were not being addressed whatsoever. So just as an opening ambit, I wanted to explain to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and this august chamber what the CDA's mandate was and how the CDA went about implementing that mandate. So it was to move away from a dependency on the government, which had, by previous administrations, the CDA would just depend on subventions from the government to sustain itself. And a lot of the development, as I say, by VAPs. Now, if it is that our government, the partnership government, had to make this entity and other entities self-sustainable, move away from the dependence of the government giving the CDA and other entities money. And you had to use the assets of what you had, which was the land, in order to make the development happen. CDA itself did not get a large amount of money. I think it was $23 million for development projects. And I think that in 2015, from memory, and I'm a bit disadvantaged because I don't have the documents, was $50 million. So there was a situation where it was required that there was development happening. There was a number of projects aimed at diversification, tourism, creating job employment, creating profits for the tenants and for the people of Trinidad and Tobago over the short term, the medium term, and the long term, across all the stratas of society. You had the vendor booths on the boardwalk, where the small man, he can then start to ply his trade. And for the first time ever, you could get a shark and bake on the boardwalk in Chagaramas. And this developed jobs. Jobs were created by the development of the boardwalk. Then you had situations where there would be the boardwalk, which was initially a model, where it cost $6 million for phase one. As I said, the CDA had little money. And the model that was adopted by the CDA was that this would repay itself in 3 years by rentals to the small man through the vendor booths and create traffic that would come through the CDA. Now this would then repay itself within 3 years, thus keeping with the self-sustainable mandate which was under the Kamala Prasad Bisesa government. Now, I don't think that much of this had happened ever previously under the PNM administration. So this requires a bit of intellectual application, which clearly is lacking. Now, to come here in this chamber and start to make allegations of CDA land grabbers, $1 rent, shows that they on the other side are prepared to tell half the story in order to grab a headline.
Honorable Senators, Senators, I remind you that I'm on my feet, and the standing orders require that there be silence when I'm on my feet. Secondary to that, may we have some silence in the House while the honorable member is making his contribution.
I'm much obliged, Deputy President. Yes, I was talking about the joint venture agreement, and that the CDA would have to use its assets, namely its land, in order to attract investment, in order to succeed in development and implementing the strategic plan. Now, so a number of projects were put out in the public domain. People answered, investors answered, they showed interest. We went back, the CDA went back to 2008 for previous applications. A number of small, medium, and large-scale projects, starting with the small, which created the initial small traffic, and then it graduated to the more medium-sized enterprises, which then saw that when the traffic and the business started to thrive, and people began to recognize the boardwalk as a part now of the national activities of the country, they said, wow, this is a viable place. And for the first time ever, we attracted large-scale investment. Now, that is large-scale investment can go anywhere in the world. You have to give the investors an incentive to want to invest. Now, many things are working against the CDA. Its location, there's one way in, one way out. It had a history of failed projects and lack of governance. So it was a situation of courting the investors and selling the vision of the CDA of where this could go. Having succeeded in attracting these investments, the traffic was overwhelming. And I think it was well recognized in the public domain, not only as a result of the CDA, but people were coming to the CDA for what? They never came before, they were coming now because of the attractions. And what happened was, there was a lack of car park facilities. So in order to address the car park situation, CDA had no money. We had $23 million in capital development. We sought advice from independent consultants on how we could make this happen. We were committed to make 1,000 car park spaces to service the area, to ease that awful traffic congestion that was suffering the public. Also, the present car park was wholly unacceptable because it was just opposite the boardwalk. So people would cross from the boardwalk to go to the car park. And there were 3 terrible, almost fatal vehicular accidents. So it was an imperative need for the CDA to have this car park constructed. So we are faced with the dilemma. We have the land, but we don't have the finances, and we need to have the car park. Pricewaterhouse made a recommendation and said, okay, well, we can come up with a financing model where a developer would actually come and you lease the lands to the developer. And this is the part where we're not being told. $120 million was invested and committed to the financing and the developing and the building of that car park. And that would then produce 1,000 cars, I think 1,250 car park spaces. But I'm doing this from memory. Hopefully I will be able to have the documents at some point. And the rationale would be that yes, CDA would initially rent that for $1 for the development phase, and $120 million financed and a car park would be built. And CDA would operate the car park and then pay back that loan over the period and make a profit off of it. So it is a joint venture agreement. And after attaining the profit, and the profit was large, the opportunity cost for that land was $4.5 million. That means that CDA could have realized $4.5 million for it. But in fact, the actual profit forecast was $28.5 million. So the people of Trinidad and Tobago would not have lost money, but would have gained $28.5 million from that land.
Okay, Mr. Zobar, be quiet.
So to say that this is giving away the land for $1 is a complete misrepresentation of the truth. The first year that car park would have been operational, CDA would have had a revenue of $11.4 million. The first year. Not by me, not said by me, said by professional consultants who do this for a living. And we sought the advice on how this would work. CDA doesn't enter into things flippantly. The partnership did not enter into these kind of arrangements. It was to maximize the profits for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. By the second year, from memory, I think it was $14.3 million surplus revenue CDA would have gotten. Now, granted that we would have had to be, CDA would have had to been paying rent for that. Now, you can imagine that how quickly that $120 million loan would have been paid off. Now, what is the alternative? Do nothing, provide no facilities for the projects that are ongoing, have an intolerable traffic situation for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, let the land lie fallow, as it has been under previous administrations when absolutely nothing was done. Nothing was done. Deputy Vice President, you have to create jobs, create projects, create energy, vision, strategic plans, implement them, create investment. You need a plan. Those on the other side don't have a plan. So all they can do is criticize and propagandize and victimize and pretend as though that have thing in it. We'll come up with a plan. From what I understand, CDA has done nothing since they have been instituted. In fact, I've had reports that the entire peninsula is going downward. The boardwalk is dilapidated, the toilets aren't functioning, people are completely disenchanted.
Out of spite, just because it was working.
Now, this is the part that is so telling, is that, and once I was told, they are going to come and try and discredit what you have done. The good work of CDA is going to be discredited.
Point of order. 46-1.
Sit down. Take a seat, take a seat, take a seat, take a seat. On the point of order raised by the Honourable Minister of Finance, I am going to rule that it does have merit. I have been waiting for at least 2 more minutes because I was giving you 15 minutes into your contribution to really tie it into the bill that is before us. Understandably so, the Honourable Acting Attorney General would have raised this particular issue in his contribution. And as much as you're responding to that issue, what I'm hoping is that your entire contribution does not take on an argument regarding the CDA alone, because we're really dealing with a procurement bill and the amendment bill before us. So if you can respond to the comment that he's making in his contribution, but really bring it in regards to the amendment bill before us, then that would be best. So in regards to the point of order, I rule that it has merit, and to really, really tighten it up and bring it in.
I'm guided, Mr. Vice President. I am discussing the car park and the allegations that this car park and this land was rented for $1. And I am trying to explain to this august house and the people of Trinidad and Tobago the true nature of the arrangement was to the benefit of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And in fact, what would have been land worth $4.5 million, in fact, was going to be worth $28.5 million. And after the period, we would have had a situation where the CDA would have been generating $11.4 million to $14 million to $16 million a year in profits from nothing. The safety of the people crossing the road would have been solved, because now they would have had a safe place to park. It would have serviced the water park development, the boardwalk development, the vendor booths, the zip line. All of these was planned to be serviced by the said car park. In furtherance to the allegation made in relation to a number of leases that were purportedly executed near to the election time. Madam President, welcome back. There is a clear misunderstanding and misrepresentation, because what the Honorable Acting Attorney General is trying to make...
Point of order. 46.1. The member was given 2 minutes to return to the bill. 2 minutes have elapsed.
I'm responding to an allegation.
Senator Solomon, I have taken note of all that has transpired with your contribution. You need to bring back your contribution to what is before this chamber. Okay?
Madam President, there was an allegation that several contracts were executed.
Oh, have a seat, Senator Solomon. Have a seat. Senator Ameen. Thank you. Members on the government bench. Could I hear what Senator Solomon has to say? And I will rule on its relevance or not. Okay, Senator Solomon.
Much obliged. Madam President, there was an allegation of land grabbing and allegations that a number of leases were purportedly signed close to the election period, giving the nuance or the distinct impression that this was done in some sort of mad rush to seal deals before the election. An absolute misrepresentation of the truth, and the CDA categorically denies that this occurred. Leases do not appear overnight. These leases that are mentioned would have been negotiated and agreed upon and appointed up to a year prior to the actual execution, Madam President. And that is what I have to say to that. In terms of leases being done at peppercorn rent, which was a further allegation made, the only leases that were done at peppercorn rent was prior to the CDA, to our dispensation of the partnership government in CDA. We all know about Pier 1, where you have $14,000 a month paid in rent, and usage that is far exceeding that. So that is peppercorn rent.
So, Senator Solomon, I think you have answered. You've spent a lot of time on your contribution in dealing with what was stated before. It is now time for you to talk about what is before us.
Madam President, the review board I think my colleagues have dealt with the review board. I was here to deal with other matters, and therefore I rest. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Ramkissoon.
Thank you, Madam President. Laughter is good for the soul, I must say. So
we hear Senator Ramkissoon, please.
Thank you, Madam President. So we're going to talk about procurement and what is the purpose of procurement? To have public procurement legislation is to curb corruption. And we all know by this point that less corruption means more economic growth for our country. And when we think of procurement, Madam President, we think of 3 points: transparency, accountability, and value for money. These are 3 main points. And when we think of procurement, Madam President, that can be an engineer's best friend and also your worst nightmare. So when we speak about transparency, we speak about the allocation of resources. And it's a very key element where you want to have a full access to the project information, such as the procurement requirements, the rules, decision-making for the criteria on which you're going to choose. So it's a fair selection process you want for all. So then you speak about transparency, that's what you mean. When you speak about accountability, and that is when you involve persons at all the different stages of the process and you expect the signing authority to be upheld, and they will have consequences for your actions. When we speak of value for money, we speak of the achievement of the best combination of price and quality to meet the particular needs of the organization within an acceptable time. So, Madam President, procurement is simply about obtaining the right to enter into a business relationship for the delivery of goods and or services for a price during a particular period of time and at a particular predetermined quality and cost. Now, today's debate, Madam President, is about the amendments to the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Bill 2015. And we cannot ignore how procurement has evolved in Trinidad and Tobago from our independence. And it is noted in the Joint Select Committee report where recommendations were made on the Parent Act, which was not in the remit of the committee. And I do hope that those recommendations, as it was listed, will be considered. Because yes, it was not in the remit because we are dealing with the amendments, but it doesn't say that we don't look at it and consider it, because we always think about the best for our country. When we acknowledge people, is because they're the first in their class, they get an award. We always speak about the best foot forward. So we want to ensure that for our society, we look at every angle and we take it in consideration regardless of the time. And I really do hope it's not a race against time, that we do have the time to look at these particular issues raised and covered in the Joint Select Committee report that can be considered in the Parent Act. So I spoke about the evolution of the public procurement, and when you look at the Central Tenders Board's Ordinance Act, which governs ministries, regional and municipal corporations, and the THA, it also talks about the 14 stages of the procurement cycle. And this can be found in the Central Tenders Board booklet for information. And it's quite an interesting cycle where you have your scope of work, you go into your selection of your tenders, your bids, evaluation, the process. So it has 14 clear steps. Now, some entities, such as the statutory commissions, the authorities, and some corporations have power to establish their own tender rules without reference to the Parliament. It's also known that the companies incorporate under the Companies Act 1995, which was also amended in 1997, have the power to create their own tender rules, except the example Udicot and Educational Facilities Company have their right under this Companies Incorporated Act to make their own tender rules. So it shows in our history that we have a decentralization of our procurement in Trinidad and Tobago. So I feel this is why we as a country have decided to adopt a principal model, and we are talking about the centralization and the overarching of our procurement system. But this should be for both the public and private sector. But we are focusing today on the public sector, as we should know that the private sector is not shielded from corruption, Madam President. And I will discuss this a little later. So we know that an effective procurement regulatory system is made up of a comprehensive framework of rules, regulations, and policy guidelines, and public procurement processes. And after gaining some experience in serving on a Parliament committee, I noted that even though we have a history of procurement and we have acts in place, it was noted from public hearings on the Parliamentary Oversight Committee that ministries do not have, some ministries do not have procurement policies. And this was quite surprising for me to learn because you're dealing with public money. Ministries have to handle over $1 million projects and they are not held accountable for what's going through. And what was even more surprising, Madam President, is that there was no system in place in these ministries to look at value for money. And because when you looked at the function, or if you look at the structure of the ministries, you were noticing that they didn't have the job portfolio to handle such remits as value for money. You didn't see that they didn't have the sufficient staff to deal with handling such because of the large number of projects they may be going through on a monthly basis. So after learning this, I do hope that the regulations of this particular procurement bill, as I have noted that it has not been written yet, deals or addresses such concerns. Because it's quite interesting to know how we will intend to ensure that these ministries do have or are held accountable for what they are involved with. And we would like full compliance into the procurement policy. So, Madam President, it is the decision of the government to look at the amendments at this point. So, one of the main points that has been debated today is the inclusion of the review board as an additional independent body, which is to empower to provide effective resolutions to complaints, disputes by suppliers or contractors. The review board is comprised of a retired judge who will be the chairman, a registered engineer, and a chartered accountant or quantity surveyor with at least 10 years experience in matters related to procurement. Now, I am one of these senators who always speak of using our local talent, always looking at using our specialized skill sets within our country. And it was noted when I read of the retired judge, it reminded me of a present situation that I was briefed on. And when we're looking at retired workers, we always encourage senior citizens to continue to contribute to the wealth of our country. We want to hear your experience, we want to know what you've been through so we can learn from your lessons. And I never really think of retirees going into full-time jobs because we as a country have decided 60 is the age that you would retire. And there's a reason we probably chose 60 and not 30, and there have to be reasons. So when I heard of an incident that was happening in the state enterprises where retirees were given 2 years contracts, but all other new contracts were given 6 months, I couldn't understand the logic. So I was wondering if this new system is now an indirect way of saying that we're going to look at retirement age and change it from 60 to something else. Because I could not understand that logic. You're giving a retiree who you're saying we're not out because it's part of affecting succession planning on your companies. But as just a side note, as I was thinking about it and I heard this incident, and if anyone has enlightenment on this topic, it definitely would be invited because enlightenment is always a good thing. So I looked at the amendment to include the review board, and from my research, and I even requested the assistance of the Parliament to assist in the research on which countries had such review board and also a procurement regulator office. And from their research and my research, we were only able to find one country, which was Kenya, and Kenya was the only country that had both. Now, if any other member of Parliament has more information to say there's another country I open such. But Kenya was my case study, Madam President, to look at how when we want to introduce this new review board and we want to have the procurement regulator. So let's look at a case study which already has that. So Kenya has introduced this in 2015, which was only last year. So I decided to look at it and see, okay, why would we consider Kenya? So I looked a little closer at Kenya. Now, Madam President, Kenya is 44 times our population size. So they have approximately 44.35 million persons, which is a little difference. And then I looked at the Transparency International Corruption Perception Index 2015, and you can find that information on the transparency.org website. And the Corruption Perception Index for 2015 showed that Trinidad and Tobago and other senators referred to today scored 39, which means that 0 is highly corrupted and 100 is very clean. So if we are 39, we're very close to the very corrupted stage. And we ranked as 72nd country of the 168 countries that were looked at in 2015. So I said, okay, in this case study, we looked at that. So let's look at Kenya. Kenya was seen to be worse than Trinidad and Tobago in corruption, and they ranked as a score of 25, where 0 again is very corrupted. And they ranked 139th of the 168 countries. So I said, okay, well, they are more corrupted than us. Let's look again at the actual Kenya bill, procurement bill. So I looked at the review board, and their review board was asking to comprise of 15 members who shall be appointed by the Cabinet Secretary, taking into account the regional balance and gender. So there were some differences because they asked 3 from law and they asked for some arbitrators to be on the particular review board. So then I looked at the procurement regulator. And there was one particular section that I really liked, Madam President, in the Kenya 2015 legislation. And I would like to share with all. It was on Section 9. One of the functions of the authority shall be, subsection M, create a central or database that includes 1, complaints made on procuring entities, 2, a record of those prohibited from participating in tenders or those debarred, 3, market prices of goods, services, and works, and 4, benchmark prices. And I felt this was very important because you know you're learning from your lessons then. So you have a case where a contractor has done poor work or they have done disjustice. This goes into a database and all businesses throughout Trinidad and Tobago will know of that particular case and they can learn from it. And they themselves can learn from it and correct and try to build their reputation. But I thought this was very important and I did not see it included in our legislation. So I don't know if there's a particular reason for that. But Madam President, I must say also, after looking at the case study and listing what I have listed, and only knowing that 1 year has passed, it doesn't really give you or any person enough data to say if this review board is good or is going to be a success or is going to fail. If there's not enough reviews online or locally or in Kenya that can say that this works. So we all can agree that we want an independent route of appeal. That is important that any administrative penalty system where decisions are made by public officials carries with it the necessary protections for any person or any business serving with a penalty notice. So you want fairness for all. You want an area where when you have been given a notice of penalty, you can appeal it. Having access to an effective and a quick appeal route is an absolute necessity when referring to administrative financial penalties. Where mistakes occur, we are entitled to complain and to have mistakes resolved with minimum difficulty and short period of resolution. So it holds the regulators accountable for the imposition of an administration sanction and ensure that regulators follow their own enforcement policies and procedures when imposing sanctions. So it's quite important to note, yes, we want this, but is this the way we want to go? And I did a very interesting course at the University of the West Indies. I did my master's there, and they had a very nice program on procurement management, logistics, and contracting. And this is offered in the Faculty of Civil Engineering. And when I was there, they were speaking of alternatives. And I always liked, when I stand here, to give another idea. I always like to give something new. It could be agreed on, but it will definitely invoke critical thinking if this can work or this cannot work. So I stand to share with all an alternative to the review board that exists within our present law system. So it's already set up. And it can be served to audit the procurement regulator. And that is the Tobago Transparency Institute, which was formed in 1998 and registered under the Tobago Companies Act, 1995. And it's governed by a board of directors dedicated to increasing transparency, accountability, and curbing both international and national corruption. And I'm saying that this can be an option that we could explore, where the TTI should closely monitor the procurement regulator under this legislation to ensure transparency and accountability as a duty of interest to the public. And this is already set up, so we don't have to go about in setting up the review board and getting persons and these things like that. So it could be an option to look at. If it can work, I'm not sure. This is where the ministry can do their evaluation. I want to speak about the amendment section 24.4, which speaks about the amendment to passing the regulators' reports to Parliament and then passing it to after being laid to Parliament, it goes to the PAC. I have no issue with this, as the regulator is appointed by the President in his own discretion and reports only to Parliament. So I have no concern with that as being a means. And we want to have an audit of the procurement regulator to reduce the risk of having a corrupt regulator. That's why we would want to do that. We want to make sure that he's not expected to have political influence or any sort of thing. So that's what we want to prevent. So again, we must always learn from our country's history. That's why we're here. That's why we have a history, and we are very proud of our history. So if we look at our Central Tenders Board Cost Accounting Unit, which was set up to monitor them, and we learned that it failed. And we can learn now from the lessons learned from that particular Central Tenders Board Cost Accounting Unit, that we do not repeat such when we're trying to have the success of the procurement regulator. But we need to be, and one of the reasons we can ensure that it is successful from learning from a lesson is that the public needs to be aware of the guidelines and procedures and regulations prepared by the procurement regulator to ensure operationalization, accountability, and transparency. Now, we are giving a lot of responsibility to the Office of the Procurement Regulator. And as he or she has to look at merit contracts, emergency work contracts, all different selection process. So I do support Senator Shrikissoon's points on when you're bringing the regulations to Parliament, we should be able to debate it in both houses and then pass it. It shouldn't just be left like that. So I do support that point. Now, after sharing on the TTI, yes, I do have one concern in relation to the review board. And my concern is as per section 5011. And this might be a known comment that came up before, and it's just for a simple solution. It takes 20 working days to make an appeal for the procurement regulator. In relation to terminating projects, when you do not want to continue work with this particular supplier or contractor because of dissatisfaction, you have to now wait 20 days for this appeal. And then after 20 days, if the supplier or contractor is unhappy with the ruling, he or she can now go to the review board, which is the next 28 days to make a decision. What I would like to know from the minister is it that if I am the company who is carrying out who wants the service or the job or the project completed, do I now stop or put my project on hold and wait for the appeals decision? Or can I terminate within a time and then deal with it after that 48 days? I hope that's clear. So I want to know if I have to terminate, do I have to wait until we have a ruling in 48 days, or can I do that? Because your project is now in a kind of standstill and resources are wasting, so you want to know. Madam President, I would like to also talk about the communication of the procurement information and require procurement entities to maintain detailed records of the procurement proceedings, as in the cases. I didn't see any provision. I saw a database, but I don't know if that would be included in the legislation or the regulations. Also, I wanted to speak briefly on the choice of the procurement methodology. And when you have different levels of approvals, and I really think this will be dealt with in the regulations, and I hope it will be dealt with. And it really deals with when you have small projects. And I'm thinking less than 50,000, less than $500,000. For example, you have this Parliament building. I know it is late, so I'm going to use an example that we can all see right now. We have a light switch, a light that is not coming on. Okay, fine. We'll use something more practical. Look at this roof. We have a leak to the back of the chamber, Madam President, and it's leaking. Now, do you just call Melissa and say you would like to plug the leak and we will put a coal patch on it and it's going to fix? That is not the way that we do things. We have a process. We have to look at it. We have to write a scope of works. We have to call in some selective or contractors that we know that deals with fixing roofs, and we now look at them, we ask them to make, they come and do a site visit, they do a price evaluation, they then, all this time, please note that the roof is still leaking, and now they will give you a price, you have to do a Parliament estimate of what you think it will cost, and then you look at their submissions, and then you select, and then it goes through. And well, somebody will have to be approving this process step by step by step. What I want to know is, for a project like that, what is the highest level of approval that would be needed? Because approvals take time, and we do not want to have, when they are ready to start the project, to fix the leak or plug it, the whole section needs to be changed, the carpet needs to be changed, the walls need to be painted from stains. And now the project cost has gone up. There is now a variation. Do we go over the whole process? Now, Senator Khan spoke about this, alluded to it by saying that things take 3 months. Some take 6 months. So we want to know if there will be a limit. Are we putting any limits in place? So less than $1 million, we will deal with it at this level, that the minister may not have to sign off, but you'll have your PS sign off or something like that. So I would just want to know if we are taking that into consideration. I hope your stare of intent means well. we're talking about the amendments. Well, it can be considered, Madam President, through you, we always tend to leave you out in the crosstalk. I do apologize. Through you, the reason I'm raising this is because I know the challenges of dealing with procurement. And when you have an amendment, now we have not written the regulations yet. And I want to make sure that this is in there. Now, we don't have it before us, and we don't have the regulations coming to Parliament to be even passed or looked at. It could just go through and be laid. So I want to make sure when we taking this in consideration, we have this in our mind that this can happen. Okay. All right. So I also looked at, Madam President, the amendment for the database in relation to registry of contractors, consultants, and suppliers, and there needs to be an identification for our local market. Who are they? What can they do? And where can we find them? And there is no system in place right now to provide the public with the status of bids, awards, and the progress of major projects, such as the President House. We don't know what is the status of that. So, I don't know how many times I've had.
Could I just ask you, are you dealing with the amendment bill or talking about sections in the Parent Act? Okay. If you're talking about sections in the Parent Act, it really should be sections that the bill is seeking to amend. Okay? If we've gone off a little bit, that's just trying to get a little more focused.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. Madam President, let's move from that then. Okay, so we will look at something differently. We can look at, let me go to this. Okay, maybe we can use an example, right? Every single day I pass by the Point Fortin Highway. Sensacan speaks about it very passionately that it needs to start. So there's lack of continuity right now with the procurement, well, tendering of the Point Fortin Highway. We see right now wastage. It's just like product wastage. Unfortunately, members of the public, taxpayers, feel that it is their duty to take some of the material on the side of the road. Unfortunately, I please appeal to them, Madam President, do not. But anyways, it is happening because they feel that they're entitled, because it's just wasting. We need to ensure when we have a procurement process in place, even when we're amending it, the amendments cover such to ensure that this does not repeat or doesn't happen again. Because I cannot tell anyone what is the structural integrity of the bridge on the Mosquito Creek. Because there's a new one, but it's not in place yet. Well, a new one to be built. So we have persons using it, members of public, but we have nothing in place, Madam President, to say that the public is aware of this project, the process, and the progress of the project. So I think that is important. And if we're going to go through open tendering, Madam President, and we call for fairness, accountability, transparency, value for money, it's going to take a long process. And it's very important to note, if we're going to leave all this for the Office of the Procurement Regulator to put all these things in these regulations, which are not drafted right now, we need to be mindful that that really needs to come to Parliament, and we need to look at it. And we should have a voice and say what we think is missing, because we don't want to have repeat or repetition. We need to learn from our mistakes and go forward. As I said in my opening, it can be your best friend, and it could be your worst nightmare. Because we as the public, or we as taxpayers, always ask our public sectors, Madam President, we want accountability, we want transparency, we want value for money. And that takes time, unlike the private sector that does not have these long bureaucracy and red tape of getting projects done. And we have this disbarment. And I made the simple example of the Parliament roof to show how a simple project that can take one day or a few hours can take weeks. So it is, I don't know how much more time I have, but I do not intend to take, okay, I have 9 more minutes. I do not intend to take a lot of time with this because I did explain my stance on the review board, which was heavily debated, the consent to using having the procurement regulator lay reports in Parliament and it being part of the PAC. I have no issue with that. And let me see if I do have a challenge, Madam President, for the government on transferring of knowledge. And it is really for the government. Well, I'm not sure if it's in your manifesto, correct? Okay, I'm not sure if it's in the manifesto, but Senator Khan will be sure to tell me if it is. It is for the government to devise a plan for the transfer of technology and building skills from foreign contractors to local contractors. For example, we have the aquatic and the velodrome system, which was built by foreign contractors. It would be good if our local contractors can do the same. So again, we need to figure out how we can have that transfer of knowledge. Again, Madam President, all of this is in Procurement Act, but it can't be in not everything can be written in the legislation. So it's very important that when you have the ministries who are responsible, take this in consideration. So that's a challenge. I don't know how you're going to do it, but I look forward to hearing how you're going to do it. So, Madam President, I thank you, and I do look forward to hearing about the regulations. Thank you.
Senator Dottin.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Well, the Minister of Local Government, Mr. Khan, called my name very often, but I didn't know I would graduate to become the chaplain of the new party on this bench. That aside, I'm happy to be here, and I must confess that it's my first time in this august chamber. And I don't think there's any malice expressed here. Some are a little more dynamic than others. I listen to my dear friend, Senator Mark, who is anxious, should I say, to replace the Balize. And I listened all the sides, and I believe what I sense here is a genuineness about procurement legislation. To my mind, it is needed. Some people say we're a very corrupt country. It didn't start yesterday. It didn't start 10 years ago. It started a long time. And therefore, you know, in theology, there are two concepts in the Greek. One is chronos, which is day by day time, the flow of time. And the other is kairos, which is a special moment in history not controlled by humanity. It's like what we would call it as believers, divine intervention. And to my mind, there comes a special moment in history, a kairotic moment, where whoever is in power has an enormous responsibility to fix what took place, the problems of decades. And to my mind, whoever, you know, happened to be in charge now, this is a kairotic moment. And why I say that, and I say that with love for all and malice to none, why I say that is because where we have reached as a country is either we fix this problem or the whole society implodes. To my mind, we have no choice. Whether or not the government wish to do it, whether or not they're genuine about it, that, to my mind, that is not the issue right now. The issue right now is we have a last moment in this historic period of Trinidad and Tobago to get it right. I am just amazed at where corruption has gone. It is not just political corruption. I have suggested that, and I heard somebody say it about the private sector. I know families right now who are victims of corruption. And you have millionaires and billionaires oppressing them and using their connections, their aristocratic connections, to just have these people consistently disadvantaged. This is taking place in the country right now. You know, George Orwell made a statement. He said that the further society drifts from the truth, the more it hates those who speak it. And that, to my mind, is a very vital statement. And I will come to the bill in a short while and link what I'm saying here. I just want to warn all of us that we have plenty bills and we have plenty laws. But apart from the bill, we must have the will to implement. I would suggest to you, and I looked at the parent bill and I looked at the daughter bill, and I saw where private hearings will be only public if you have no security threat. And Mr. Minister, I thought about that seriously, because I was on a service commission once, appointed by Mr. Manning. There was an allegation about the police force and drug dealing. And I remember the day we had to carry the report to the then president, that no other member of the commission wanted to go. They were so scared. And I'm talking about, you know, more than a decade ago. Nobody, I mean, I had to go with the chairman, Mr. Warner, to the president's house at the time. And there's a certain kind of intimidation when you want to fix problems like these, and where you have millions of dollars. And I want to warn all of us, if whichever political party is serious about this, and all the parties should be serious, and really want to implement it, and go after the untouchables in this society, who have been untouchables for a long time, your life will be threatened. I mean, I have been through this over and over. And I just want to say this. In fact, the parliament itself might be threatened because of where corruption has gone in this society. And when it comes to the issue of procurement legislation and disposal of land, Mr. Chairman, a lot of the untouchables in the drug trade, they launder their money through real estate. So when I heard about this, and I am backing this bill, I want you to know that, I am backing this bill, because if we don't do it now, we rob our children of their future, of their destiny, of having a fair chance in this society, of being able to come from Laventille and Embacade in San Fernando, all right, and having an equal opportunity. I was looking at procurement legislation in the UK, and they spoke about four principles: competitiveness, you know, cost effectiveness, fairness, and transparency. Those four principles, and as I check South Africa's legislation and other countries, those four principles are the drivers, those four values are the drivers for the legislation. And so I want to compliment both the former government. I think the bill you produced was an excellent bill. And to the present government, who would like to make it happen, to my mind, I believe you are very genuine about this as quickly as possible. And it has to happen as quickly as possible. I heard one of the independent senators talking about a potential timeline of about the next 6 months. And I hope we do it a lot faster than that. Because every day that we take, I mean, it is just now, forgive me for saying this, but I have said in the past that I don't see a political instrument or party in the country that really has not just, you know, the desire, but the courage to implement this kind of legislation. You know, okay, I hear you, Madam Foreign Affairs, but the issue of, you know, the issue of implementing it and going after folks, and I listened to Senator Khan and Senator Young, and I'm hearing now that campaign finance reform is coming. And I feel close on the heels of this legislation must be campaign finance reform, because there's a nexus between both of them. And it calls upon all our major and minor parties to be able to discipline their own financiers and tell them goodbye too. Because there are some financiers, I tell you, as I watch this country for the past 3 decades, they remain financiers. And they cream off you know, the benefits. And some people just don't have a chance, you know. I have heard contractors complain. One day a contractor told me, he said, Pastor, a certain political group sent workers on the job. And I could tell you the place where it was. It was in Diego Martin, where I live. And he said the guys would come for salary on Friday, but they were political guys. They were sent there by their party. And he told them one Friday, but you don't feel ashamed, you're not working, you're just coming here the day for pay, you're not doing one thing. It doesn't do something to your psyche. And he said from that moment on, the boys started to produce. But it appears to me we have nourished and fed this baby that's become a big adult, a Goliath now in this society, and it's strangling us. And therefore, I am one that will support any legislation. If even you have an incremental improvement at first, and you move on from there, is important. So I'm saying, you know, there must be the will in addition to the bill, because we're not dealing with something. You know what I see in the road now? A lawless and indisciplined nation cannot fight crime, cannot fight corruption. What I see now is that people practice bold-faced corruption. And they break the law the same way. Because once you have immorality, you're going to have criminality. It's as simple as that. And what you see now is that people are mad when you don't cooperate with them to go along, you know, with corrupt practices. They are angry with you. And I want all and sundry to know that if there's a political party in this country that is really going after those who enslave us and reenact and reincarnate the plantation economy, all right? And if you have that instrument, you might even have a division among your ranks. There might be a falling away. And Dietrich Bonhoeffer, that great Dutch theologian, made a statement. He said, when God calls us, he bids us come and die. And I want us to understand that if we fight in corruption where there's reach in this country, we have to be prepared to be endangered and to pay the ultimate price. That is where it has reached. And I just want to suggest that it will require all the parties coming together and all the cultures coming together and religious groups. I mean, somebody mentioned earlier clock about the issue of central, but there's even corruption in religion. My profession. Because how you could have crime in areas and two gangs fighting and both of them come from religious groups. I mean, guys talking about, you know, Muslims fighting Rastas. So that we should be the salt of the earth and the light of the world. We are part of the problem. And we in religion must not escape that. I feel there are some things that it's not the political domain, it must be the religious domain. These are your values. And I heard somebody mention about education. But to deal with the corruption issue, you have to look at it from a high moral and spiritual plane. And the issue of communicating values in the society, that is important. Now, I saw here, I just want to deal with two issues. In the bill, in the parent bill, I looked at the Office of the Procurement Regulation, Mr. Chairman. That could be a ministry by itself. And obviously, when I look at the bill, and just from memory, because God gave me a good one, just from memory, it's policies, procedure, regulation, it's keeping up with the technology, it's having a database, it's having arbitration. I mean, you have about 25 functions, all right? Most of it monitoring, evaluation, procedural stuff, policy stuff, you know, formulating. So that you have a lot of stuff there in the parent bill, all right? Now, the regulator, to my mind, what is required of that regulator? You really have to have checks and balances because this guy have to be God's assistant. I mean, have you seen the responsibility to regulate in the parent bill? I mean, that by itself is a major challenge. And therefore, I know we will have proper guidelines in how we select, you know, this person. And of course, I buy the point that he has to be insulated from political interference. So every time parliamentarian, from time to time, no law is perfect in its inception, its embryonic stage, there will have to be proper monitoring and evaluation of this individual and how even we choose him. Because a lot depends on how he guides the board. Now, when I got the legislation, I only got it this morning, When I got the legislation this morning and I watched it, the review board jumped at me. And the first thing that jumped at me that came late in the debate was the issue of how you selected the review board. And I was very comforted when I saw the president acting in concert with the prime minister and leader of the opposition. That allayed a lot of my fears. I must tell you, it allayed a lot of my fears. And I see for the management board of the Office of Procurement, I see the same process is followed. So I agree with Senator Young in terms of the way the folks are chosen for the review board. To my mind, it gives it a lot of credibility. So I'm there with that. However, I would just like to suggest that one or two senators have mentioned, and I agree. My experience in serving on service commissions and things, I never favor the negative resolution, especially in whole, something that's so comprehensive, that is so broad-based. So I favor I would like to recommend that which as some others have done, that we move from the negative resolution to the affirmative resolution. I think get a lot more done, a lot more involvement. It will democratize the process of procurement some more. And so I want to go along with that recommendation. That is one I am mentioning there. The other situation that I want to look at, Brother Chair, is Part 6 under Amendment 57A. Notwithstanding the State Lands Act and any other written law to the contrary, the minister may make regulations in respect of the disposal of state lands. Now, Madam President, there is something I'm looking at here, and I don't know if I'm in place, but I just want to mention it. When I see the awesome responsibility of the Office of Procurement, the board, and I look at the role of the minister, then I look at the role of the review board, because I see in the parent legislation there is an issue involving dispute resolution and arbitration. I see that. So apparently there's a triangulation between the minister, the review board, and the board of management of the procurement, the Office of Procurement, manager. So that, to my mind, that has to be carefully managed. What you don't want to have happening is that these three entities, having a problem, and there's the independence of one or two of these entities, being corroded. That is what you don't want to have. And therefore, I buy the point mentioned by one of the senators here about lifting the issue of how you monitor, how you manage the review board. What are the guidelines for its operations, all right? Where's the accountability level? And I think that part that deals with 51J will have to be looked at. And I think when I saw one of the senators mention it, I think one of the independent senators, I think I saw, a positive response from the Minister of Finance in terms of that. Okay, so I want to endorse what was mentioned there in terms of how you operate with the review. But I think clearly that since you have such great responsibility in terms of the board of management, well, you can't have himself to himself. So the review board plays, and I must tell you, I buy the government's point wholesale about instead of going to the High Court, the review board offers an option. And I appreciate that, because when you go to the courts now, and we hope much wouldn't go to the courts, because to have the review board and people still going to the courts after 21 days or 28 days or whatever period of time, it means it could defeat the ethos of this legislation, the intent of the legislation. So I favor the review board, especially as an alternative to a long drawn-out process in the courts, ladies and gentlemen. But I want to say that I believe all of us are responsible beings. We see where the country is. We see where we operate in the perception of corruption index. That has been a point beaten, almost pulp here, and also outside of this house. I think there are a lot of genuine citizens who are concerned about where we are going as a nation and the need to fix this problem. I just, before I sit, I want to say that there's an issue of divine accountability missing in the society. People operate as if they are alone to themselves. They don't care. Nobody's arrested. The untouchables remain untouchables for 50 years. Campaign finance people, they don't care about campaign finance reform. They believe they can manipulate the system and get away at any time. And therefore, whenever we pass this legislation, we must be serious. We must have the courage Norman Cousins made a statement. He's the most famous heart patient in the world. He says, death is not the greatest tragedy. The greatest tragedy is what dies inside of us while we're still alive. And I think hope is dying within the society. Courage is dying, if I mention those two values. And therefore, when we leave this house tonight, and apparently we're going to the end, praise the Lord, I should say. I mean, I'm a preacher, you understand. We're going to the end, that we must leave here, understanding the principle of divine accountability. The nation is looking at the parliament now. To my mind, this body, the Senate, my opinion of the Senate is always seasoned with class and dignity. And there's a certain level of the conversation here that doesn't obtain, perhaps in the other place. People expect a lot from this august body. And I'm saying that when we leave here, it must be an issue of mamagaing the people. It must be an issue that we are serious, and each of us will do our best, to see that this legislation is enacted for the best of this country. Amos 5:24, I was a little peeved just now when I saw Senator Small quoting some of the Bible texts. He's making me redundant here, but anyway, Amos 5, I'm finishing. Yes, Amos 5:24 is a text, and I think it's a text that could go for all religious groups. When it says, let justice flow as waters, and righteousness as a mighty stream. And God even tells believers, I don't want your offerings, I don't want any favor from you, Madam President, I just want you to treat the oppressed and disadvantaged properly. That's what I want. And I think we have to look out for individuals who for years have feel aggrieved because of this, multi-headed monster of corruption that seems to dog every administration for the past 40 years. And therefore, I want to appeal to us, to be sincere, to be consistent, and no one party here could deal with the corruption menace. No one party could deal with the corruption menace. And I just thought I should mention this. I'm not throwing it on the desk, but I just want for impact to have my hands free. When I hear about One Alexandra Place, and a building where rent is being paid and not been occupied for years, I say we should stop Parliament and make sure we fix that before we continue. And when I hear, okay, don't clap over my time. But when I hear about a guy in live sport getting $34 million for nothing, for absolutely nothing, and then Madam President saying that he's not giving back a dime and did nothing, then it means, Madam President, that there's enough blame to share around. I mean, when you could say that and you spit in the population's face, that has to be a form of psychosis. It's just crazy stuff. And we have lots of other examples all over in terms of how people in this country have taken. Trinidad is a great place. If Trinidad was not a resilient place, we'd have several revolutions in this country. Because we have had politicians and public officials who take the people for granted, abuse the population, and then come back and say, vote for me. So and Ameen, I'm telling you, I am aware of situations right now in this country where people don't know who to turn to. And some of them they are scared to go. And this corruption beast is is well networked, I have told folks before, behind every corrupt state official in security, whether it's a soldier or police officer, is an attorney, a politician, and a businessman. So people affirm each other in this. And I want to appeal to us. This endangered species business, this fight against corruption. And I am supporting the bill. There is a lot of good in it. I'm saying we could make a few changes, and we have recommended a few. And I want to say I have a lot of hope leaving here this evening, because I feel on both sides of the divide, we have a commitment to making a change, and we should have a commitment to making a change. I know sometimes we have to go our own party because of our conscience. I feel one thing in this country you should do is have people vote according to their conscience and not according to their party whip. That is my conviction. If we want to move this parliamentary process forward, we want to deal with the critical problems, we must have a system that allows us to have our conscience reflected in our vote and not follow our party line. That is my conviction. Madam President, I thank you, and I thank this House. It was a privilege to be here, and may God bless all of us.
Amen.
May I congratulate Senator Dottin on his maiden contribution. Senator Sturge.
Good night, Madam President. It's 10:16, so I hope to be finished by 10:20, so we could leave here quickly. But because of a few misstatements, I believe I might be a bit longer. Madam President, I heard the Acting Attorney General say today in his contribution that bid rigging is now an offence, thanks to the bill that is before this House. And that was a repeat of the Minister of Finance when he piloted this bill in the other place. And I heard him say it with my own ears, and saw his lips moving with my own eyes when he said, bid rigging, because of this bill, is now an offence. I don't know if, Madam President, if you read Gulliver's Travels, but that was a lie of Brobdingnagian proportions. Brobdingnagian, that was a very big falsehood, and let me tell you why. Because bid rigging in Section 60 of the Parent Act, bid rigging was made an offence in Section 60 of the Parent Act. So to come to the Parliament and say...
Point of order, please, 46.6, he used the word lie.
I'm so sorry.
Senator Sturge, yes. Could you not use such unparliamentary language?
I'm sorry, I'll use a synonym. It was a blatant untruth. It cannot be true. If you see here, Section 61 of the Parent Act stating, well, creating the offence of bid rigging. And Section 61 makes reference back to Section 4, which is the interpretation section, where bid rigging is defined. And it is defined as the bid rigging means collusion between persons for the purpose of manipulating the proceedings. So it is, that's the only negative note, so to speak, that, that I would raise in this debate. It is unfortunate, so let me not say it's a lie, it's unfortunate that the Minister of Finance, who has some legal training, and the Acting Attorney General would come and tell the Parliament that bid rigging, because of this bill, is now an offence, when it was created as an offence in the parent legislation. Now, and I say created as an offence, but really, I should say put on statutory footing. Because the truth is, bid rigging has always been an offence contrary to common law. It, in essence, took two forms. It's either conspiracy to cheat, and I'm sure, Madam President, long ago when you were at law school, one had to go to the old books, Russell on Crime, so one would recall the offence of conspiracy to cheat, which deals with this sort of activity. And when public officials are involved, because conspiracy to cheat may net both public officials and private persons who are involved in the conspiracy. So there's conspiracy to cheat. And where the only evidence you can obtain is evidence against the public official, then bid rigging is covered by the offence, which the English call misconduct in public office, but which we in Trinidad and Tobago refer to as misbehavior in public office. So this has always been an offence contrary to common law. I did not intend to respond to what was said by the Minister of Finance about my attendance or lack of attendance, but I'm told at the GSC meetings, but I'm told at least I should give an explanation because the public is looking on. And I raised it with both the political leader and the leader of opposition business in the Senate. There were 5 meetings, and I recall specifically for 2 of the meetings, there were clashes with other JSC meetings or Joint Select Committee meetings. In fact, the last meeting, which I assured my colleague, I don't know, which constituency is that?
Caroni Central.
Caroni Central, Dr. Tiwari. I made every effort to attend, and at the last minute, I found out that we were having our first public meeting of the Joint Select Committee on Finance and Legal Affairs. And because we had on that day the Commissioner of Prisons, and I was the only one with extensive experience in the criminal jurisdiction of the High Court, that I should give preference to that committee. So in those circumstances, I missed that one, but I missed the GSC with respect to procurement. But there was another clash, and there are other clashes taking place now when I'm required in 2 places at the same time. Now, the only place I can appear in 2 places at the same time would be the High Court, where I just recently managed and continue to manage 2 trials at the same time, where I can run from Vindra Naipol and into Philibudram and back. But it's impossible to do that in the Parliament. So that explains, that would give an explanation for 2 of the sit-ins that I did not attend. And the other 3, I was absent with excuses because most of the time the sittings would take place when the High Court is actually sitting. So I can't tell a High Court judge, well, I have to go and deal with something about procurement. Let the accused hang. That unfortunately was the situation. But I did confer with Dr. Tiwari, and I will raise my concerns today. Let me start off by saying that one should not undeservedly take credit for things that maybe I shouldn't say it in full. But just in the same way that credit was taken for the aquatic center quite recently by the member for Diego Martin West, when that was really a project of the People's Partnership, then one should not take credit for procurement, bringing procurement legislation to Parliament. We all remember how this started. This started in 2008, 2009, thereabouts, when someone was unceremoniously removed from cabinet and stood up in the Parliament and spoke about bid rigging going on in Udicut since 2003 and so on and so on. And after that, there was a commission of inquiry, the off commission of inquiry into the construction sector. I don't know if it dealt with land date, but there was an inquiry, and then the inquiry made recommendations, you would recall, Madam President. And when the People's Partnership was ushered into government in 2010, shortly after, they set off to bring this procurement legislation to fruition and started out with the GSC taking on board the recommendations of the off Commission of Inquiry. And since we are on the topic of who was absent, when the GSC started out, there was a requirement that the GSC on procurement would not sit, or there would be no quorum unless there was at least one member of the opposition present. The first 2 meetings were attended by the member for Diego Martin West, who is now the Prime Minister, and after the first 2 meetings, he was never to be seen from or heard from again for a considerable period of time. And following closely in his footsteps in terms of suddenly deciding to absent himself was the member for who's now member for San Fernando West, and who's now the Attorney General. All of a sudden, he disappeared. So the JSC could not function because the rules were to have a quorum, you needed at least one opposition member.
So Dr. Diwari explained to me that he came to Parliament to deal with changing the rules with respect to the quorum, and only at that last minute they asked, don't embarrass us publicly, we'll come back. And that's how the work was done, and it was brought to the Senate. From my recollection, the bill started in the Senate, the independent bench got an opportunity to make suggestions and so on, and to bring strength to the bill. And only when it went back to the other place, we heard from the Minister of Finance, who was then, I think he was also then member for Digo Martin East, making the same suggestions he suddenly brought back in this bill. Now, before I go through the bill, there's something absent in the bill, because I don't want to blame someone wrongfully. I wrongfully said he was lying, so I'm prepared to give way and give him an opportunity to tell me where in this bill that bid rigging is now an offense. Because he said in the other place, and the acting Attorney General said today, because of this bill, bid rigging is now an offense. So I'm prepared, and I see there's no interjection coming from the Minister of Finance, but the minute he interjects to tell me where in this bill bid rigging is now created an offense, I'll take my seat. And the clock ticks on. Right. Now, Mr. Foreman, members of the jury. Now, I have a few issues with respect to the bill that I'll raise for the Minister's consideration. Where's my copy? With a view simply to strengthening the bill, because I'm not saying I'm opposed to the legislation, and anything that strengthens procurement legislation is to be welcomed. But in doing so, we must be mindful of certain shortcomings, and we hope, unlike what transpired with the SSA bill when they abandoned the motto, let's do this together, I hope tonight that the Minister can perhaps take on board a few suggestions. Two speakers from the independent bench already made reference to the dichotomy between affirmative resolutions and negative resolutions, and it would be unfortunate if there is that inconsistency remaining in the bill. So if we can have some consistency and on that matter. Now, the first thing I see in clause 6 of the bill, which amends 51B, it says the review board shall comprise a retired judge who shall be the chairman. Now, I'm not going to be overly critical. For my part, I imagine it would be a retired High Court judge, but that is open to interpretation, because there are judges of the Industrial Court, and there are judges of the EOC, and so on and so on. There are other bodies where persons are referred to as judges. So I think we should make it very plain that the person we refer to here is a retired judge of the High Court. And if we can even make it even more plain, we can say a retired judge of the civil jurisdiction of the High Court, lest a judge of the criminal jurisdiction ends up here and doesn't know his hind from his elbow. There's 51F, which I see in bold. Minister to make regulations for operation of the review board. Before I deal with that, and because I tend to forget rather quickly, there's an issue I wish to raise about how this review board functions. I recall reading in the Parent Act that proceedings before the procurement regulator and so on, when you have a grievance or something of the sort, that the proceedings are in essence heard publicly, so there's an element of transparency, and but there's nowhere in the bill that seeks to amend the Parent Act, the bill which then introduces a review board which is quasi-judicial in nature,
There's nowhere which mandates the requirement of a public hearing. Now, that is not something that should be left for interpretation or regulations. If the parent... you have to talk louder than that, man. It's 10:31. We need to wake ourselves up. If in the Parent Act, the proceedings dealing with settling grievances before the procurement regulator, if those matters are heard in public, then, and made in public, not by, and heard in public, not by virtue of regulations made under the Act, but specifically because it is mentioned in the body of the Act, then there's no reason why the proceedings of the quasi-judicial board, review board, should not also be heard in public. Now, there's another issue where it's 51F says the minister may make regulations subject to negative resolution. Well, we dealt with the negative resolution thing. With respect to staffing, remuneration, funding, and other operational matters. Now, the first thing is this. Since it's a quasi-judicial board, then judicial bodies, at least for the sake of perception, ought to be seen as impartial and independent. I'm not going to impute any sort of sinister motives or anything like that on the minister. I'm just saying, as they say in Trinidadian parlance, how it go look. Is that that's how you say it? Yeah. Right. How it go look if the minister is the one who making regulations with respect to how the judicial body is running. Now, how it go look if he's providing for their remuneration? And how it go look if he's providing for how this review body operates, the operational matters? And how it go look in the context that he may be not necessarily a party, but allegations may be leveled against him or his ministry or the cabinet. Because quite clearly, it's not the procurement regulator who is picking anybody. It's a ministry or whatever body is selecting the contractor and so on. But an aggrieved contractor may say, well, I'll get this Zeppo that the Minister of Finance, and this is just an example, say to the man in the procurement officer in the ministry to give he the contract and not me. And therefore, he's making an allegation against the particular politician minister who is responsible for remuneration and regulations for funding and operational matters and so on. So it's simply a how it go look situation. So what I want to say is this, and they're free to ignore me, and they always do. In fact, when I sit down, you say, when I listen to Senator Sturge's contribution, the paper is blank, as he normally would say. Because I heard one senator, independent senator, say, well, nothing is wrong with that, that's how it's normally done. That's not true. How it is normally done is this. Take the judiciary, for instance. It's not the Attorney General who picks the staff for the judiciary or tells the judiciary how to run its affairs and its operations and so on. No, that's not how it's done. So my suggestion is this. How about if you let this little body of three initially set up some sort of little management committee to deal with the operations, perhaps give them a fund, or as Senator Mahabir suggested, well, let me not go too deep into it, but the short point is, in terms of the staffing, how about if we allow the service commissions to get involved to appoint the staff? Why should the minister have that sort of power where he picks or may have the ability to influence who works with the review board? That shouldn't fly. That shouldn't be allowed to fly. I think I'm almost close to the end, thankfully. Yes, I think that's pretty much it. Yes, just now. No, it must have something else. I know how to. Yes. Yes, I wanted to ask what's the point of certain bits? I see there's a 51. What comes before H? What letter in the alphabet? M? That's a 51. Yeah, there's a 51G4. Oh, yeah, G comes before H. And it says the right to request a review under this section is in addition to any other legal remedy available to a person. This being a public body, Madam President, then the proceedings or the process for reviewing the decisions obviously would be judicial review. So I want to ask, what's the point of keeping section 51G4 when one takes into account the prerequisites for bringing actions for judicial review? Because to bring an action for judicial review, you are not going to be successful at the leave stage if there are alternative remedies, if there are other avenues for hearing. So if you are not happy with the ruling of the procurement regulator, you can't say, look, forget about the board, or yes, I'm going to take my chances with the board, but I'm also going to go for judicial review. The law of judicial review says, in essence, you can't come to the court for judicial review if you have some sort of other avenue, and the other avenue is the review board. So if this avenue exists, and this must be taken in the context of what my learned friend, the Minister of Finance, because I wouldn't want to refer to him as my learned friend. Yes, you're not learned and you're not my friend. But it's taken in the context of trying to minimize the amount of litigation that goes to the courts and so on. But we ought not to make legislation a vacuum where this amounts to mere surplusage. In fact, it's totally useless a clause when one takes into account the law and procedure with respect to judicial review. I wish I could find something else to say. Somebody didn't dot I or cross a T. But I think that's pretty much it in terms of, I think everyone has made suggestions, and I look forward to hearing what the Minister of Finance has to say in terms of taking some of them on board. But in principle, I'm not averse to supporting legislation that strengthens laws dealing with public procurement. But I'm afraid that there are some issues that are so very important that I haven't yet made up my mind if I'll abstain or vote against and ignore the whip. but in essence, the whip being yes. In essence, I'm very hopeful, Madam President, that when we get to committee stage, that some of the suggestions I made in terms of the independence of the review board and the staffing and so on, if that would be taken on board and by the Minister of Finance. So at least if we get a reasonable explanation as to why they're not prepared to accept it. In those circumstances, with your leave, that's my contribution on this bill. 16 minus 39 is how much? That's it.
Honorable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I wish to assure Senator Sturge that I took some notes.
Okay. I am flattered.
So that there is no need to, as Senator Small pointed out, jump to conclusions which are not based on facts. Well, Madam President, since Senator Sturge insists on engaging me, let's deal with the facts. I was very clear to say that Senator Sturge did not attend any meetings, but had an excuse on each occasion. I said that. I don't understand why the Honourable Senator is complaining. And he told us he was absent because of clashes on 2 occasions, and absent on 3 occasions because he had to be in court. I would only say to Senator Sturge, through you, that he needs to manage his business better, because he's an appointed member of Parliament. And subcommittee meetings and joint select committee meetings are held during the morning, during the week. So we have sittings of the Senate on Tuesday and sittings of the House on Friday. And we normally arrange our business in this place and the other place to have GSE meetings on Tuesday morning, Wednesday morning, etc. So if Madam President, through you, if a senator is going to be in court every Tuesday morning and every Wednesday morning because he has to deal with a judge, then he shouldn't accept the nomination to sit on a joint select committee. Those are my facts. Now, let me go back to the beginning. I'll deal with that later. I'll come to you at the end. Now, let's go straight back to Senator Mark. And I also took notes, Senator Mark. And I was very intrigued at a comment made by Senator Dottin, that this is a place of, higher learning, shall we call it that, and of class and so on. Well, all I can say is that I'm not certain that Senator Dottin was listening to Senator Mark. Because he has a particular approach when he's dealing with debates, whether here or elsewhere. But
He never sat elsewhere.
he was in another place, and he has a particular approach. But let me just say, I need to speak about the Off-Commission of Inquiry. It's very important. That came up, that was mentioned by several people. Now, whenever members opposite on the lower bench speak about the Off-Commission of Inquiry, they miss, avoid, omit to mention a very salient fact. The Off-Commission of Inquiry was appointed by a sitting PNM government to inquire into itself. No other government has ever had the courage to do that. The UNC has never appointed a commission of inquiry to inquire into itself. So understand that we decided to have a commission of inquiry into the construction industry. Nobody is forced to do anything. We chose to do so. And Madam President, the Off-Commission of Inquiry made a number of recommendations with respect to public procurement, none of which were acted upon or implemented by the previous administration. And there's a particular fallacy that I need to deal with. Senator Ameen referred to it, Senator Sturge referred to it, and that is the question of the non-attendance of members of the PNM on the Joint Select Committee that looked at the procurement and disposal of public property bill. And in the other place, I made the point that if one goes to a report in the Express newspaper, dated the 9th of March 2012, an extremely accurate report, which quoted the then Minister of Planning, Dr. Tiwari, with respect to the opposition's non-attendance at the Joint Select Committee proceedings on the public procurement bill. That newspaper report accurately reported that the opposition absented itself for a total of 5 weeks. However, the procurement documents were laid in this Parliament in June 2010. And between June 2010 and September 2015, I counted, there were 231 weeks. So that the government delayed the implementation of procurement legislation for 226 weeks, and the opposition delayed it for 5 weeks. And that is only in theory. So the opposition theoretically delayed the legislation for 2% of the time, and the government delayed it for 98% of the time. But that is only in theory, because the point that was made was that it required 26 votes. And at the time, the government had 29 votes. In fact, when they demitted office, they still had 27 votes, Madam Speaker. So at any point in time between June 2010 and June 2015, the opposition could have passed procurement legislation. It did not require opposition votes, Madam Speaker, President. But for some reason, they decided to defer the implementation of procurement legislation for 231 weeks. And they have come with this straw man. A straw man, you know, erect a straw man and then you knock it down. This straw man that it took them 5 years to get basically nowhere because of the opposition refusing to attend meetings of the procurement committee. We refused to attend for 5 weeks. We had a point to make. And the point was, the chairman of that committee, Dr. Tiwari, was embroiled in a controversy with respect to the disposal of the lands at Invaders Bay, was accused of breaching the Central Tenders Board Act, had found himself in court having to answer questions about the propriety of his actions with respect to disposal of lands at Invaders Bay. Classic procurement, and yet wanted us to sit down with him to discuss procurement. We objected on principle. We made our point for 5 weeks, and they delayed it for 231 weeks, Madam President. 231. So, that is in response to comments made by members opposite, that it was the opposition that was responsible for the 5-year delay in the passage of the procurement legislation. It is simply not true. And every time honorable members opposite make that false allegation, I will state these facts. We did not attend for 5 weeks. They delayed it for 5 years. Those are the facts. Now, I was quite taken aback also at comments made by Senator Munro that under the previous UNC government, which as far as I know, was voted out under a cloud of allegations of corruption. That's my memory, and I'm sure that's the memory of a lot of people, that is why the last government was voted out of office, because they were accused of corruption. Yes, a cloud of allegations, that's what I said. The population came to the conclusion that the allegations of corruption had merit, and they were voted out of office. And I have to come to this parliament today to hear Senator Munro tell me that the UNC government was committed to transparency, value for money, completed its projects on time and within budget. I have to listen to that. I mean, let's take the Point 14, just one project, the Point 14 highway project, which was listed by Senator Ameen as a project that should be lifted up as a pillar of integrity. The Point 14 highway project. Yet to reach the Point 14. The cost has gone from $5 billion to $10 billion. The scope has been reduced by the removal of overpasses and interchanges. The size of the highway has been reduced from 4 lanes to 2 lanes. All of that done, and the project is only 50% complete in terms of its construction, and it is 5 years behind schedule, Madam President. And I have to hear Senator Munro tell me that under the UNC, transparency, value for money, completion of projects on time and within budget. Please, please, please. That is exactly why we are here today, and we have to implement this procurement legislation. Put an end to that. Put an end to that. those flights of fancy. Now let's go to Senator Mahabir. Senator Mahabir asked about the status of the Central Tenders Board. The Central Tenders Board will remain until that section of the Act that repeals the CTB Act is proclaimed.
When is that? Tell us.
Madam President, I'm speaking to you. I will ignore the crosstalk. Yes, I know that you believe you behave well, but I can assure you behave badly. The CTB will go out as soon as the Office of the Procurement Regulator and the procurement entities are established in all of the ministries and the agencies and so on. And Senator Mahabir also referred to a particular clause in the amendment bill. Madam President, look, I seek your protection.
Senator Mark, allow the minister to finish his winding up, please.
You know, and he was the Speaker of the House. Do so, do say so, you know, whatever. Yes, thank you, Madam President. It's just shocking to me, his behavior. Now, Senator Mahabir, he looked at clause 3 and he was a bit concerned about the repetition and duplication of words. And he said perhaps we should replace the words a member trades with the government if while holding office he becomes a party to or as a partner in a firm, etc., which acquires a beneficial interest. Now, it's a bit more than that. Eh? When you have conflict of interest or insider trading or improper undue influence, it is not simply the person who has the beneficial interest who you want to target. Because while if you use these words, acquires a beneficial interest, a member of the Office of the Procurement Regulator acquires a beneficial interest, that captures that person, but doesn't capture their friends and their family. So that is why you're widening it to a firm or director or manager in a company, because you want to be more all-encompassing. So even though I appreciate your efforts to make the legislation concise, I think it's better to spell it out like this: a party to a contract, a partner in a firm or director or manager of a company, which to his knowledge becomes a party to any contract. I think it's better spell it out so there's no mistake. You know, you're in a company, in the manager of a company or the director of a company, and that company gets a contract from the state. That has to be a problem that we would want to associate with a member of the procurement board. And you raise a very important point. Can the regulator be a manager in a company? Well, that is a defect in the Parent Act. And I will talk about that in more detail as it applies to comments made by contribution from Senator Ramkissoon and so on. One of the things that we were confronted with in the Joint Select Committee, and it came, and I'll tell you what it was. We were looking at the tenure of the procurement regulator. Now, the bill prescribes a period of 7 years. The president is appointed for 5 years. The parliament has a life of 5 years. And as Senator Mahabir told me off camera, the governor of the central bank is appointed for 5 years. Why should the procurement regulator be appointed for 7 years? And we actually had a discussion about this in the committee, and we agreed, and even Dr. Tawari, who was objecting to other things, agreed that the tenure should be reduced to 5 years. But when we sought to make that amendment, we were told that the powers of the Joint Select Committee were circumscribed and only applied to the clauses that were associated with the amendment bill or affected by the amendment bill, so that it was ultra-virus. We couldn't go outside of the items covered by the amendment bill and make a series of amendments to other clauses in the Parent Act that did not form any part of the amendment bill. So unfortunately, we could not put into this committee report that amendment. It would have been a new clause that would have had no connection whatsoever to the principles of the amendment bill. And that is one of the problems with a Joint Select Committee. You have to be very, very careful when you go in a Joint Select Committee. You can't assume you have a very expansive and a very broad mandate, because you don't. You have to deal with what is before you. And that is why in this debate, when Senator Ramkissoon was talking about amendments to a number of areas in the Parent Act, that is not within the ambit of this amendment bill. What I've decided to do, however, I've taken note of all of the things said. And what I will do is, as we come to this Parliament, for example, it is my hope and my plan to come to the Parliament before the end of this month, or at the end of this month, to deal with the Finance Bill number 2, which is omnibus legislation, which will be amending a series of existing laws, such as the property tax law, the laws dealing with taxes on hybrid vehicles, electric vehicles, and a number of things that are due to be completed before the end of this fiscal year, before the end of this parliamentary session. In that Finance Bill number 2, I will bring an amendment to that section in the Procurement Bill that deals with the tenure of the regulator and bring it down to from 7 to 5. And of course, that can be debated at that time during that omnibus debate. And I will also at the time see, however, many of the suggestions and proposals coming from members opposite that can be incorporated in that omnibus legislation, which, as I say, I am hopeful we will debate towards the end of this month, and that is how we will address that. But within the context of this debate, I'm told by no less a person than the clerk of the other place that I'm circumscribed by the rules of the Parliament. I can't go outside of the, and I see Senator Marcus putting on his, I see Senator Marcus putting on another personality and agreeing with me from another place, and he's now become very congenial and and learned. I wish you would be like that all the time. But anyhow, the whole point is, Madam President, that we can't go outside our remit and outside our mandate. But I'm listening to what everybody is saying, and I will deal with that in due course. Now, Madam President, the Senator Mahabir asked if there was overlap between Section 17 and Section 12, and well, I already said that. Trading is a direct action, but conflict can be indirect, could be associated with friends and family. Let me see what else. And Senator Mahabir made a very important point. The Act was assented to in January 2014. 18 months have elapsed, and we still don't have procurement legislation in Trinidad and Tobago that is operational. And a number of senators made the point we need to act with urgency. We need to. And I'll come to Senator Dottin's remarks now, which were straight and to the point. They were certainly not irrelevant, as were some of the comments made by Senator Solomon. Senator Dottin made the point. I took notes that if we don't do it now, we rob our children of their future. It's absolutely right. The time is now. We have to do this now. There may be flaws in this legislation. There are flaws in the legislation. I won't even say maybe. There are. But we need to act now. The time is now. We need to get on with this. Because the point that Senator Mahabir made about 18 months have been wasted, and we don't want to waste another 18 months, that is a very, very important point, and we really need to get on with this. And at this juncture, before I go any further, I am not, Madam President, I don't know if you could tell Senator Sturge, I'm not talking to him, I'm talking to you. So, Madam President, through you, I want to appeal to members opposite, is let us pass this amendment bill tonight. I have listened to everybody, and a lot of the points made have merit. And as I said, as we continue along our journey in this Parliament, in this, the 11th Parliament, we will systematically address all of these points. So a very good idea came from Senator Mahabir, before I close off on him, about a cess or tax on the, it would have to be on the firms involved in public procurement, which would provide a source of funding for the Office of the Procurement Regulator. I think that's an excellent idea. The Regulated Industries Commission is funded in that way, as you said, and the Ministry of Energy is funded through the petroleum levy, which is a levy on the oil companies. It's a tax that is used to fund and finance the Ministry of Energy. And there are many other examples. I think it's an excellent idea. The hotel, there's a hotel tax, there is insurance tax, and so on. And all of these things are intended to finance certain aspects of public enterprise. So I think that is something that could be seriously considered as an amendment to the legislation going forward. It would put the Office of the Procurement Regulator on a very strong footing, would allow some independence from the Treasury, and give them the wherewithal that they would need to establish this giant organization. As Senator Dottin has pointed out, it's a huge undertaking. There's no two ways about it. To me, it might be bigger than a ministry when we finish with this thing. But, and this deals with a point Senator Ramkissoon made. I think the message I got from Senator Ramkissoon is, what do you do when you have the need for speed? I think that's the point the Honourable Senator was making. When you have the need for speed, you have a problem. The roof is leaking. You have to deal with it now. But somebody could stop the process of procurement by invoking the Procurement Act. That's a fact. But all over the world, progressive countries have recognized the need to do this. The European Union has been doing it for years. If there's a complaint about corruption or irregularity in a procurement process, by law, in European law, you have to stop. You just automatically cease. There's a standstill period, and you have to let the process work its way through. It's just too bad. Because what is the alternative? We say, all right, it's urgent, matter of public interest, emergency, and then you forget about propriety and integrity, and you just do it because it has to be done. Okay? So the roof is leaking, you have to fix it. So you go and you hire Senator Sturge to fix the roof. This is hypothetical. Okay? And you pay him $100 million to fix a leak in the roof that should cost $5. So I'm sorry. If you can't be half pregnant, Basdio Pandey used to say that. It's either we want procurement legislation and we want modern progressive procurement, a modern progressive procurement regime, or we don't. So I'm sorry if there's a complaint of corruption, whatever it is, you gotta stop. But there are processes to accelerate the review in the case of something that is of public importance. The Parent Act is designed to deal with that. With respect to the amount of money spent, Senator Mahabir, it's not just the 7.6 billion allocated for goods and services. You have to also count the 7 billion for the PSIP, which is all procurement. So you're really looking at about $14 billion. It's a lot of money. There's a lot of money that is spent on procurement. So I thank Senator Mahabir for his contributions. With respect to Senator Small, well, he said it all. I don't really have to repeat what he said. He was a member of the committee. I really appreciated his interventions. As he said, a lot of the things were not easy to understand at first blush, but the parliamentary staff, the CPC, the staff from the AG's office and so on were there to explain certain things. We did a lot of toing and froing and redrafting and so on of the amendments. And I really appreciated Senator Small's contribution, and he made a very important point that yes, the review board is a layer of bureaucracy, but it's also another check and balance, and it would act as a deterrent against corrupt practices. Where people know that you have to pass through the Office of the Procurement Regulator, and then you have to face the review board as well before you find yourself in the court. So it is in my view, innovative. And Senator Ramkissoon, by the way, I don't know who did your research for you, but I think they misled you terribly. The Procurement Review Board in Kenya has been in existence since 2001, not 2015. I don't know who did that research for you, but if you go into the documentation, you will see that there are two different bodies in Kenya, and perhaps maybe the person who did the research for you got a little mixed up. There is the Procurement Oversight Authority, and there is the Public Procurement Advisory Board. And the Public Procurement Advisory Board is a continuation of another entity called the Public Procurement Complaints Review and Appeals Board of the public procurement system in Kenya, and that has been in existence since 2001. It was replaced by the Public Procurement Advisory Board in 2006. So it has really been running now for 15 years. So it's not 2015. So I just wanted to let you know that Kenya has a very long experience with this procurement board. With respect to a point made by several members as to why should the minister be making regulations with respect to staffing of the review board, and the allegations made by some members that this has no parallel in existing legislation, a point that was contested correctly by Senator Small, that this is a normal feature of legislation. I would simply draw members on the lower opposite bench to the Tax Appeal Board legislation, which in clause 4 states that the terms and conditions of the members of the Tax Appeal Board, except the president of the board itself, or chairman of the board, are determined by the cabinet. So for something as serious as the Tax Appeal Board, the Tax Appeal Board is not serious? Well, you might find yourself there at one point in time. But Madam President, for something as serious as the Tax Appeal Board, the terms and conditions of members and staff and so on are set by the cabinet, Madam Speaker. The Election and Boundaries Commission has to depend on Parliament and the Ministry of Finance for appropriations and allocations, has to depend on the public service for staffing, and the salaries of the staff in the Election and Boundaries Commission are set by the Chief Personal Officer, who reports to the Minister of Finance. So there are many parallels, many parallels in our current laws. No. There are many parallels in our current laws where staffing and things of that nature are prescribed by regulations made by the President, which means the Cabinet, or by a minister. And let me deal now with the whole question of affirmative and negative resolution. There's a total misunderstanding of this process. I have been in this place in this year 2016, and I've debated the value-added tax order, which was subject to negative resolution, but we debated it inside of here. We debate every word inside of there because a member of the opposition filed a motion to negative the VAT order 2016. It's a complete misunderstanding. Whether it's by negative resolution or by affirmative resolution, there is a process for the Parliament, whether it is this place or the other place, to debate the merits. I see you nodding your head again.
No, we prefer the
to debate the merits of the order now, or the regulation. Now, I want to go to the House of Commons, Madam President, and I want to give some information. In the House of Commons, the most common form of control is the negative resolution procedure. The affirmative resolution, and I'm reading statutory instruments, this is the House of Commons paper that I'm reading. Statutory instruments which are subject to affirmative resolution are less common, making up 10% of the total in the House of Commons. This is the most stringent form of parliamentary control and requires positive approval rather than the absence of a decision to annul. It is used where legislation may be extremely controversial. And that's the difference. If you put affirmative resolution for everything, then what you're going to be doing is you're going to be tying up parliamentary time, because there may be regulations where there may be no requirement or need to debate them. So something like regulations regarding the staffing, we're not talking about the members of the review board, they are appointed by the president in his own discretion after consulting the prime minister and the leader of the opposition. We're talking about the secretary, we're talking about the driver. Why should regulations with respect to support staff have to be debated in this parliament? That is a matter for members of this place to decide. So that when you make it negative resolution, any senator can choose to file a motion to negative those regulations, and then you have a debate. So that affirmative is used for very controversial things, and negative still gives the opportunity to members of this place and the other place to cause a debate to happen, and to have full ventilation and argument of the matter at hand. So that I hope that has cleared it up. The things that we are subjecting to negative resolution, in my opinion, are administrative. And I don't think a parliament should be debating how you employ a driver or a secretary for the review board. That is my opinion. If others have a contrary opinion, then when the regulations are laid, just like I did with the VAT order, we will come here and we will debate them. And we will have a vote on it, and we will listen to arguments back and forth, and the Senate or the other place will make a decision on this. But with respect to the challenge proceedings, that requires, in my opinion, my respectful opinion, affirmative resolution, because that could be controversial, because that is the conduct of the proceedings of a hearing before the office of the procurement regulator, the taking of evidence, the oral arguments, the various procedural matters with respect to a challenge proceeding. Very important stuff, which I think we need to debate here. So that is the distinction between why in a particular piece of legislation you would have some things would be subject to affirmative because we consider them to be crucial, important, and controversial, and others negative because we do not consider them to be controversial. But any member is free to file a motion to negative them. And that is the distinction between affirmative and negative. And that is why there are many examples of in the same piece of legislation where some things are subject to affirmative and some things are subject to negative. So I hope I have addressed that matter satisfactorily, at least for the time being. Now, Madam President, how much more time do I have?
So you have
about
11 minutes. Yes.
All right. Senator Ameen complained that we didn't open the Couva Hospital. But there's no staff. And it's still under construction. So you can't open a project for which there's no staff, and it's incomplete, and there's no staff. She complained, the Honourable Senator, that we didn't complete the Macras Beach project. Behind schedule, issues with compliance and quality. Complained that we opened the aquatic center but did not give the former Prime Minister credit for that. Okay, you want credit? All the instructions are in Chinese. Want credit for that? Nothing in English. You have to go and get an English translation now to turn on the light switch in the aquatic center. You could take credit for that. Point 14 highway, well, I spoke about that already. 3 billion over budget. Downgrading of specifications, years behind schedule. And, well, the Senator also spoke about the Joint Select Committee on Procurement collapsing because of the opposition. And I've made the point. We were responsible for 5 weeks. They were responsible for 231 weeks. Now, and the other problem I have is these wild statements. Senator Ameen telling us that persons in civil society are opposed to the amendments. If you read the verbatim notes when the Joint Consultative Council representing all the representative organizations involved in construction and procurement in this country, they agreed with every single amendment. I mean, if what I'm saying is not true, I want somebody who was present, who came, to say it's not true, who was there. But I can tell you that every single member of the JCC was there, agreed with our amendments. So what civil society are you talking about when you make these wild statements that the civil society is opposed to the amendments? No. Senator Ameen also said that she wants the government to be serious about the implementation of the Act. Well, we are serious. We want to pass this tonight with the support of honorable members. Senator Shrikissoon said, if leaders act in the public interest, procurement legislation would not be necessary. Well, I'm sorry. I am not the resident pastor here tonight. That honor will always go to Pastor Dottin. But I am talking, anyhow, let me not go there. Let me not go there. Let me not go there. I talking about a real pastor. So, I am not the resident pastor here, but I mean, from time immemorial, look at the story of Cain and Abel in the Bible. You need laws to regulate human behavior because of original sin. Okay? You need laws to regulate human behavior. I said I was not the resident pastor, but I know a few things. I nearly did a degree in theology at the University of London. University of London, and not some fly-by-night, not fly-by-night place. Anyway, let's move on. I thank Senator Shrikissoon for complimenting us for bringing this bill within 8 months. And we do need to get on with the job. It's a fact. No two ways about it. And there is a fact that there is a link between this bill and institutional strengthening. And you're right about the explanatory note, but it does not form part of the bill and will not form part of the Act, but the Parliament has to deal with that. It is a typographical error. And they need to resolve that because the tribunal is gone, the one that dealt with trading and so on. And I agree with you on the disclosure of interest. All of these things are features of progressive procurement legislation. Recusal, disclosure of interest. And so we have to, as we go along, the point is this: there are flaws in this legislation, but we need to deal with it. We can't continue, I'm not going to say nitpick because it's not nitpicking, but we can't continue to try and tweak and tweak and tweak. We will never finish with this thing. We need to get moving. Madam President, can I beg you to beg Senator Sturge to stop mumbling about big rigging? I'll come to that. Relax. Senator Creese said, what guarantees do we have that the regulator will be prohibited from trading or that the legislation will be adjusted? Well, what I'm telling you is that it will be dealt with in the omnibus legislation, in the Finance Bill number 2, which I'll bring by the end of this month. And if it's not there, I'm sure you'll let me know, and we will deal with it on the floor, because it won't be a committee report, so we'll be able to make that amendment right there and then. Okay? But I can assure you it will be there. Okay? With respect of 1 Alexandra Place, I think we really need to put perspective into this. $98 million was spent on that building between December 2009 and September 2015. Sure. Of that 98 million, 4 million was spent by the PNM and $94 million was spent by the UNC. The original lease was in 2009. It was renewed by the UNC in 2012 and in 2015 by them. And the delay was caused by a corrupt procurement of a outfitting contract where the successor to Senator Creese in the Ministry of Local Government refused to pay the payment request coming from the contractor because it was inflated by over 100%. Madam President. And that is what tied up that whole building. And that is why that building could not be occupied. And while that corruption was taking place, the UNC spent $94 million out of 98 on the rental of an unoccupied building. We need to put these facts into the record. It's a tragedy when a building is rented and not occupied. Any government that does that should be condemned for renting a building and not occupying it. And it doesn't matter which government it is, but in this case, 94 out of the 98 million was spent by the UNC renewing the lease twice and coming in this parliament to pretend that they had nothing to do with it, Madam Speaker. I really think we need to put that on the public record. Yes, so why did you pay the rent? Why did you renew it? Why did you outfit the building?
Why did the owner recommend that we rent it from his father-in-law? That's why I had a fun record.
Why are both of you speaking to each other?
There were so many there were so many points made by Senator Creese that had so much merit. I'm afraid I just don't have the time. But I mean, your story about the estimate from that project that you were called upon to look at it, the Siparia market, where the cost was estimated at 100,000 and the bill arrived for 1 million, is more and more reason why we need to deal with this thing tonight. We need to put an end to that. Senator Solomon, I don't know why Senator Solomon entered the debate. Because at no time did he explain to us what legal procurement procedure was used by the CDA to lease a parcel of land, its own land, on a sole selective basis for $300 million that it had rented to the same person for $1. He did not tell us what legal you did not. He did not, Madam President, tell us what legal tender rule, what procurement process was used to rent a piece of land for $1 and then rent it back for $300 million. He did not, one word came out of Solomon's mouth, Senator Solomon, about what procurement procedure he used. And we're talking about procurement tonight. I don't know why he entered the debate. You should tell us that. What tender rule you use, what procurement you use to give a sole selective $300 million award for something that you rent a man for $1. Now, let me go to the end in the few minutes left to me. Senator Sturge is obsessed with this bid rigging thing and made an allegation false that I said, I don't know how he could say I said that because he wasn't present, that because of this bill, bid rigging is now an offense. That is just not true. You see, what has happened is that there's a particular member in the other place who consistently misconstrues, misquotes, mishears, misspeaks with respect to statements made by the government. What we said is that because of the tabling of the amendment to the procurement legislation, because of the completion of the work of the Joint Select Committee, and because of the passage of the amendment to the Procurement Act in the other place, and because the PNM government is going to move post-haste to bring it to the Senate, and because as soon as we pass this in this honorable house tonight with the support of honorable members, and we implement the office of the procurement regulator, bid rigging will be an offense in Trinidad. But the problem with honorable members opposite on the lower bench, they just take basket. At no time, and Senator Sturge cannot find this in my Hansard, at no time can he point to a statement made by me that contained in the amendment bill that bid rigging is an offense. That's part of the amendment bill. I didn't say it in any other place. I didn't say it here tonight. Neither did the Honorable Acting Attorney General. What he said is because of the actions of the PNM government in bringing this matter to closure, to concluding this whole question of legislation on procurement, setting the stage for the appointment of a regulator and the implementation of a new procurement regime in Trinidad and Tobago, bid rigging will be a thing of the past and will be an offense, Madam President. So, Madam President, I trust that honorable members will support this legislation. I trust they will support it. I ask them to support it. Any issues that you have, I can assure you, the technocrats in the Ministry of Finance will take the verbatim report from the proceedings tonight. We'll go through everything, all comments made, even comments made by the UNC opposition. Even they
Minister,
may
you
have
have
had
to
something
wind
to say.
up now.
And we will deal with it progressively as we go along. We will incrementally improve the legislation. And I wish to thank honorable senators in advance for their support. I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act 2015 be read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act 2015.
Minister of Finance.
Madam President. There's not a code. Yeah, I'll get it. Don't worry, I'll get it. Excuse me, Madam President, this procedure is a little complex. Yes, I know.
Right here.
I tell you. Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 66-1, I beg to move that the bill be committed to Committee of the Whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the bill be committed to a Committee of the Whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This Senate shall now go into committee of the whole to consider the bill clause by clause.
Clause 1.
The question is that clause 1 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 1 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 1 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 2.
The question is that clause 2 now stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 2 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 2 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 3.
The question is that clause 3 now stand part of the bill.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Senator Mark.
Yeah, Madam Chair. Through you to the Honourable Minister. I believe, given the amendment that we are suggesting, we can look at it in 2 ways. A Minister of Finance should never be given the authority or the flexibility to determine whether a procurement regulator should trade or not trade with government. And this statement, this phrase, without the prior approval of the minister, is absolutely dangerous, because we are establishing in principle that there should be no trade whatsoever once you occupy office as the procurement regulator, nor any member of that office. Why are we qualifying this matter? Suppose we have another Minister of Finance in office and he wants to corrupt the procurement regulator and the office, Madam Chair. What can he do? You know what he could do, Madam President? They could approach him and say, listen, I want to trade with government. Or I want to trade in I want to be a director of my company to trade with the government. Then the minister, if he's corrupt, can say, go ahead, you trade. But you know what? When awards come before you, you organize it in such a way. For me, that is dangerous. And I'm suggesting to the Honorable Minister, we should delete. It should simply be, has traded with the government. Full stop. There should be no trade. And the minister should never compromise himself in this manner to tell these people, the regulator, that, listen, I will have to grant you permission to trade. That shouldn't be there. And Madam President, I would ask, Madam Chair, I would ask the Honorable Minister to consider this. And I'm saying, if he doesn't even want to go that route, which I find is very dangerous to maintain, do not compromise the Minister of Finance. Let the President deal with that. The President is appointing these people. So if they want to trade, let the President give them permission to trade. But don't compromise the Minister of Finance in this situation. So there are 2 options available to us. We go with the President and we remove the Minister, or we put a full stop after government and end the matter.
Minister.
I would like the Minister to consider this very seriously.
Minister of Finance, anything you want to say briefly?
I think I should be allowed the same amount of time. I can only deal with an amendment that is before me.
Yes, I'm allowing some.
I don't understand this full stop thing that is not here on this piece of paper. So why are you talking about it? Well, how could there's no amendment like that before me. And I would also say, Madam President, Madam Chairman, that if I did this, all this would mean is that it would be subject to the approval of Cabinet. That's all that would happen. If I replace Minister with President, it would mean Cabinet.
No, when I said President.
But it's not what you think, you know. It's what you write on this piece of paper.
No, well, I didn't want to say, Madam Chair, just to clarify, I didn't want to say the President of the Republic. But if it is that, for instance, I have to say President of the Republic, that's what I would say.
Well, you
but
should have said
no, when I said President, Madam Chair, I was referring to the person who appoints the regulator. And that is the President of the Republic, not the President in terms of the Cabinet.
And I'll say why I don't agree with that. For exactly the same reasons that the Senator has introduced. the President should not be involved in matters of an operational nature, that you would compromise the President if the President has to make a decision as to whether a member of the Office of the Procurement Regulator should be allowed to trade or not. What criteria would the President use? The President is not the actions of the President are not subject to challenge in any court of law, but if I as Minister allow a member of the Procurement Office to trade, that is subject to judicial review, that is subject to investigation by the Parliament, that is subject to examination by the Public Accounts Committee, so that it is far better to allow the Minister to do it, knowing fully well that we have checks and balances in the system that would allow that decision of the Minister to be scrutinized and overturned in the case of a judicial review action. But you can't file judicial review against the President of the Republic. We don't want to start that. So I'm afraid I cannot accept, well-meaning as it is. I hope I have explained to you why it's better to allow the Minister to do it, because the actions of a Minister, being a public authority, are subject to review by the court and can be quashed, varied, overturned, negatived, and so on by a judge. So let's leave it so. Okay?
Senator Mark, you want to say something briefly? Because you've already leaned
No. Madam Chair, with the greatest respect, we have amendments here.
Yes.
And I think that you should allow flexibility.
Oh, I'm allowing that. Lots of flexibility.
Extreme. Yeah, but I only spoke once. I now have a chance.
I'm asking you now, Senator Mark, to respond briefly to what Senator
but when you say briefly, you're curtailing my right to speak.
I could curtail your right to speak.
No, I don't think so. I have freedom of speech.
Let's deal with briefly.
Anyway, I understand what you said.
Yeah, thank you.
I may not agree. Let me just indicate, Madam Chair, that Minister, would you want to possibly consider putting that power into the hands of the Public Accounts Committee?
Oh, that is not a public authority. You see, by definition, a public authority is a minister, statutory authority. The Public Accounts Committee is not a public authority, and in any event, its only function is to examine and report to the Parliament. You have to get this person captured within the judicial review legislation. So the only person you could put there is a minister.
Madam Chairman, if I may, our reservation about this is the ability of not this minister, but another minister to compromise the process in terms of the regulator. And I'm trying to work out how best we can safeguard the system without compromising.
Briefly, I assure you, there are many things that ministers can do. The legislation is replete with examples. Ministers can do all sorts of things. I can waive taxes. I can do that. The legislation allows me to do that. But my actions will be subject to judicial review if I do that. And you have to allow the system to work. We have a judicial review framework, which it provides for precisely the problem that you're talking about. If an errant minister or corrupt minister were to try to manipulate a procurement process, that's what JR is for.
Madam Chair,
I really don't have any more to say on this.
Yeah, I know. But may I add, the Chairman, through you, Madam Chair, would the minister be taking this decision unilaterally, or would the minister have to take a note to cabinet?
Well, the practice is, Madam President, as the minister, as the Senator well knows, because at one point in time he was a cabinet minister.
Delegated.
I say at one point in time. Yes. There are some things that are delegated by way of a cabinet decision, but there are many things, and this would certainly be one of them, that would require submission to cabinet and approval by the cabinet. Even though in the legislation it would say minister, the practice is that matters of this nature would go to cabinet. Otherwise, the minister might find himself out of a job. So I think we should just leave it, because it is better to have the minister doing it, and then you can subject the minister to review by a judge and scrutiny by the Parliament. It's better to do it so.
Madam Chair, one final point. if we insert the word president in the context of your interpretation, in terms of the cabinet, and you remove minister and put president, would that be able to bring about that safety valve?
I don't think it would change anything. I mean, there's still a body of politicians making a decision whether a member of the procurement office should trade or not. But I also want to say something. I have listened intently to everything people have said. This legislation is evolving. This was first laid in the parliament by the former administration. Well, they intend to do this by the former administration in June or July of 2010. We in 2016. I have listened to everything members have said, but I believe I can address the issues raised by incremental amendments as we go along in 2016 and 2017. You see, if we make a change here, this has to go back to the House, you know, and we delay again, you know. So I really want to make an appeal tonight. I've heard everything. A lot of what has been said has merit. Some of the things are misunderstandings. For example, a person under the Interpretation Act involves an incorporated body or an incorporated group of people, so it covers companies as well. I forgot to mention that point. So, but there are things that were said tonight are misunderstandings. There are things said tonight have complete merit. I will make my best effort in this year, if not in this year, next year, to incrementally improve this legislation. But I really would not, unless it's compelling, seek to amend anything tonight, because we will have to go back to the House. And that is argument again inside of there, more and more delays. This thing has been delayed for 18 months as Senator. We could tweak this thing forever, you know, but I would prefer not to do that tonight.
Well, I don't agree with you that argument.
I think Senator Mahabir wants to say something.
Yes. Madam President, I need clarification from the Honourable Minister again on Section 3. And I have no issue at all with the having traded with the government without the prior approval of the minister. However, the concern I have, and I raised it in my debate, is with respect to his removal. If he trades with the government without the approval of the minister, he can be removed by the president. However, for consistency, when I look at Section 17 of the Parent Act, I see a clause there which says that a member of the board or committee who knowingly or willfully fails to disclose his interest in accordance with subsection 1 commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $500,000 and imprisonment for 1 year. You see, what I see in Section 3 under the addition to Clause 12 is that if the member, he could be the regulator or a member, simply fails to inform the minister, he could be removed. But my reading of 17 is that if he fails to inform his colleagues in the regulatory commission, then he is liable to a fine of $500,000 and imprisonment for 1 year. The question I have is, if he trades with the government and he fails to inform the minister, because it says, for the purposes of this section, a member trades with the government if, while holding office, he becomes a party to any contract with the government for and on behalf of the public service. When you read that, it means that he has simply failed to declare his interest to the minister. What I need in the interest of equity, because on the one hand, failing to declare the minister means he can simply be removed, and on the other hand, on the clause 17 of the parent, if he fails to disclose to his colleagues, he faces a draconian fine of $500,000 and imprisonment for 1 year. I am simply inquiring of whether, having failed to inform the minister, whether automatically clause 17 of the Parent Act kicks in, and the individual is also liable to imprisonment for a year and a fine of $500,000.
Okay, there are several elements of law involved here. The person is subject to double jeopardy. because both the amended clause 12 and the amended section 12 and section 17 will be in operation, both at the same time. Both section 12 and section 17 will be in operation, but these are separate offenses as well. For one of them, the person may have entered into a contract with the government and thereby is guilty of trading and has not informed the minister or got the approval of the minister. But in 17, it is if you have a direct or indirect interest in a matter that is under consideration by the Office of the Procurement Regulator. So that means you are sitting down to make a determination on a contract in which you have a direct or indirect interest. And if you are doing such a thing and you don't disclose, well, then you're getting the imprisonment and the fine. But if you trade, it means that you may not have been considering any matter in which you have an interest. You could be a consultant in finance, but you're looking at a matter to acquire a photocopying machine. And there's no nexus between, you understand? So that the two of them are different.
Yeah, Madam President, as long as the draftsmen
and they both operate together.
Are satisfied that the 12 and 17 are separate. I saw them going together.
No.
But as long as
operate, the person is subject to both of them.
Very well.
And they're different.
Okay.
One is potential and one is actual.
All right.
Okay?
Thank you.
Right.
Accepted.
So, Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 3 be amended as circulated. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. No. Unfortunately. I think the noes have it. So Clause 3, the amendment is not accepted. The question is that Clause 3 now stand part of the bill.
Madam President, I'm supposed to vote no on the last one. Yes, I was voting with the minister on the last one.
Okay. So the question is that Clause 3...
There wasn't a division.
The question is that Clause 3 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 3 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 4.
The question is that Clause 4 now stand part of the bill. The question is that Clause 4 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 4 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 5.
The question is that Clause 5 now stand part of the bill. The question is that Clause 5 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 5 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 6.
The question is that Clause 6 now stands part of the bill. Senator Mark, you have circulated an amendment.
Yeah. Well, Madam Chair, we did indicate that this is a provision that is going to create a parallel body to what is already in existence in the parent legislation. And we do not see the need for this new bureaucratic layer that is being established here. And the ability of the minister to get involved in this matter, here again, we feel that it is going to be contaminating and polluting the entire process, which is supposed to be one of independence, autonomy, and transparency. We did also advise that if the minister was willing, even though we have circulated an amendment to delete this entire 6, we are prepared, if the minister is so minded, to retain this provision, but to have the regulation, that is the Procurement Regulation Office, appoint the staff and not the minister. And if the minister is so minded, we are prepared to go along with the existing provision, with the amendment as we have proposed. So where the minister is the person who will be promoting regulations subject to a negative resolution, we would simply ask the minister to consider that be allowed to be done by the Procurement Regulation Office, and it be subject to an affirmative resolution of the Parliament. That is what we'd like to ask the minister to consider.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you. I'm glad that Honourable Senator is making an effort at a compromise, because I think it is the vast majority of persons who have looked at this matter from this House and the other House are of the view that this is a necessary entity, the review board. I think that's the general view. Yeah, I know the opposition has a contrary view, but I think you're outnumbered on this one, both here and in the other place. But be that as it may, there's a misunderstanding. The minister is not appointing the staff. All the minister is doing is presenting regulations to Parliament for the appointment of the staff. Staff would not be appointed by me. It would be the regulations could be that they will be public officers appointed by the Public Service Commission, or that they would be contract officers appointed by the review board, and that if you want to pay any member of staff in excess of $150,000 a year, it would be subject to approval. But I would not be appointing the staff. The amendment does not say so. It simply says the minister may make regulations subject to negative resolution with respect to staffing. It doesn't say I will do it. So that's a misunderstanding. So I hope I've cleared that up. And let me make a point. Only ministers can make regulations. You need parliamentary action for regulations to be made. No other person can make regulations, because regulations have to be laid in Parliament subject to an order made by a minister. Understand that? Nobody else can make regulations. Only ministers can. And I hope that clears up the other point about the suggestion that regulations be made by the office. I'm anticipating. But the whole question of the office of the procurement regulator deciding on who should staff the review board, that is unconscionable, because the review board has to review what the office of the procurement regulator is doing. And if it's selecting the staff for the review board, then it has some measure of control over the review board. So that is out. And I want to give you the assurance that this minister will not bring any regulations to give himself or herself the power to appoint staff for this review board. That's not going to happen. And when they come, they'll be subject to debate if you decide to file a motion to negative them.
Yeah, I do not believe in framework legislation. I want to make that very clear. I like primary legislation, because you are being ambushed, as we have been, with the value-added tax legislation. If we did not see that in time, it would have passed us. And Madam President, Madam Chair, that is why I'm insisting that we have an affirmative rather than a negative.
That's not in this, you're asking to delete the whole clause.
No, I'm suggesting that since I'm outnumbered, you have made that very clear. I'm suggesting, Madam President, that the Parliament should have an oversight of these regulations that is going to deal with staffing. So before you talk about negative, and we have to go and look to see when those regulations are going to be laid via legal notices in the Gazette, we are saying that the minister would have an obligation to bring those regulations, have them tabled in the Parliament, and it will be subject to positive resolution via debate. That is the point I'm making. Because this is too important a matter.
That amendment
Senator
is not
Mark.
before us?
No, I'm just trying to exercise the mind of the minister
But
in the context of what?
I think the exercise has...
It has been unsuccessful.
And now, so the question is that clause 6 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Madam President, before you put the question, I do have a concern on clause 6.
I'm sorry, but
Yes.
I have put the question.
All right.
Yeah? Is it something that perhaps you can...
Well,
No, but we could reopen. No, Madam
we could
President.
reopen. Madam President, I feel I must raise it. I know the drafting team would have seen much more law than I have seen. But really, it's the first time I have seen a piece of legislation where Section 51E is the exact replication of a former clause in the Parent Act, Section 12. I don't know if that's a tradition or whether, in fact, they are going to conform with convention and simply amend Section 51E to say it's simply a replication of what is contained in Clause 12.
Yeah, but you see, if we do that, while it may, and I say may, it may reduce the number of words in the legislation. This is not an offensive statement I'm about to make. It adds nothing to the operation of the bill. And therefore, you're asking for an amendment that doesn't affect corruption or impropriety or anything like that. But I have to go back to the other place. If I go along with what you're saying, I will have to go back to the other place for that. And it doesn't add anything in terms of the operational. It is simply the elegance of the language. So I would ask you tonight, rather than we could leave elegance for another time. If it's a matter that is fundamentally affecting and profoundly affecting the operation of the bill, then we could look at it.
What's the purpose of this exercise? A waste of time?
So the question is...
No, I'm answering his question.
Just one point, Madam President. The objective of the committee stage is simply to ensure also that we produce the best possible law that, as the Chamber of Sober Second Thought, we could offer to the country. And it does include aesthetics as well. Now, I understand the predicament of the minister in that he has to return to the other place, but really, for consideration at some subsequent time, since I suspect we will have to return again for further amendments, if he and his drafting team can give consideration to some of the elegance of the law, and also, Madam President, which we're on this particular Section 6, on 51G, simple expression. We cannot allow sentences that are not flowing. For example, penultimate line, as I indicated, a procuring entity or any other person who is entitled to be given an opportunity to make representations under Section 51, 51, or 51.1 may request that the review board review the order. When we say may request the review board to review the order, nothing is wrong in law, but certainly with respect to sentence structure, which is what legal drafting is about, and what we are writing for the citizens, we should look at some of those things. And when we are returning, and I want to put my position on the record, when we are returning, hopefully at some subsequent occasion, we will do the necessary tidying up so that in the Senate we try to produce the best law that we possibly can.
No problem at all. But could you just clarify the point you're making there with the language? Yes. I didn't really catch the point.
It may request that.
It says may request the review board to review. Now, if you say may request that the review board review the order, it reads a little bit better, it flows a little bit better, and it certainly gives you a better sentence in terms of clarity of what you are doing.
You're saying may request that
the review board review the order,
and rather than may request the review board
to review. Yeah.
I will have to be advised on that, because there are books on the meaning of a word, and this meaning is clear. Even though you might find it inelegant, it's clear. So I would prefer, if it's not fatal, let's leave it for now, okay? But I take note of the point you're making.
So, honourable senators, the question is that clause 6 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Yes. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. No. I think the noes have it. The amendment has not been accepted. The question is that clause 6 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 6 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 7.
The question is that clause 7 now stand part of the bill. Senator Mark, you have an amendment.
Yeah. Madam President, Madam Chair, it seems like it is only when we require 3/5 or 2/3 or 3/4 majority that we will be taken seriously. When you want a simple majority, it's all talk and promises. But when you want a special constitutional majority, then you will hear us. Not here, you know, in the House of Representatives.
Senator Mark, could you go into your
Okay, madam, no problem. I see a pattern emerging of arrogance.
Senator Mark, please. Please.
There's only one arrogant person.
It is Honorable Minister.
Oh.
Senator Mark, you have...
Madam, I'm going to deal with my
yes,
clause.
but could we deal with it, please?
I am. But you're not allowing me. I'm being elegant. Oh, me?
Senator Mark, could you please move on?
Yes, ma'am. You're not allowing me. Yeah, I'm going on now. Madam Chair, we have this matter of the sale of land, which again we saw as a duplication, but in an effort to strike a compromise, we said, listen, put this in the hands of the office of the regulator, not in the office of the minister. We also indicated, Madam Chair, that we would like this matter to be subject to an affirmative resolution of our Parliament. I don't want to be, as I said, hustling on the Gazette or legal notices to deal with the sales of land and government property. I want the government to bring it to the Parliament. If the minister would argue that only him can do so, and not the procurement regulator, we would argue it should be subject to an affirmative resolution. And I would ask the Honourable Minister, seeing that he was so vociferous about Invaders Bay and the sale of land and the arguments and all kinds of things he has raised. The head is we are going to be regulating, establishing a regime for the sale of land, Madam President, and real property. And we will now have to go and look for that notice if we are unhappy to come and debate here. We are asking the minister to give this thing an affirmative resolution. You are doing sale of land and real property. Let us not monkey around with that.
Honourable Minister.
Madam President, a lot of the things the Senator said are just not correct. In the first place, it is a fact that only a minister can make regulations. That is not a theory, that is not an opinion, that is not a view. That is a fact. And therefore, this proposed amendment that we change minister to officers ultra-virus the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And as a former speaker, you should know that. And secondly, the fact is that I am certain that when the regulations are laid with respect to the disposal of state lands, and they're not simply gazetted, they are laid. When you see them, I am sure you're going to file a motion to negative them. So I am certain, based on the sentiments expressed by the Honourable Senator, that he will file a motion to negative them, and we can
Madam
debate
Chair,
them
if
then.
I may. Madam Chair, I wanted to remind this Honourable Minister that we never saw in this Parliament the lane of the value-added tax order. It was never laid in this parliament. It came subsequent to the parliament. So when you tell us when it is laid in parliament,
that is impossible. That is impossible. That is not true.
We got it subsequent. It was about 2 days before the expiration. We saw this thing here.
Senator Mark,
that is not true.
Honourable Minister, have you finished your response?
Madam President, I just want to put on the record what this senator said was not true. You can't file a motion to negative something that has not been laid in the parliament.
Madam President, this government is not prepared to compromise on anything. It is clear to us.
Yeah, but speak the truth.
When we have a special constitutional majority, and you have to do with the House of Representatives, not here, you know, up down there, then we'll talk a different language. Madam, I rest my case. The government can have their way, they have the majority, do what they want.
Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 7 be amended as circulated. Those in favour say aye.
We ain't even saying aye.
Those against say no.
No.
I think the noes have it. The amendment has not been accepted. The question is that Clause 7 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 7 now stand part of the bill.
Total wasted our time.
You don't have to read the title or anything? No? Okay. Yeah. Honourable Senators, the question is that the bill be now reported to the Senate. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no.
No.
I think the ayes have it. The bill will now be reported to the Senate.
We'll read again.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Good now. Madam President, I wish to report that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act 2015 was considered in committee and was approved without amendment. I now beg to move that the Senate agree with the committee's report. Standing Order 69-1.
Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate agree with the committee's report on a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act 2015. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Minister of Finance.
Madam President, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act 2015 be forthwith read a third time and passed. Standing Order 69-2.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act 2015 be now read a third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act 2015.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that the Senate...
Before you move the motion, there was a ruling that I was to give on the motion raised by Senator Sturge earlier in the proceedings. I now am prepared to give the ruling. Honourable Senators, earlier in today's sitting, Senator Sturge raised a motion of privilege in relation to statements made by the Honourable Prime Minister at a press conference held on Wednesday, May the 25th, 2016, about independent senators as a group and about opposition senators as a group. I have carefully considered the motion that has been presented. The facts are that the Honourable Prime Minister is reported to have made certain statements in relation to independent senators and opposition senators. In my ruling, I propose to treat with these groups of senators separately. First, to deal with independent senators. Independent senators are, as we well know, appointed by the President and operate independently of each other, so much so that such independence is so imprinted on the public's consciousness that they are sometimes colloquially referred to as the 9 republics. The unique position of independent senators means that in dealing with the motion presented today, precedents obtained from other jurisdictions are not always easy to apply to such members. Other jurisdictions do not have independent senators, such as obtains here in Trinidad and Tobago. Nevertheless, I find helpful the following learning. In the year 2000, Speaker Hunt of the New Zealand House of Representatives ruled as follows, and I quote, "For a statement to constitute a contempt by reflecting on members, it would have to allege corruption or impropriety on the part of the members in their capacity as members. Hard-hitting and contentious statements to which members might well object fall within the boundaries of acceptable political interchange. In coming to my decision, insofar as it concerns independent senators, I have also considered recent media reports and intense public commentary relating to how these 9 republics should relate to one another and to this Honourable House. I am of the view that applying the learning above, while the statements attributed to the Honourable Prime Minister might be statements to which honourable members might well object, such statements taken as a whole do not amount to a prima facie breach of privilege. I will nevertheless urge all parties concerned to observe, adhere to, and respect by their conduct and words the independence of the 9 independent senators and the critical role they play in this House, independent of political persuasion and independent of each other. In respect of the comments attributed to the Honourable Prime Minister in relation to opposition senators, I find the learning quoted above to be equally helpful and as applicable. I also find to be helpful and applicable when in his text on parliamentary privilege, J.P. Joseph Mengo QC stated as follows, and I quote, "Before the Speaker gives precedence to a motion dealing with alleged contemptuous reflections, he must attempt to strike a proper balance between the following 2 principles. The principle that Parliament should be protected from improper obstruction of its functions, and the principle of freedom of speech of the citizen to criticize the institutions or membership of the Parliament. I am satisfied that although the comments complained of in relation to the opposition as a group might well be considered hard-hitting and contentious, they do not go beyond the realm of robust criticism. It is for these reasons that I also find no prima facie breach of privilege warranting the attention of this House." Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that this Senate do now adjourn to Tuesday, 14th of June, 2016 at 1:30 p.m.
Honourable Senators, before I put the question on the adjournment, leave has been granted for a matter to be raised on a motion for the adjournment of the Senate. Senator Mark.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, people are now of the view that bank robbery has been reversed. In the past, people were the bandits robbing the banks. Today, people are of the view that the banks are the ones robbing the people. Banks exist with the primary objective of realizing profits for their shareholders. These institutions are not in the business of providing social goals and/or services. They are in the business of making profits. To the best of our knowledge, there is no legislation prohibiting the banks from establishing and implementing these new fees and related charges. What additional benefits are to be experienced by the customers that is of commensurate value to the additional fees and charges? And it is zilch, nil, nada, zero, nothing. No. Madam President, are banks digging deeper into the pockets and into the accounts of consumers in order to maintain their profit levels? We are all aware that the country has been in a recession for at least 6 months, and the economic situation is worsening under this Minister of Finance and the government. Madam President, make no mistake about the intelligence of bank executives. They are well trained and brilliant at what they do. And it appears to us that they are aware that this Minister of Finance and this government cannot restore economic confidence, does not have a viable plan to deal with the economic challenges, and is further taking the country into the economic abyss. The banks foresee declining revenues due to declining economic conditions, thus increasing their fees to offset declining revenues in other areas. Maybe that is the reason, Madam President. We are not here chastising the banks. They have their business to run. But what we would like to make the people aware of is the existence of choices among the banks. Madam President, there are other options, including credit unions and cooperatives, that the people should consider if they are dissatisfied with these increases in bank fees and related charges. Go back to Susu. Go back to the credit union movement. This development, Madam President, is another wake-up call to the working class and the small savers to begin to take responsibility for their financial affairs and not leave it to the banks, especially in an environment that is controlled by an incompetent and intellectually incapacitated Minister of Finance and Government.
Senator Mark.
What?
Pardon me, have a seat, please. Have a seat. Please, Senator Mark. You know very well that you have infringed on, I don't know how many standing orders there. So can you withdraw what you just said and apologize to the minister?
No, once I withdraw, I apologize. I withdraw. No, you can't tell me that. No, you telling me.
Senator Mark, Senator Mark, please sit. Please.
No, I think I did.
While Honorable Minister of Finance can't tell you anything, I can withdraw and apologize. No, Senator Mark, please have a seat again. Do not gesticulate towards me. Senator Mark? Senator Mark.
I withdraw and I withdraw apologize. Okay, let me continue.
Senator Mark, you have 4 minutes.
Madam President, the economic cycle of a country is like a roller coaster. It goes up with economic growth and it goes down when there's a recession. Unfortunately, we have entered the beginning of a recession which has the potential to remain long and socially disruptive under the stewardship of this administration. Madam President, after 9 months in power, what have we in this country? Everyone is worse off, and we are paying a heavy price. The banks are taking advantage of us because of the incompetence of this administration. So, Madam President, let me close with your leave. All these increases in bank fees and related charges for the small man is as a result of a national crisis coming out of this situation in TNT. And we are in difficult waters. And I do not know what the Minister of Finance can do about these increases. All I say, Madam President, in closing, is that the working people and the small people of this country must take responsibility, take their own responsibility for their financial affairs. Join credit unions, join cooperatives, start back the SUSO, fight this thing on your own. Don't depend on this government. This government can't help you. We must get rid of them. Thank you very much.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam President. I would have thought that the Honourable Senator, having brought a motion like this, would produce some facts. All the Senator has done is made wild statements and utter insulting and offensive remarks across the table. What are the bank fees that the Honourable Senator is talking about? Which bank? Increase which fee? By how much? I would have expected that, because when I look at the matter on the adjournment, it says the increases in bank fees and related charges by the commercial banks and the negative impact of such increases on the national community. What increases is the Honourable Senator talking about? How does one respond to that barrage of insults that came across the floor? No information. Now, I have done my own research, Madam President, and it is my understanding that RBC has raised its fees in 3 main areas, namely the fees for standing orders, and wire transfers, for savings and for savings accounts, Madam President. I'm told that the fee for wire transfers was raised from $55 to $65. The fees for savings account under a certain minimum balance from $10 to $15 per month. And the fees on ATM usage were reduced by the bank. It is common knowledge that banks review their fees periodically, usually annually. I did not hear a single word fall from Senator Mark's mouth in the 5 years that the UNC was in government, when every single year banks adjusted bank fees. I didn't hear him scream about these wicked banks and exhort people to take their money out of these banks and put them in credit unions. Not a word. I didn't hear a single member of his, not one of his colleagues in this place or the other place, uttered a word in those 5 years about the periodic increases in bank fees that took place between 2010 and 2015. I would have expected, rather than this pious display tonight, that we get some facts. Now let me deal with the facts. The Central Bank Act, Chapter 7902, allows the central bank and the minister some leeway in terms of intervention with respect to fees and charges. And Section 44A of the Central Bank Act states as follows: the bank may fix the maximum and minimum interest rates payable on deposits received, and may fix the maximum and minimum interest rates, fees and charges to be charged on loans, advances, and other credit facilities by our financial institutions. What this essentially says is that the central bank can intervene and can fix the fees and charges charged on loans, advances, and other credit facilities by a financial institution. And I am aware that the central bank is already in discussion with the commercial banks at my request as Minister of Finance, not only with respect to fees and charges charged on loans and credit facilities, but also with respect to interest rates payable on deposits and loans, Madam President. The government is also looking very closely at this Central Bank Act, which the former government failed to address in its period in office. It did nothing about the powers of the bank and the powers of the minister with respect to the fees and charges charged by commercial banks. We, this PNM government, despite all the screaming of the Senator Mark, will be looking very seriously as to whether we should amend Section 44 of the Central Bank Act to give the bank the power to look at fees and charges with respect to other transactions, Madam President, such as ATM withdrawals, ATM transactions, the statements, wire transfers, and other transactions in commercial banks. We intend to do that because we are a serious government, Madam President. So despite all that screaming and carrying on, all that ranting and raving, they did nothing. But this PNM government intends to deal proactively, positively, equitably, and professionally with this entire matter, which we know is of great concern to the public of Trinidad and Tobago. We would first start with dialogue. We'll start with discussion with the commercial banks, because we need to consult with them about this matter. We'll see if we can reach consensus. We will ask the central bank. Well, I've already asked the central bank to start talking to them. We'll use moral suasion. We will see if we can get them to come around in terms of the fees and charges that they charge. And if after all those efforts at dialogue, conciliation, mediation, and all similar progressive measures of treating with a problem fail, then we will seriously consider coming to this Parliament to adjust the Central Bank Act to give the central bank the power to deal with all fees and charges charged by commercial banks with respect to all manner of transactions. That is what this PNM government intends to do, because we are a serious government. We don't get involved in screaming, shouting, ranting, and raving, and pious, sanctimonious platitudes. I thank you, Madam President.
Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to Tuesday, the 14th of June, 2016, at 1:30 p.m. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned to Tuesday, the 14th of June, 2016, at 1:30 p.m.